right, if I could get everybody to take their chair, we're going to get started here. So welcome again, everyone. My name is Mark Heimer. I'm chair of the SAS Soil Board of Directors. I trust everyone enjoyed yesterday and is well rested and ready to listen to a bunch of fantastic speakers again today. Would like to take an opportunity one more time to thank the sponsors that helped make today possible. So I'm just going to run through the list again, and please pay attention to these names. These are companies and organizations that kind of basically put their money where their mouth is and help functions like this happen. So thank you to our sponsors of A&W, South of the Divide, SAS Stock Growers Foundation, Grain Millers, Imperial Seed, Ducks Unlimited Canada, Alice, the New Acre Project, Sask Mustard, Sask Wheat, Federated Co-op, Western Grains Research Foundation, Angelic, Prairie Mechanics, FCC, Sask Oats, Sask Pulse, MNP, and K-Hard Industries. Could I get everyone to please give them a round of applause? And I know that everyone has probably seen, we've got some of the sponsors have some booths set up in the back, but if you get an opportunity, go back, have a visit with the folks there. They're all very friendly. We vetted them before we let them come in. No one's mean. But yeah, it's great to have sponsors, it's great to have support, and we're really happy that they're all here. So, no sense to drag this out any longer than we have to. I'll get Cody to come up and introduce our first speaker today.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to introduce Mark Schatzker. He's the author of 3 books, Steak, The Dorito Effect, and The End of Craving. A former feature writer for the Condé Nast Traveler, his work has been published in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Best American Travel Writing, and Annual Review of Psychology. He is the writer-in-residence at the Modern Diet and Psychology Center, which is based at the McGill University, and he lives in Toronto. Please join me in welcoming Mark Schatzker, please.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I get invited a lot of places to give talks, and it's almost always south of the border. I find I give a lot of talks to Americans, and so rarely do I get a chance to talk to my fellow Canadians. So thanks for having me. It's my second time to Saskatchewan, second time in Regina, and I hope many more to come. It's very nice to be here. I want to talk to you about something today that you're probably not used to thinking about, which is flavor, and specifically the flavor-nutrient connection, the connection between the food we eat and ultimately the connection between what you guys do and even the soil where our food comes from. But I want to start. I want this to be an interactive. If you guys have questions, definitely let's have some questions at the end. But even if you're just bursting to ask something as I'm speaking, put up your hand. But I want to start by talking about what is widely considered to be our biggest problem. I'm going to ask you, what do you think is our biggest problem? And I have somewhat deviously given you a hint with the font of the word biggest. Obesity. There we go. Obesity. Let's look at some stats. In the United States, in 1960, the rate of obesity was 13.4%. Prior to that, we don't really have a good idea. There's vague numbers, but this is when the real official numbers set in. That's when the American government started doing the NHANES survey. It has nothing to do with the pantyhose. It's the National Health and I can't remember, NHANES. That's when we start to get official numbers, and these are important because they were measured by nurses and doctors. You can have surveys where people tell you their weight. They almost always lie. but when it's measured, you start to get an accurate picture. Well, here's where things are today, 42%. And this is probably, if anything, an underestimate because this is prior to the pandemic, and we know that body weight went up during the pandemic. How about in Canada? Well, things look a little better here, 29%, but guess what? This is a self-reported number. We don't have an equivalent of the NHANES survey, so we don't really have that accurate of a picture. But overall, if you look at overweight and obesity in Canada, we're sitting at 70%. That's not great. It's not just a North American phenomenon. Even very sensible countries like Denmark, their obesity is sitting at 15%. That looks a lot better. But when you add the two together, 51%, more than half the population in a sensible Nordic country. So this is how things look over time. This is how things have gotten, and we've actually gotten used to it. They're actually making mannequins now and store displays look larger. It's sort of a very steady drip-by-drip process, and we sometimes don't understand the extent to just how much things have changed in not that much time. This is a picture from Woodstock, that famous concert. They're frolicking in the mud, but just look at how thin all those bodies are. Everybody looks like Jim Morrison looked on the cover of that Doors album, just like ultra skinny. This is a picture from a beach in California in 1973, and you can just see the body types are just radically different. Now, I said it's our biggest problem. It's actually not our number one cause of preventable death. That is still smoking. Isn't that interesting? Because we've been waging a war on smoking for decades now, and we sort of feel like we've got it under control. Everybody thinks like who smokes now? It's actually something like 15% of the population still smokes. You just don't see it much, but it's still killing more people unnecessarily than anything. And smoking's a little bit like our eating problem in that it's something that's vaguely associated with pleasure. Almost everyone who does it and is caught in that trap wishes they couldn't, wishes they were different, wishes they could stop. But when it comes to what doctors and scientists call morbidity, this is disease, this is suffering, well, obesity is number one. It causes more unnecessary suffering and pain than anything else. Isn't that odd? The food that we eat, it's meant to nourish us, is actually slowly killing us and making us unhappy, making us experience pain. So why is this? Why is this happening? I mean, there's all sorts of theories. I was born in 1973, and I absolutely lived through that era when fat was the killer. I remember I went to New York City when I was 11 years old. My parents took me to visit my uncle and aunt who lived there. And I remember we went out for dinner. I think I had sushi for the first time, and then we got something called tofuti. And tofuti was ice cream made from tofu, and this was just going to get rid of all the problems because, you know, it's not made from fat. I don't know what happened to tofuti, but it didn't solve the problem. So I'm curious to your thoughts. Do you think eating fat can make people fat? Does anyone think that? It can't. Okay, what if I ate 2 sticks of butter before I went to bed every night? And I just, my diet remains as it is right now, but I ate 2 sticks of butter. Would that make me fat? No, it wouldn't make me fat. Okay, if I ate 4 sticks of butter. I could eat an unlimited amount of butter and I wouldn't get fat. I think I would get fat. What about carbs? Does anyone think carbs can make you fat? Hey, show of hands. Okay, anyone think carbs couldn't make you fat? Can't make you fat. Okay? What do we feed animals when we want to get them fat? We feed them carbs. But there's a good reason for that, because it would be really hard to feed soybean oil to your pigs. It would go rancid. I mean, how would you store it? You'd be pouring in the bucket. It's controversial. Not everybody agrees. It used to be that we fought about politics at family dinners. Now we fight about carbs and fat and ketosis and paleo. We're also fighting a lot about politics too. They're kind of blending in a way. Well, I want to tell you, I have a different take on this, and I want to start by telling you a story. It's a story that starts out, you know that TV show called Mad Men? Did you guys watch that show? It's like in New York City in the 1950s, these, ad agencies, they wear great suits and they make ads. Well, there was a guy who literally could have been on that show. His name was Arch West. He worked on the Jell-O pudding account. He worked on the Campbell soup account. And one day, this guy gets a call from the Frito company down in Dallas, Texas. And they say, do you want to come down and be our VP of sales and marketing? He takes the job. Moves his family to Dallas, Texas. Shortly after he gets there, they merge with the Lay's chip company to become Frito-Lay. In 1960, Arch West takes his kids on a trip to Southern California. He's staying in a house of a friend named Lawrence Frank. And he goes to a restaurant one day. called the Five Crowns. It's still around. It's his favorite restaurant. He loves the prime rib. It's owned by his friend Lawrence Frank. And this guy, Arch West, they have this great dinner. They walk outside, and this tall stranger comes up to him, and he compliments Arch West on his daughter's beautiful hair. And they get to talking, and they find out they're both in the food industry. And this stranger says, well, have you been to my restaurant? It's called McDonald's. And it turned out Arch West had never heard of it. And I know what you're thinking. Something magical happened. These two titans of the 20th century food industrial complex, this spark happened to change the world. Nothing happened. They passed like ships in the night. Arch West met Ray Kroc. Nothing happened. The moment that changed the world happened a couple days later. They went on a trip down to San Diego, and they passed what Arch's daughter described as a little Mexican shack by the side of the road. And this is the kind of thing, Arch West, the kind of guy, he's just got to go see what it's all about. And there, he has a life-changing experience. He eats a tortilla chip. And he puts that thing in his mouth, and he is hit with an epiphany. This is going to be the next big thing for Frito-Lay, tortilla chips. So he goes back to Dallas, and he unleashes this idea on his fellow executives. And they just sort of scratch their head. They're like, why? I mean, we sell Fritos, and Fritos are a lot like tortilla chips. Fritos are fried cornmeal, and tortilla chips are cornmeal that's baked and then fried. They're not really all that different. So Arch West goes away dejected. He's convinced they're wrong. He's so sure that he takes discretionary budget that's meant for something else. He funnels it to this off-site facility where he starts cooking tortilla chips. He comes up with this name. In a very bastardized Spanish, it means little pieces of gold. And he comes back to his executives and he pitches it again, and he hands out samples and he says, gentlemen, I give you Doritos. And I know what you're thinking. This is the moment the world really did change. And it didn't, because he did get the green light, and those Doritos ended up making it to the market, but this is what they looked like. It said toasted corn taste. These were just the tortilla chips like the ones he tasted in California. Just fried pieces of baked cornmeal with salt. And they bombed. They didn't sell. And there was a complaint. The people said, you know, this snack sounds Mexican, but it doesn't taste Mexican. So Arch West has to go back and talk to his fellow executives. It's amazing he didn't get fired, considering what he did, spending money he wasn't supposed to spend on a snack that they had said, don't do it. He did it. It bombs. And they say, what are you going to do about Doritos? And the guy has the audacity to say, let's make him taste like taco. And the room erupts in laughter. And one of the guys, one of his fellow execs says, our Yankee friend from the north doesn't know the difference between a thing and a flavor. And it was actually a very astute comment, because back then, this is the early 1960s, 1962, different things had different flavors. If you want to experience the taste of a thing like watermelon, you had to get watermelon and eat it. If you want to experience the taste of fried chicken, fry some chicken. If you want to experience the taste of a hot dog, you had to get a hot dog. And here's Arch West saying, make it taste like taco. But Arch West knew something that these guys didn't know, probably because of his friendship with that guy, Lawrence Frank. Lawrence Frank is the guy who invented Lawry's seasoning salt. He had deep connections in the food industry. And Arch West knew that there was technology out there that meant you could make anything you wanted taste like whatever you wanted. And in 1964, taco-flavored Doritos came out. And this is what did change everything, because this is the moment our food system changed. This is the moment when flavor, which was formerly in the hands of Mother Nature, it moved offices. Now it was in the hands of marketing. And I want to talk to you not about, this isn't a talk about Doritos. This is a talk about all of our food, and about how all of our food is getting to be more and more like Doritos. And it has everything to do with that comment about things and flavors. So let's start talking about things, which is to say food, because even the corn that was being used to make those Doritos in 1967, when they brought out the taco-flavored Doritos, that was different. If you look at corn yields, in 1932, we were getting about 27 bushels, these are American statistics, 27 bushels per acre. By 1967, it was up to 80.1. No one really noticed. I mean, a cornfield still looked like a cornfield. If you really know your stuff, you can start to see the rows are getting closer, and now there's not even so many rows anymore. Now we're up to 173 bushels per acre. And it's not just corn. This is a story of so much of what we grow. Look at orange yields. 176 boxes per acre in 1932, 328. That's amazing. Look at strawberries. 8,400 weight per acre in 1932. We're up to 720 now. It's almost an order of magnitude. If you want order of magnitude, look at tomatoes. I mean, that is just something. These are California numbers. 2,700 weight per acre. We're up to 315. More than an order of magnitude. And there's many words for this. The Green Revolution is one way to describe this. It's a good thing this happened because compared to 1932, there's way more mouths to feed on this planet, and we have less farmland than we used to. So if it wasn't for this, there'd be a lot of dead bodies. A lot of people would have starved. We have a lot more quantity. We have gotten so good at producing more food from the same patch of earth. So we have more quantity, but the one question we don't ask is, did we pay for this in quality? And I know what you guys are saying. Yeah, look at tomatoes. They have no flavor, and we're going to get to that. Well, almost nobody has noticed the steady drip-by-drip loss in quality, but somebody did. This was in the late 90s, 1998. A woman named Cheryl Long at Organic Gardening, she did notice something was going on. She read a study in a British nutrition journal that looked at whole foods, and this study said, you know something? Whole foods, fruits and vegetables, they're losing nutrition. They're getting low in nutrients. And Cheryl Long was concerned by this. So she wrote a letter to the USDA, and they lost it. And she wrote another one, and they lost it. She finally got the secretary to respond, and he said, there's nothing to worry about. It could just be that fruits and vegetables are a little more watery now. Maybe the way we measure them is different, but really, don't get upset. Everything's just fine. Well, someone did get upset, and it was a guy named Don Davis. He worked at the University of Texas. He worked in a lab that had discovered more vitamins than any other lab in the world, and he looked at that paper in the British Journal of Nutrition, and he said, this doesn't look good. But he also said, they didn't do the greatest study. There's some technical flaws, some things they could have done better, so Don Davis set out to do the experiment to see, is it true that our whole foods are losing nutrient density? And he bent over backwards to make sure there wasn't the slightest possibility that there was bias in one way or the other, and he came out with this paper that looked at changes in USDA food composition for 43 different garden crops. And what he found was, lo and behold, there is a change. They are losing micronutrients. On the whole, calcium's down by 16%, iron, 15%. Potassium 9%, vitamin C 15%, riboflavin down by 38%. Why is this happening? Don Davis looked into it. Well, one of the big reasons is this green revolution. We have gotten really good at making plants produce more. We coax them as much as we can by hitting them with fertilizer and pesticides, and we say, grow, grow, grow. And this is what we do. We coddle them, we nudge them, and we've gotten quantity. Don Davis called it the dilution effect. And I know what you're thinking, dilution, that pretty much describes the flavor of a tomato these days, right? You bite into a tomato, it looks red, it looks promising, you're excited for that burst of flavor, and you're let down. But there's a problem, because nutrients have no flavor. There's only one nutrient on that list that actually does have flavor, that's vitamin C, not all forms of it, but vitamin C is often sour. So all that nutritional research tells us is that fruits and vegetables have gotten 15% less sour. That doesn't sound so bad. But there is a connection, a really important connection between flavor and nutrition. I think it's the most important connection in food, one we never talk about, and we know a lot about that thanks to this guy. This is a guy named Harry Klee. And in 1989, Harry Klee was working for another big company I know you've heard of, not Frito-Lay. He was working for Monsanto. And Monsanto put him on the tomato project, because even though all the big tomato growers and the seed companies will say there's no flavor problem, they know perfectly well there's a big flavor problem. And they thought the reason that there was a flavor problem was because of this. Because this is the way we harvest tomatoes for mass market. We grow them in places like California and Florida, and we pick them when they're as green as a Granny Smith apple and as hard as a baseball. And we take them to a place like this, and we store them for 2-3 weeks, and when it's time to send them to market, we fog them with ethylene gas, which is a plant hormone. And this makes them ripen. They get red, they get nice and luscious looking, they get sent to market, and they have no flavor. So they thought, well, this whole problem has to do with ripening. Tomatoes ripen too quickly. It takes about a week. And they thought, if we could just stretch that out to 3 weeks, we could let the tomatoes ripen on the vine for 2 weeks, maybe 7-10 days, pick them, store them, and then when we take them to market, they'll just be at that cusp of brilliant ripeness, flavor problem, adios. So they give this job to Harry Klee. And how's Harry going to do it? Well, with genetic modification. So that's what he does. He finds a bacterium in soil. He plucks out one of the genes, he implants it into the tomato genome. And in 1993, he finds himself on a test plot in Bonita Springs, Florida. And he's surrounded by tomato plants, and they are just hung heavy with fruit, like Christmas trees, ruby red, beautiful. And he picks a bunch, he puts them in a box, and he takes them to a warehouse like this, and he just puts them in that box, and he walks away. And he comes back 2 weeks later and he pulls the tomato out of the box, and it is such a perfect specimen of a tomato, it could almost be a toy. It is that perfect looking. And he pulls out his Swiss Army knife and he slices a disc off that tomato and he pops it in his mouth. And it's just this kind of meh moment. It's like, this tomato just does not taste very good. What's going on? And at that moment, Harry Klee realizes tomatoes have a major flavor problem. It's not ripening. Something deeper is going on. He quits his job at Monsanto. He takes a job at the University of Florida, where he spends the next several decades devoting himself to understanding just what has gone wrong with tomatoes. He grows more than 500 different types of heirloom tomatoes, and one thing he discovers is that actually most heirloom tomatoes suck. Most of them don't taste very good. A few of them, however, taste incredibly good. And what he also learns is that tomatoes don't know how to be flavorful anymore. If you take a modern tomato, it doesn't matter what you do to it. You can grow it in the most fertile, beautiful earth. You can sing it lullabies. You can fan it on a hot summer day to make sure it doesn't get too hot. That tomato will not be flavorful. And the reason is tomatoes have forgotten how to be flavorful, because it's not just how we grow tomatoes with the fertilizer and the pesticides. It's what we've done to them, because we keep selecting tomatoes and everything else we grow for what are called the agronomic traits, the traits that make you money. We want shelf life, we want disease resistance, and we want yield. And every time we pick those traits, we ignore other traits. And if you ignore a trait, if you don't select a trait, you'll lose it. It's like reverse evolutionary pressure. Tomatoes don't have flavor for the same reason we don't have tails. Because when you don't select a trait, that trait goes away. And you can see, if you can see over to the right, the two bars called concentration. On the left is a variety called Seriform. That's an old tomato. And on the right is Floridade. That's a new commercial blockbuster tomato. And you can see odor threshold. That is odor, that's flavor. You can see it just keeps going down. 16.28 in the old one, 5.25. 0.03, 0.02, 27.21, 17.15. The flavors in a tomato are just disappearing because genetically the tomato doesn't really know how to produce those flavors. Well, you might wonder, how does Harry Klee measure flavor in tomato? He uses one of these. It's called a gas chromatograph. And this is the thing that changed everything. This is now when we start to get to the flavor part of the things and flavor equation. The first commercial gas chromatograph came out in about 1955. Before that, flavor was a black box. It was a giant mystery, a huge question mark. It's amazing how much scientists knew back then about nutrition. If you go and look at some of the big, like even some cookbooks back then for homemakers, they would have these sections on nutrition, and you'd be surprised how much they knew. I mean, we had all the vitamins figured out. We knew about the essential fatty acids. We knew about all the essential amino acids. Flavor, on the other hand, was like, what is going on? We knew about things like salt, acidity, but what we did not know about are the aromas. Now you're thinking, aroma, what are you talking about? But it turns out when we experience flavor, it's not just the taste that we register with our taste buds in our tongue. Those are for salt, sweet, sour, bitter, umami. We also smell as we eat. I know that sounds weird, but what happens is when food is in your mouth or something you're drinking, these flavor compounds waft off and they go through that hole in the back of your nose and you smell them. It's called retronasal olfaction. And that's where so much of the richness and nuance and complexity of food comes from. That's why when you have a cold, everything tastes bland because you can't smell your food as you're eating it. Well, in 1955, they started to use the gas chromatograph to see what's going on in food. And the problem was flavor compounds exist in such a tiny quantity, it just wasn't possible to measure them before this thing came out. They measure flavor in parts per million, parts per billion, sometimes parts per trillion. Boom. In comes the gas chromatograph. All of a sudden, you can see what's going on in an orange. You can see what's going on in butter. You can see what's going on in chicken. And very quickly, what happens essentially, you put your food on a disc, it volatilizes it. It turns it into a vapor, goes into a big spiral, and it separates all the compounds. And you can capture them. And you can use a different technology called mass spectroscopy to analyze and figure out what they are. So very quickly, the scientists capture them, and the food industry goes, hey, how about that? You guys figured out what flavor is. And they start making flavor compounds in factories that look like this. There are flavor factories all over the world. They are dotting every continent save Antarctica. One of the first foods they adulterated was margarine, because the margarine producers said, hey, maybe we can make our margarine taste more like butter. And that's what they did. And that's what made taco flavored Doritos possible. You can see it right there in the ingredient list, flavorings. So let's just sit back and think about that for a moment, because we've been screaming at each other about fat and about carbs, about keto, about all this stuff, sugar, high fructose corn syrup. But look at what flavor did, because nutritionally speaking, the taco flavored Doritos were the same as those toasted corn Doritos. They had the same amount of carbs, same amount of oil, same amount of salt. They were identical. So what was it that turned a snack nobody wanted to eat into a snack we've all been there? You cannot stop your hand going back into that bowl. It was flavor. So what is this thing called flavor? Because we've never talked about it. In this whole nutrition yelling match we've had, we never talk about flavor. It's all we care about. Like, it doesn't matter what diet you're on. If you're on South Beach, if you're on paleo, you buy the book that has like 25 can't miss recipes because you want your food to be delicious. But we all think deliciousness is like some trap, some stupid thing, you know, Stone Age dumb lizard brain doesn't know what it's doing. Why does food have flavor? I mean, we never ask this question. Why does a strawberry taste like a strawberry? Or an apple? Why does an apple taste different from a strawberry? Why does a steak taste more like a pork chop than it does like an apple? We never ask this question, yet it's the thing about food we care the most about when we actually sit down to eat. If you think about your genome, your DNA as your instruction manual, this is how you make you. What do you think has the thickest chapter? Do you think it's the chapter on how to make your brain? How to make the eyeball? I mean, it must be really hard to make an eyeball. That must be a thick chapter, right? Or your gonads, like that's reproduction. That's hugely important. No, it's the chapter on how to make your flavor sensing equipment, the nose and mouth. So from an evolutionary perspective, it must be important. Why would there be pages and pages and pages of instructions to say, here's how you make a nose and mouth, if it doesn't mean anything? Why does food have flavor? Why is this cow eating a rabbit? Why is this deer eating a rabbit? The reason is because they're experiencing a mineral deficiency. And this is something ruminants will do. They start to they become neophilic. That's the scientific word for saying they just start to get curious. They want to eat something different because they, on some level, know something is wrong. And many cattle ranchers will tell you that they know the first sign of a mineral deficiency because their cattle start eating old bones. And it's actually a smart thing to do because that's a good way to get the minerals you don't have in your body. So how do they know this? I mean, what copy of Men's Health did they read that told them to do this? I wrote in the book The Dorito Effect about a scientist named Fred Provenza. Some of you may have heard of him. And Fred spent an amazing career exploring the degree to which animals had this ability to nourish themselves. It's an old concept called nutritional wisdom. And the idea is that animals have this ability to nourish themselves, to fill in the gaps in their nutrition by seeking out foods they, on some intuitive level, know they need. Because they don't read diet books. They don't know what a vitamin is. They don't know what protein is. Yet somehow these animals do a really good job of nourishing themselves. Somehow we did a really good job up until recently. How did our species survive? We discovered the first vitamins a little over a century ago. How did we survive when we didn't know what all this stuff was? Well, what Fred found, here's what, I'll describe an experiment. He took sheep and he induced a phosphorus deficiency. So phosphorus is a mineral. It's essential. If you don't get your phosphorus, you're gonna die. You're gonna get sick and you are going to die. So what he gets these sheep sick. They are in dire need of phosphorus. And on one day, he'll give them a maple flavored feed. And he has a tube going into their rumen. And when they get that maple flavored feed, they get this little burst of phosphorus in their tummies. The next day, they get coconut flavored feed. And on that day, they get this burst of water. And slowly, they recover from the deficiency. But then later on, Fred reintroduces the deficiency. And what do those sheep do? They start looking for maple flavored food. Because remember how I said we can't sense nutrients? Nutrients are too stable. So it's really hard for our bodies to sense them as we eat. So what did evolution do? It said, well, we're going to get around that by sensing the aromas, the thing we can sense that are associated, that they're the ones that the nutrients walk in with. So it makes sense. There's no phosphorus in maple, but the brain learns when I taste maple, I get this thing that I need phosphorus. Now I know you're thinking, okay, but what if maple's just really delicious, right? What if you gave those sheep some pancakes and maple syrup? I mean, who doesn't love maple? Well, Fred did another experiment where he switched it, where he associated coconut with phosphorus. And when those sheep would become deficient in phosphorus, guess what they would start seeking out? Coconut. This is called nutritional wisdom. This is called flavor nutrient learning. And it's how animals fill in the gaps in their nutrition. Flavor isn't this silly thing that nature gave us, that evolution bequeathed to us to make us eat too much. It is the language of nutrition. It's how species find their way through the world of food and get what they need by sensing the chemicals that waft off food. It is chemical sensing. It is a brilliance that we have the barest grasping of. And the big question is, do humans possess this? Because it sure looks like we don't. It sure looks like when you see what people are eating, when they're stuffing their faces, that if we ever had it, boy, it sure seems like it's gone. Well, there is evidence, I would say overwhelming evidence, that humans do possess this ability. One of the best examples comes from what we know about the British sailors back in the Age of Exploration when they suffered from scurvy. No one on this raft has scurvy, but I feel like it evokes the spirit of scurvy. We know, some of you might remember when you studied that in school, what is the thing they told you about scurvy? They told you their gums swell. Remember that? Their gums would swell. And they would swell so much, it would actually protrude from their mouths. They would take knives and just hack off swollen gums. All sorts of weird things would happen. They would become so sensitive to pain that if you just touched someone's pajamas, they would writhe in pain. Old wounds that had been closed for decades, would open up again. These are the physical manifestations of scurvy, and that's for some reason all we talk about. But there was a whole mental side of scurvy as well, and that was actually the first symptom. What was the first symptom of scurvy? It was a craving for fruits and vegetables. It was a lusting for what they called the vegetable productions of the earth. And it was an absolute craving. Sailors would fall asleep and dream that they were eating fresh fruit. And then they would wake up and they would find themselves on this ship and realize their state, and they would burst into tears. They would be sailing over a coral reef, and they'd look in the water and see these heads of coral. And they would imagine in their minds they turned into heads of cabbage. And they would want to dive in and eat the cabbage. They didn't know what a vitamin was. They didn't know that cabbage has lots of vitamin C. But their brain said, that coral looks like cabbage. Boy, wouldn't that be delicious? There's a chaplain on a ship called the Centurion. I think it was 1776. Terrible case of scurvy. They're basically adrift in the South Pacific. They're throwing 20 bodies overboard every day. That's how bad the scurvy is. They finally limp into a patch of green in the middle of the South Pacific called Juan Fernandez Island, and they scamper to shore. And what do? They start pulling wild turnips out of the soil and eating them. They eat moss, and they talk about how delicious this moss is. Do you think that moss is delicious to us now? I doubt it. But their brains knew in the moment, don't trap a wild deer, don't trap a bird and eat it. Eat these green growing things coming out of the ground, because that's where you're going to find your vitamin C. And it worked. It treated the scurvy, and they talked about how delicious this stuff tasted. Well, there's even better evidence of the fact that humans possess nutritional wisdom. And it comes from this guy, Harry Klee. Because Harry, like I told you, was interested in flavor in tomatoes. And one day he asked this question, how does a tomato make flavor? Because he thought, if I can figure out how the tomato's making flavor on a molecular level, maybe I can start to get in there and figure out what genes are doing it, and I can breed for those genes. So he goes one day, he gets invited to a conference being hosted by a big company called Syngenta. And he gives a talk about one flavor compound that a tomato is making. And it turns out that tomato starts making this from an amino acid called tryptophan. And it goes through a whole bunch of stages, a whole bunch of enzymes are involved, and it turns tryptophan into one of these aromatic compounds. And it turns out this is one of those ones we really like. And there's a guy in the audience named Steve Goff, and he's another scientist, and he goes, that's really interesting, because tryptophan is not only an essential amino acid, it's like a metabolically expensive one. It's a big molecule. It has a lot of physiological value involved. Isn't that interesting that this flavor we like in a tomato comes from this amino acid that is not an essential, but it's like a really important one. So he says, maybe there's something going on here. So they get together, and at this point, Harry has figured out there's 26 flavor compounds in tomatoes that really make tomatoes taste awesome. We can sense about 300. So there's something that really cool happens. When you experience a tomato, your brain is sensing like 300 different compounds, and it's just going, noise. It focuses in on 26. And if they're there in the right quantity, your brain goes, oh my God, tomato heaven, this is awesome. So Harry and Steve Goff start to look at how tomatoes make these 26 compounds. Well, it turns out every single one of them is made from an essential nutrient. So you can look here, it says volatile, That's the flavor. And then there's that thing that says precursor, fatty acid, carotenoid. That's what we make vitamin A from. Isoleucine, essential amino acid. All of these 26 compounds are made from essential nutrients. So what is the flavor of a tomato? It's a big chemical sign telling your brain, I'm filled with good stuff that you need. That's why a delicious tomato tastes delicious, because your brain knows it's full of good stuff. You should eat it because it's good for you, because it has what you need. Well, now let's look at what happened. Because we take this flavor of a tomato, which lights up your brain, which makes your brain go, this is great, I should eat more of this. And what do? We put it here in ketchup-flavored potato chips. So we take this sheen of nutrition and we pose it on something that doesn't have that nutrition. What does it have? It's got carbs, it's got fat, it's got salt. Let's talk about, you can see it here in the flavorings. That's what you got to look for. Let's talk about sugary drinks. People say sugar's addictive. They say you should stay away from those sugary drinks. Now, I will say, when it comes to something like Dr. Pepper or Coke, the sugar's not good for you. I mean, that's what's going to make you fat. That's what's going to cause the type 2 diabetes. But is that really why you drink it? Because I did an experiment. I got some soda water, and I added just as much sugar to the soda water as you find in Dr. Pepper or Coke or a Sprite, and they have roughly pretty much the same amount of sugar. And I gave it to my kids, and it was just like that Harry Clee tomato. They're like, no, not working. This doesn't taste good. It's the flavoring that not only makes these drinks distinctive, it's the flavoring that makes Dr. Pepper taste different from Coke, from Sprite, from Fanta. It's also the flavoring that makes you drink it. Nobody would drink sugary soda water, but we do drink soda pop all the time. And there you can see it right there, artificial flavor. Now you think, well, he's talking about junk food, and everyone kind of knows junk food's bad, but I'm not just talking about junk food. This is happening to everything we eat. Look at butter. Remember I talked to you about how they put flavorings in margarine? Well, now they're doing it with butter. And you think, why would anyone do that to butter? What's wrong with butter? Well, maybe one thing that's wrong is the incredible volume of milk that dairy cattle are now producing and what we're feeding our dairy cattle. A modern Holstein eating silage and whatever they're eating in one of those high volume dairy operations is a lot different than, let's say, a Jersey out on pasture. But another thing is that cultured butter, a lot of people like the taste of cultured butter. It might actually be better for you because there's bacteria, microbiome. But the companies say, it's kind of a pain in the butt to make cultured butter. You got to store it, you got to, this bacteria stuff. Why don't we just put in a flavoring that makes whipped butter taste like cultured butter? There you go. We've gotten so good at producing livestock that it doesn't taste like anything anymore. If you buy a pork shoulder, this is in the States, they actually have to add flavoring to it now because pork doesn't taste like pork anymore because it's really young and it's just consuming a lot of empty nutrients. Even stuff you think is good, like craisins. Why do they add flavorings to craisins? You can get a marinated salmon that's got grill flavor. You don't have to grill it yourself. I mean, maybe there's something good that happens with the grill or smoke or something. No, don't bother with that. We'll just give you the flavoring. We're just going to do a shortcut. Makes life easy. What about yogurt? Everyone says yogurt is so healthy, right? Yogurt. A lot of parents, those yogurt sticks for your kids? It says like wild berry explosion. You get home from work and you want to drink alcohol and your kids are talking, so you give them a yogurt stick. And you think this is good for them, right? It's yogurt, it's got fruit, what could go wrong? It doesn't have fruit in it. It's got flavoring in it. It's got food coloring that makes the parent think, oh, there's like berries in there because, I can see the color. That's what we're doing to yogurt. It's getting more nutrient dilute because the feed that we're eating those cows is getting more nutrient dilute and they're producing more and more milk. And then we can't even put in fruit. We put in flavoring and sugar. The same with chicken. Chicken is the story in meat. I mean, there is literally a chicken in every pot because we've gotten so good at producing chicken. But chicken has no flavor, so we have to add flavoring to chicken. So the point of what I'm trying to say isn't that Doritos are bad, is that everything is turning into a Dorito. Everything's getting blander, everything's getting more caloric, and we are imposing flavor on it. We're giving it this sheen of nutrition that makes your brain go, I want to eat this. And we've all been there because you start eating this food. And there's this thing, I wouldn't even say it tastes good. It just makes you want to eat. You just can't stop eating, and then afterwards there's this guilt, and you feel awful. You start to feel gross. You feel sick to your stomach, and then you're back at it. You're eating it again. You're like, what the hell am I doing? You go to an airport, and you're stuck eating airport food, and you'll consume something like a Big Mac combo, and you're like, wow, it took me 7 minutes to eat over 1,000 calories. How does that happen? It didn't even taste good. We don't even have a good language for pleasure. Because we say these foods are delicious, but they're not really delicious the way a really great steak or a great tomato is. There's some foods that you eat quickly, and there's some foods that you slow down and you enjoy. And I think we need to get better at talking about foods. But the big picture looks like this. Flavor is what we crave, what we enjoy. Flavor is what makes food seems like food. And we've taken flavor and we've taken out of the good food. The stuff you're supposed to be eating, we said, let's get rid of that flavor. And where are we putting it? We're putting it in the food we know you shouldn't eat, the junk food. So we think everyone's crazy. Why is everyone eating so much junk food? It's because we've essentially made everybody want to eat the wrong food. The good food tastes bad. The bad food tastes irresistible. So the picture looks pretty dismal, and it looks like technology is our enemy, right? We're just too smart for our own good. The more we adulterate food, the worse it gets. It's been going in the wrong direction for a century, and where is it headed? But I also want to say that I don't think technology is good or bad. I think it's a tool. And the question is, what do you do with that technology? And we've been doing the wrong thing with it. But you can do the right thing with it. We can take what we've learned about this connection between flavor and nutrition, and we can maybe push things in the other direction. And this is something Harry Klee did. Now, it was long Harry's ambition to get to be able to manipulate tomatoes on a molecular level. It's not to say he wanted to genetically modify them, but he wanted to get really good at breeding specific traits. But he said, that's going to take years and years. What if there's something I can do in between? And what he did is he just took his best tasting heirloom. It's called a Maglia Rosa. This is an heirloom tomato that pretty much anyone who tastes it goes like, lights out, freaking awesome, this tomato rocks. He took that tomato and he mated it with a super high performing Florida commercial variety, a tomato that produces tons and tons of shelf stable, disease resistant, bland tomatoes. And he said, why don't you guys get together and have a baby? And he was hoping for a decent tomato. He said, maybe this thing will have decent shelf life, have decent disease resistant, have decent yield, and taste okay. That'd be pretty good. I could live with that. What he got was this amazing tomato. It had stellar shelf life. It had stellar disease resistance. It was a yield master. He got 20 pounds of tomatoes off a single plant. But the best news of all was the flavor. It was indistinguishable from its heirloom parent. And you're going, how is this possible? Isn't there this trade-off between quantity and quality? And the good news is there isn't. Because remember how I said flavor is just, there's tiny little itty bit of it measured in parts per million, parts per billion? That means metabolically, it's not expensive for a plant to produce flavor. You just have to tell the plant, you gotta make flavor. You gotta select plants that can do it. And they can produce the flavor compounds. So that's how Harry got this great tomato, was by coming at it from trying to produce better flavor. It's called a garden gem. He has another one called a garden treasure. This is made from a German queen, which is another great heirloom, but it's a fussy one. I mean, it's got this thin skin. It's good for about a day, and then it starts, the skin rips, it starts to get mushy. Garden treasure, great shelf life, great yield, great flavor. Turns out there's another way, though, that you can attack this flavor nutrition thing, and that's from the point of nutrition. This is something called Rutgers Scarlet Lettuce. This was created by a guy at Rutgers University named Ilya Raskin. And he came at it differently. He said, I want nutrition. So what he did is he got a head of red leaf lettuce and he put it in a blender. And he then took that soup, put it under a microscope, and he starts looking for red cells. He takes a red cell, grows that into a new head of redder lettuce. He puts that in a blender, pulses it, looks for the reddest cells. He does this 5 times. He gets this red leaf lettuce that is so dense in polyphenols. This is a plant compound that is associated with things like blood sugar. It's believed to have lots of positive traits. This lettuce it's more polyphenol dense than blueberries. And here's what's interesting. It's got flavor. It doesn't taste like blueberries. It's just got like what you'd call structure. It's got presence. When you make a salad with Rutgers Scarlet Lettuce, you taste the lettuce. There's a balance with the dressing. It isn't just this vapid carrier of dressing. It's actually got character. It's playing a role. So this is telling us, I think, that to me, the most important question there is about food is the flavor. It's its enjoyment. It's whether we want to eat it or not. We can scream till we're blue in the face about what people should eat. We know what people will eat, and it's food that they want to eat, food that is delicious, that is flavorful, and it needs to be nourishing. So we know what we did is we cleaved it. We broke this connection and did all sorts of Frankenstein things to food to get people to eat food, to fool their brains. We have brilliant brains. I think this gift that we have that evolution gave us is one of our most intelligent capacities. When you look at the speed with which our brain can compute whether something is good. I'll tell you a story. I went to Costa Rica, and I went on this tour. I was doing a story about cacao, which is used to make chocolate, but all through the trip, we'd stop and people would be selling us fruit. And I would put this fruit in my mouth. I'd never tasted it before, and I would just light up. I'd be like, this fruit's amazing. One of the best fruits I've ever eaten is this pulp that's in a cacao pod. So we use the seeds to make cocoa, chocolate, but it's in this pulp. That is maybe the best fruit I've ever eaten. And the reason is because when my brain tasted that, it used its vast experience of all these different foods I ate and went, this is really, really good. And when you look at it, it's super nutrient dense. So this is an amazing capacity our brain has. We've just turned this intelligence against ourselves to make us eat the wrong food. So we can fix it. We know what to do. And I think it doesn't just apply to the food that we eat. It also applies to the food that we grow. And that comes back to everybody in this room. And it's very easy for me to say, hey, you guys should stop what you're doing and just start growing flavorful food. You need to be paid for it. We need to change our system such that people are incentivized not just to eat the right food, but to grow the right food. So I won't say I have the answer to every question, but I think I have the answer to a significant question that helps us understand what we need to do. And there's a lot of ramifications for this, because to have a food system that works, people need to be rewarded for it. And I think, people blame farmers, people blame tomato growers and strawberry growers, but they will tell you, I'm not paid for flavor. Why would I grow it? And they have a good point, because it was interesting with that tomato variety that Harry grew. I told you how great it tastes, the yield. Well, I got a farmer in Southern Ontario to grow it, and he said it's great. And I said, well, any complaints? And by the way, the guy didn't even taste it. And I said, aren't you curious? He's like, oh, whatever. And I said, do you have any complaints about it? He goes, well, it's a little bit smaller, which means I'm going to lose a little bit on my labor. And that's the way he looked at it. And the guy's got a good point. He's got to be competitive with everybody else growing tomatoes. So we have to have a system in which consumers are asking for flavor, they're paying for it, and they're getting it. Now, it looks dismal, but I think there are examples of where this works. If you look at something like craft beer, if you got in a time machine and went back to 1987, and you got the CEO or president of Bud Light and Michelob and Coors Light, and you said, guys, in like 30 years, there's going to be this weird world where there's all these guys with beards that drink IPAs that have they're denser than tea. They'd be like, there's no way. All beer tastes the same. Even people back then who would drink Michelob or Bud Light or Coors Light, they couldn't even distinguish it in a taste test. They say it's all down to marketing. This is just sort of this vapid liquid we're selling. But something changed. And all the growth in the beer market right now is in craft beer. That's where all the margin is. That's where all the money is. But why are people drinking craft beer? It's not, it probably is better for you, but it's because it tastes better. So I think it is possible to turn this massive aircraft carrier around. I don't think it starts with any one person or any one group. It starts with everybody. But I think the first step forward is at least knowing what the problem is, and then you can start to figure out how to fix it. So that there is the flavor-nutrient connection. I wrote about this in the book, The Dorito Effect. I also wrote about even further ramifications of this in my most recent book called The End of Craving. But I know what you really want is those tomatoes, and you can get them. If you send Harry Klee a $10 donation, he will send you a seed of tomatoes, a seed packet. So write this down, and or even just Google Harry Klee tomatoes, and you can get it. So there you have it. I would love to hear your thoughts, and I would love to hear any questions that you might have. Back of the room.
Sure if you've looked at that or had any comments about that. Ooh, look at that. We got a microphone. I can repeat the question if you'd like, but maybe
Sure.
You got it. You're talking about the Garden Gem and the Rutgers lettuce, et cetera. We can think about wheat or oats or different varieties of, crops that are produced. It seemed like one of the implicit assumptions here was that this variety will produce this level of nutrients, and my work and experience has been that depending on the environmental conditions, the soil health, et cetera, you can get quite massive variations in polyphenols in wheat or in tomatoes, et cetera. Same variety, different environmental conditions. So,
Yeah, that's a great point, and it's true. So I talked about the dilution effect, and I said one of the things going on is all this fertilizer, all these herbicides, we're just selling the plant grow. This applies to anything. So if you take a garden gem and grow it in those conditions, versus, let's say, a really good patch of earth in New Jersey where they grow some really flavorful tomatoes, you'll get a different flavor profile and also different nutritional profile. I think the flavor is actually the most important part of that, because you want people to eat the tomato. If they're not interested in eating it, or if they do, if it's got no flavor, they put ranch dressing on it, and then, all hope is lost. But it's, we can learn from other aspects of agriculture. One of the interesting ones is wine. Wine growers don't want to produce wine down in the lush, fertile valley because it produces really crappy wine. They want the plant to be stressed. They want the plant to have to work hard because the plant says, okay, I can't have a lot of babies because I just don't have the nutrients, so I'm going to have fewer babies, but I'm going to really give them more to, so there's fewer of them, but I'll give them a better shot in life. So that's how we grow our wine. We coax the wine to produce a more nutrient-dense grape. And I think this is one thing Europeans have figured out. They've got in places like Italy these protected foods. San Marzano tomatoes are a good example. If you want to grow a San Marzano tomato, it's got to be a certain variety of tomato grown in a certain area where they say these are good tomatoes. So I think, if you look at the European approach, and the Japanese do this too, they create what's called a branded product. That doesn't necessarily mean it's like a brand like Frito-Lay. It could be a geographic brand, it could be a government thing, but it gives people a means of saying, this potato, this tomato, this apple is different from this. We do that a little bit with apples with variety, but still where they're grown makes a difference. And people are incredibly loyal to these things. I think Italy has the best food in Europe, and Italy has the most of these foods. So if you could incentivize farmers to grow something a certain way by saying this has a name and it's protected and you can't lie and say you're doing this if you're not doing it, people will still try and lie. Then you've built in an incentive. Then consumers say, well, I know I'm going to get something good. It's costing me more, but I know I'm going to get something good in return. Then the farmers make more money. So I think it is a good point. I think figuring out the genetics is a huge part of the problem. Knowing how to grow it is also a big piece of the puzzle as well.
So, are we talking psychosomatic stuff, where your mind looks at something and it says, this tastes really good? Or are we talking it really does taste really good?
That's a great question. So is this just, is this just all happening in your brain? Have you been primed, is what the psychologists would call it? And sometimes that's true. I talked about tomatoes. Something really interesting happened. Harry Klee noticed there's a trait in tomato called, it's something shoulders, but basically when you see a tomato, green shoulders, when the shoulders are green, the top of the tomato is green, it looks unripe, but it's actually a better tasting tomato if you give people a blind taste test. One of the things that tomatoes growers learned a long time ago is that you can select for a gene called lycopene, or a gene that produces lycopene, and it makes the tomato look beautifully red. And a tomato that tastes like two slices that are identical, one looks redder than the other, the redder slicer will taste better. Your brain does all sorts of interesting things. You can taste two candies that taste the same flavor profile, same amount of sugar. One's green, one's red. Your brain will say that tastes different. You can give people the same two identical cups of coffee, and you tell people one's organic, one isn't, and people will say the organic one tastes better. And you're all thinking, my brain is such an idiot. But your brain isn't actually, because what your brain is doing is incorporating knowledge it has about this product, and it's incorporating it into the flavor profile. In the jungle, two different colored fruits, they may taste the same, they look different. That means one might be different. One of them might have a poison in it, one might be better for them. So your brain is incorporating the information into the flavor profile. As far as these actual flavors go, all the testing that Harry Klee did was blind. People didn't know what they were eating. Or they would put like a red light on such that it was hard to distinguish visually what you were eating. So these things can have an effect, and I don't think that effect is always bad. When you tell someone the great trouble that someone went to grow this, here's what they did, that will prime them, that will open their mind and maybe make them more accepting, and I think that's part of the process. Let's face it, that's what the big companies are doing every time they show you a commercial. So that's part of the game you have to play, but when, I think in situations like that, your brain isn't, you can use this aspect of psychology to fool the brain, but it's actually another part of intelligence that we use against ourselves, if that makes sense. Because it is just your brain incorporating information into its flavor image.
So, great talk this morning. I've enjoyed your book immensely thus far. I'm not finished it yet, sorry.
Thank you.
But I've also found when I'm growing my tomatoes, like I've grown them conventionally, thrown all the synthetic fertilizers at them, and they still taste like cardboard. Now I'm growing them with compost, and they have this intense flavor that I've never had before. So do you believe that there's more along the lines of that biological growth that is required for that plant, that association in order to enhance flavor?
Yes, I think without a doubt, and I don't think, we don't know everything about this. I think we know just a little bit. I think we know from things like the world of wine that, of course, it makes sense where you grow wine. It's really interesting. These wine varieties are clones. It's the same genes, and yet, like a Cabernet Sauvignon in Argentina tastes different than it does in Italy, largely because of the growing medium. As to exactly how that works, I mean, it's just insanely complex. It's so funny. We look at ingredient labels, and everyone says they're worried about the number of chemicals in like a Dorito or any processed food. But the thing that's interesting about nature doesn't have fewer chemicals. It's got way more. The number of chemicals they've identified in a strawberry is something like 30,000. It's just unbelievable. So growth medium makes a huge difference. And I think that's also what makes it exciting. One of the most depressing things to me about processed food is it always tastes the same. Doritos always taste exactly the same. Big Macs always taste exactly the same. Food isn't meant to be like that. One of the reasons we have this incredibly sensitive tasting, this flavor apparatus, is to appreciate these fine differences in food. And food tastes different during different seasons. So that's all a part of it. And one thing that real food should do is taste different. It shouldn't be the same every time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for your talk. I was wondering if you could expand a little bit on the incentives that you were talking about and how we get growers to grow more nutritious food and perhaps some different foods as well. Because, Saskatchewan, we're the breadbaskets of Canada. We grow lots of wheat and canola and pulses, but really, when we're looking at fruit and vegetables, we're a food desert because we don't have any. My grocery store barely has any Canadian, let alone Saskatchewan-based fruit and vegetables. All of my fruit and vegetable comes from California, and the quality is, sometimes a little bit questionable. So how do we fix that? How do we get, perhaps some of our, fruit and vegetable production a little bit closer?
That's a really good question, and it's one of the things I find the most frustrating about this country. As much as I love it, it's how incredibly unimaginative we can be about our own potential. I think, like the big forces, the big companies, and the government think of us really just as sawers of wood and hewers of water. I'll give you another example. I have a friend from Newfoundland. He's an excellent chef, and he talks about the amazing seafood that they pull out of the ocean in Newfoundland, and it all goes to Japan and Spain. I mean, the best seafood in Canada is not eaten by any Canadians. It goes abroad. And then I also think of the fact that I like mussels. For some reason, if you get one of those bags of mussels that's in that like mesh thing, you can actually see the date when it comes out of the water. It's like 10 days ago. And I'm like, what? I was at a restaurant in London, I know the owners, and they get their mussels from Cornwall. They come in the boat at 3 a.m. and they're being served for lunch at noon that same day. I look at France, and you can get lentils that are from a particular. I went to a bean festival in Italy, and there's bean festivals all over Italy, and they all claim that we have the best bean. Pope Pius IV sent these beans here in 1532, and they are really great beans, and they get more money for them. And it's amazing when I look at this land and I think the potential. I mean, we've got more geography than anybody, and it is so bland, it is so generic, it is such a commodity system, and I find it incredibly frustrating. I'm in Toronto. There's a few good things. The Niagara Fruit Belt produces some incredibly good stone fruit, but even then, they don't even know the varieties they're growing. It was the variety that some government official told them to grow in the 50s, and they just happen to still be growing that. Those trees will get chopped down, and I don't know what they're going to replace it with. So I wish I had the answer to that question because I think it's really important. I think things like farmers markets help, but I think we need something even a better way of organizing things. One thing I've thought about is pastured pork. I really like pastured pork. When when we realize there's better ways of doing things, things like organic, things like grass-fed beef, part of the problem is some people do a really good job, and then some people abuse it, and they pretend to do it, or they do a bad job of it. So another reason this branded program they have in Europe or Japan works really well is because they have rules, and they have things like a stamp, and it's enforced. So, for example, you can't call your beef Kobe beef or Matsuzaka beef. If you do, like, you'll go to jail. When I was doing my steak book, I was in Nagoya, where they have these famous chickens, Nagoya chickens. It's a slow-growing chicken. And there was a bust. The day I was there, the cops busted a farm pretending to grow Nagoya chickens. It's inconceivable that that would happen here. But somehow we have to go more towards that. I mean, if you look at cars, you think of all the different brands, all the things you can get in a car, and food. This is stuff that goes in your body. I mean, you have no idea where it came from. Everybody says food should be cheap. When I say we should eat food like this, people are like, well, it's more expensive. It's like, well, you're actually like putting this in your body. I don't know anybody who gets the cheapest haircut. I don't know where to go to get the cheapest haircut. I don't know anybody who buys the cheapest clothes or the cheapest phone. I mean, but food, it's like, it's got to be like the dirt cheapest, lowest cost. It's a strange mindset, and we have to change it. And it's a great question. I wish I had a better answer.
I'm not going to repeat, but it's interesting. My colleague I had a very, very similar question, kind of around if you regularly or occasionally speak with grocers who, I mean, sometimes there's, I guess, realities that they're having to face in terms of the amount of volume, but whether or not, particularly whether it was with produce, or I know my one thought was, for example, federated co-ops or co-op grocery stores here in Saskatchewan. Actually, I don't know if in Regina, but say, for example, in Saskatoon, where I'm from, now the area which is dedicated to farmer sausage is really it's largely taken over by all by local producers, which is great. I think people have begun to understand, hey, this doesn't have to come from, I don't even know what some of those brand names are, but it's local producers right in the area. So whether or not grocers begin to kind of think through opportunities for kind of boutique aspects within their store. I don't know how that works, but yeah, that was kind of along my lines of questions, whether you had talked to grocers. And the only other observation I had as well was, because I've done some other work in some other areas of Canada and in the Americas, and sometimes some of the best kind of integration between a more kind of localized food systems, I think tend to flourish in areas where there is where there's a little bit more blending between urban and rural. It's maybe a little bit more checkerboard or patchwork. And in the Canadian prairies, we have this reality of, we have wide open spaces with relatively low population, folks that are producing food, and often, as you say, more from a commodity kind of standpoint. And then we have urban centers. We don't have a lot of maybe flow of information or of, relatively speaking, compared to other places in the world where you see the opportunities for business development within kind of from a more localized food system perspective.
That's a good point. And I guess another point I'll make is, as much as we value people doing things in a more local, smaller level, there's advantages to being big. One of the problems that grocers have is they want dependability, and they want consistent quality. So one thing I'm really interested in is grass-fed beef. My first book was about steak. And I worked really hard in Toronto to try and get more kind of farm-to-table stuff happening. There was a butcher shop I was working with. But they had a real problem. I mean, it's really hard to grow grass-fed beef properly. I'm honestly not sure Ontario's the place to do it. Maybe some places, it's probably better to do pork there. But they'd run into problems. Like, there was a Mennonite farmer, Amish. I wasn't really working direct. I sort of connected the store with him, and one day he produces this, great steer, 26 months old, fat, delicious, and the store loves it. They're like, can we get more? So he's like, sure, and he gives him one that's 18 months old, which was really due to next year, but he's just like, I can make a sale, I'm gonna make a sale. Well, now the beef comes in, it's awful. They age it, it gets rancid, and then people have this grass-fed beef and they think it's awful. And so they'll go, but if I order it from Cargill, I would at least get a consistent product. It might be very bland, but at least it would be consistent. So another thing that happened is shortly after I wrote that book, I was contacted by a group in New Zealand. One thing I noticed when I did the book is that these Wagyu cattle in Japan are awesome. Grass-fed beef has the most flavor. Wouldn't it be neat if somebody did grass-fed Wagyu beef? Well, then I get contacted by this group in New Zealand going, hey, that's exactly what we're doing. We bought this Japanese setup trying to feed grain in New Zealand, which is a terrible idea because grain's really expensive in New Zealand, and we're putting them on grass. And the reason it works is because it's a co-op. So it's half owned by the farmers. And I mean, the farms are large by Ontario standards, small by Saskatchewan standards. But these farmers are good farmers. They really know what they're doing. They drive nice cars, and they're experts at what they do, and they participate in the quality. They get paid for it. And the better the company does, the better they do. But their production is enough that they can knock on the door of big players like Bristol Farms in Southern California, and they can sell them a lot of beef because their quality is consistent, and there's never they're like, we can't do it this week, we're short, because that's what they hate to hear. So it's really difficult to take things that should be done on a small level to match the market needs and demands on a large level. But I think some things like co-ops or having branded programs is one way to do that.
A couple people have said that we should have local food production, and I certainly have no qualms about doing that. But as you point out, the consistency and the cost and the labor, and in our country, most of the young women are nurses and make $90,000 or $100,000 a year. We could grow vegetables and pay somebody $20,000, and then they go on pogie for the winter, versus becoming trained as a professional. So we can produce all kinds of food. My wife comes from a farm where almost every meal, everything on the table except salt and pepper and sugar came from their farm, and she says it was a pile of work, and she doesn't really want to go back that way. So it's quite romantic, but reality is we have good food systems that work. I think we just need to make them work even better.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And I think I guess what I like about I think it's good when consumers have a relationship with the farm where it came from. And sometimes people think local is the solution to that, but it's not necessarily the solution. Like I said, at this point, I'm not sure Ontario is a great place to grow grass-fed beef. I think where we are right here is probably much better, although I won't pretend for a second to be an expert in ruminant grazing. But what I will say is I think Canadians would love, if there was like a branded grass-fed beef program from Saskatchewan, Alberta, which had high standards and consistent quality, I think Canadians would love that. And I think they, in their funny way, we'd think that is local because it's not American, it's not Brazilian. So I think when people say that, what they really want is some connection to the earth where it came from. Not just for this romantic sense, but to have some sense of the values that are led to the production of this. But I mean, coffee's never going to be local in Canada. Well, maybe who knows what might happen with technology. Bananas, pineapple, these are things I eat. But I think what we can aspire to is to do a really good job of growing what we can grow. Like I said, there's these lentils they produce in France that people pay an arm and a leg for. Why can't we do that? I bet you we could grow better lentils than they grow in France. Most of the mustard they process in France, the mustard seed comes from Canada. There's a couple boutique mustard brands in Canada. We should own that. I mean, why do we drink Evian water in Canada? It's insane. They're really good at telling stories and making food seem really cool with names and images. That's something we could get a lot better at.
Okay, I've got a question. I imagine you're familiar with the NOVA food classification system?
Yes.
Could you talk a little bit about that, and if there's a place for it here in North America?
So I wouldn't say I'm an expert in it. My sense, it has to do with understanding the degree of processing that goes into food. So a basic way of looking at it would be corn on the cob is fresh, unprocessed corn. You put it in a can, that's one level of processing. You turn it into a tortilla chip, that's a further level. You put MSG and flavoring on it, that's yet a further level. One way of distinguishing these different levels is what you're capable of cooking at home versus what a company can do. But I haven't actually spent that much time looking at these different classification systems because I think they make things too complicated. I think there's a simpler way to go about choosing what food to eat, which is to say, eat real food and eat the most delicious real food you can eat. And I think if you stick to that very simple plan, things tend to work out. I haven't really answered your question, but.
Okay, last chance for questions from the floor.
Thank you. Excellent talk. My question is around whether governments understand this and how that might come about, their understanding, and how the Dorito effect, or this, enhancement of flavor in everything we eat, is affecting human health, and it's going to affect our ability to take care of our population as time goes on, and whether there's going to be a change in is there a will there to help this change along from a governmental standpoint?
I think if there's an aspect of government that's aware of it, it would be the healthcare sector, because healthcare costs a lot of money, and we can save a lot of money in healthcare bills with preventative medicine. Although eventually, when people die, it costs a lot of money. That's where so much of the money gets spent. I would like to think that government can be part of the solution. My problem is I don't trust government, and it's not some conspiracy theory about the deep state. It's just that legislation is written by politicians, and they have many motivations. And as much as they might sit in this room and nod their heads and agree, they may not understand it the way we do, and they have other people whispering other things in their ear. And I find the best solutions are often come from independent players doing their own thing. So I don't want to say the government has no role to play, but I'm skeptical to the degree they can. I think that's the Canadian dream. Like you always hear on CBC, like, what's the government doing about it? And it's like, well, not always them that can fix it. So I'm not going to say there's no role, but I think I wouldn't expect them to be the spark of creativity.
Hi, Mark. That was really good. Really enjoyed that. Enjoyed your books. Excellent presentation. We were just kind of talking here, wondering about, because all of us actually do some direct marketing from our operations. Is there any way do you have ideas of how we can use like your information and sort of your line of thinking on our own operations to help direct market and talk about the flavors and the products that we grow on our farms?
I think what you should do, honestly, is tell the best story that you can. Have websites and social media that, and I don't mean to create a fictitious story, but just invite people into your world. If you can do things like nutrient testing, I think that helps, but it doesn't necessarily even need to be technical. If you're doing something like eggs, just show what your egg yolk looks like versus a commercial egg yolk and say why that is. It's because the nutrients and compounds those chickens are eating gets into the eggs. It gives people a reason. If you're going to, typically you're asking people to pay more for it. It's hard to compete with commodity prices. You have to tell people what they're getting for that. And every purchase then becomes fulfilling because they think they're doing something good for themselves. And tell some of the story. If you can tell without tell them the food they're not eating, where that might come from. Like, why does this make a difference? I think humans respond more to stories than they do to data. And I think that's the best way.
Okay, are there any more questions? Okay, if there's no more questions, I'd like to thank you very much, Mark. We really appreciate your presentation and great conversation that followed. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, so we're going to take a short break now, and we will call everybody back when our next presentation is ready.
Okay, I have the pleasure of welcoming Anne Biklé back to our stage. Anne is a biologist, science writer, and public speaker. She explores the connections between the health of land and people. Anne co-authored The Hidden Half of Nature, The Microbial Roots of Life and Health with her husband, David Montgomery. The second book of the Dirt Trilogy, it tells the story of humanity's tangled relationship with the microbial world in agriculture and medicine. Anne has a bad case of plant lust and uses a soil to coax plants into rambunctious growth or nurse them back from the edge of death. Her gardening practices, which we learned about yesterday, have been featured in independent and documentary films, and her work has appeared in magazines, newspapers, and on the radio. Please join me in welcoming Anne back to our stage.
Okay. Ready to go here. Okay, so I was unable to get out into the refreshing Regina air today, but last night there was the person in the room next to mine playing some kind of drum thing on some kind of a device, so it was sort of a different kind of refreshment. But I have had my coffee this morning, so I think we are all good to go. And okay, so for those who were not here yesterday, just a quick recap. These three smaller book covers here are what my husband David Montgomery and I call the Dirt Trilogy. And yesterday, David talked about a couple of the books up there. Dirt is basically the plight and the problem of soil, how, unfortunately, we have broken soil. I talked a lot about The Hidden Half of Nature, and this is the book in which we both begin to see that it's possible to turn things around. It's a book about sort of the insights that we got and, you know, potential treatments or cures. And then he also touched on Growing a Revolution, which is, okay, if we know how we broke it, we know how we can bring it back to life. Are farmers doing that, and can they do it? So Growing a Revolution is really your how-to. And this most recent book, What Your Food Ate, came out about 6 months ago. And in some ways you might have thought, well, why didn't you guys start with that book? Isn't that so obvious that what our food eats affects us? Well, maybe, but that's not how our thinking or our ideas went. So we really see What Your Food Ate. I don't know if we have a quadrilogy or whatever you might call it, but it's certainly the capstone. And in it, we try and connect what's going on in the soil to crop health, animals, and ultimately us. And in What Your Food Ate, we rely a lot on this concept that we call soil health. And our big idea is this, that soil health is our health. And when you put that idea out there, you really got to also answer the question, well, what do we think soil health is? And sometimes the best place to start when you have a real basic question is to go and look in the literature. Well, what do other people think soil health is? And so we did that, and this is not a half-bad definition from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, which doesn't get everything right, I'll admit that. But I thought, hey, this is pretty good. And what I like about this definition is that it gets at this idea that soil has a function and that it has a capacity to, you know, function in ways that are normal and that we need them to, because a lot depends on soil. But at the same time, this definition doesn't really sort of connect to the outside world in a way that maybe, you know, the non-farmer or somebody in the policy world could really relate to. So there was a fairly recent paper that took that USDA definition and they connected it in a way that I thought, yeah, this is the so what. This is why more people need to know about soil health. And so I see this as a way of taking soil health from the agriculture and farming world and explaining to other people that soil health connects to these things that are very important to modern society, supply chains, everybody who is involved in food systems and agriculture. And so I see this as a fuller definition. And so when you put these two things together, then you might ask, well, what is soil health? How is soil health then doing across the planet? And David showed this slide yesterday, but not everybody was here yesterday. And so I wanted to sort of give you all, either again or for the first time, just sort of a broad overview of soil health. And we're not doing great, okay? About a third of arable lands across the planet, so that's the red color and the orange kind of gold color, are either degraded or very degraded. So there's definitions behind this, but suffice it to say that in these areas up on that map, what's happening is that food production is declining, and it has been declining because the health of the soil is not what it used to be. And it's obvious that we cannot keep going in this direction. There's more and more of us on the planet, and we all need to eat. So this is sort of the more, serious, somber side of soil health. And you kind of have to ask, well, how long has this been going on? Why is it such a problem? And I think agriculture is really interesting. So it's been around for some 10,000 years, and it's ironic. It's ironic that way back then, as we were developing agriculture, it was a good thing. It gave us a stable supply of food, or at least that was its aim. And yet, as we're feeding ourselves, we're also not taking great care of the planet. And so 10,000 years of agriculture, and our soils are kind of broken. And it's ironic because at this point in the sort of the run of humanity, you would have thought we would have figured this out and that we would have taken steps to maybe turn this around. So I guess I'm really kind of saying it's really time to turn this around. And David yesterday went through a bunch of information about the rate at which we're losing soil, and I'm going to summarize that down really into 2 slides here. And so it might not sound like too much, 1 inch of soil in 20 years, but that's sort of the average loss of soils in terms of erosion. And you think, gosh, there's enough soil out there, certainly in a place like Saskatchewan, right? You guys don't have a bunch of hills and mountains, and erosion might not seem like it's a major force, but over time, it can be. And it's especially concerning when you consider what is nature's pace to make 1 inch of soil. It's this, depending on where you are, this is an average, but 500 to 1,000 years. Right? You don't even hardly need to do the math at all, but you just grasp those numbers and you realize we're kind of burning through soil faster than it's made, and we ought to stop and think about that. And this is where it gets interesting, I think, because we think of things that are modern as being progressive, as being better for people, better for the land, better for the planet, and yet another ironic aspect of agriculture is that what we call modern farming, these 2 hallmarks, which is lots and lots of tillage all the time, and a pretty intense dependence on agrochemicals, and in particular, nitrogen fertilizer. So these 2 things are, in large part, sort of driving the degradation of soil. And this is, more so in places like North America, Europe, Australia. It's less so in other parts of the world that do not yet have lots and lots of tillage equipment and that are still doing things in a sort of less machine-intensive manner. But this all brings up a really important question, and we can begin to sort of turn things around, I think, when you look at it this way. What if there was a type of agriculture, particular practices, people willing to engage and work out what these practices are, that as a consequence of doing them, we're able to build and conserve soil health? This is a what if, and I know that this crowd, there's many of you who are already engaged in doing things like this. But you put this question out to others who are not in farming and in agriculture, and they go, really? Is that possible? And indeed, it is possible. And this form of agriculture, there's a lot of discussion these days around what do we call this? Is this organic agriculture, conventional, regenerative? I'm finding more and more these days labels are less and less helpful about how we talk about, communicate, and educate people on soil health. And what I like to talk about are these broad principles up here. And we want minimal disturbance. Soil is an ecosystem, and imagine if, just like this little mini ecosystem we have in this room, if the roof got pulled off of here and some giant stuck an egg beater and all kinds of things in here and started churning things up. We are flying against the walls, we are splattered on the floor. This is not a good situation. And likewise, that is unfortunately what tillage means to some of the tiniest creatures on Earth that are responsible for keeping and getting soils into a healthy state. So that's why disturbance, both physical and chemical, it's so important that that be reduced. And then, of course, if you look around our planet, and maybe in the early days of agriculture, nature always clothed herself in plants. Soil, bare soil, was quite a rarity. It's just not that way. Between the botanical world and soils, it's sort of, that match made in heaven. It's supposed to be. Plants are supposed to be growing and keeping the ground covered. So that's another principle to bring to it. And then, of course, diversity is better. It just makes everything less vulnerable to problems, whether that's a climatic thing like temperature or wind or a pathogen of some sort. And then where you can, integrate animals. And I'll get a little bit more into that. So I wanted now to talk you through a little bit of what does soil health look like on the ground. And I realize you all are out in the Midwest of Canada and that you're growing different kind of crops. But my point here is to say with those broad practices or principles that I just went over, you can apply them everywhere with every kind of crop. And because farmers are very familiar with the kinds of crops that they grow, it's really not my job up here to tell you what to do, but I do want to give you information that's going to get the cogs turning in your brain about, oh, with my crops, maybe I could do this. And so David and I, between vineyard folks, vegetable growers, who I'm going to show you a few slides from, large commodity farmers, everybody, every farming system out there can bring these regenerative practices, these practices that, as a very consequence of using them, we can turn soil around. And so we featured a couple regenerative vegetable farms in the book, and this is from Lebanon, Connecticut. So this is out in the Northeast. It's pretty wet. This is Brian and Anita O'Hara, and they don't irrigate in the summer, and they have really small acreage, and they are churning out vegetables like nobody's business. And when I look at this photo and I think back to visiting with them, I think, oh yeah, check. Minimal disturbance here, soil always covered, crop diversity. And then I asked Brian, well, where are the animals? And he looks at me and he says, well, underground, of course. That's where my herds are. And so that's to say that it's an example of how you can apply these principles in ways that suit your own crop. And so I really think the question to ask here, that's Brian digging into one of his beds for us to take a look at the soil. The question to really ask here is not so much what's modern, but really what's sustainable. And part of what's sustainable in my mind also is about what produces nutrient-dense food. What is producing the kind of plant and animal foods in the human diet that our body thrives on and that our body is able to recognize as the kinds of things that it can put to use inside of us to help us live as high a quality of life for as long as we can. So that's sort of my other, I guess, way of thinking about sustainability. Okay, and then clear across the US to the West Coast, West Coast. This is in Sebastopol. This is in wine country, just north of San Francisco. This is called Singing Frogs Farm. It's Paul and Elizabeth Kaiser are the farmers here. And they have a completely different set of conditions for their regenerative vegetable farm. And California is a Mediterranean climate. It is hot, it is dry, it is unfortunately burning up as well. And yet, Paul and Elizabeth have figured out how to grow vegetables in a way that other people haven't in a place that is changing rapidly and that is entirely different than Lebanon, Connecticut in terms of rainfall and temperatures and so on. And so I look at this, and it was a tough time to visit their farm. It was late July. The soil is dry, but these plants are hanging on. I cannot believe how well even these leafy greens, the kale and the lettuce is doing. And part of that is that Paul and Elizabeth are masters at, as soon as, and vegetables grow, relatively quickly. And so the minute something is ready to harvest, that is off that bed, and they've already got other things planted in there. And what I really like about sort of their operation, here and here along the sides, you may not, I don't think you can tell from this photo, actually it's this far one. These are tomato plants. And these tomato plants, they have espaliered them, so they've treated them a little bit like grapevines, and they're growing them vertically. And what that allows them to do is that the tomatoes are not sprawling all over the place, and they're being really efficient with the space that they have. And then in between their espaliered rows of tomatoes is where they're growing all of their other kinds of crops. And I have to say, the thing about vegetable farmers is they seem to be able to really kind of turn on a dime, because we asked Elizabeth and Paul, as well as Brian and Anita, how do you figure out what you're going to plant next? And they would look at each other, and then they would look back to us, and they would say, that all depends. We really have to be able to turn on a dime to take advantage of either precipitation or a heat wave that's coming along or things like that. And so the way that Paul and the way that both of these farms deal with that is they always have stuff that's ready to go, that's in their equivalent of a hoop house or a barn of some sort. And when the time is right, they get that stuff out, they get it into the fields, they harvest, and they're just constantly rotating a diversity of crops in and out of their beds. And this acreage compared to what you all have in Saskatchewan is peanuts, okay? Farmland in wine country in California is expensive. Paul and Elizabeth are farming on a couple of acres, and they are nonetheless doing quite well with their vegetable production, and the same with Brian and Anita. So vegetable production is really different than grains, I get that, but just the point is, thinking about what kind of crops a farmer has and how do you do as much as you can with what you have, where you are, and with what you're willing to do is super important. All right, so of course, another part of doing research in the book was obviously taking a look at soils. So this is Dave holding up two clumps of soil. That dark rounded clump, he squeezed it together a little bit. That's from Singing Frogs Farm. That other clump of soil is from a neighboring vineyard. And obviously, these soils are really, really different in terms of their characteristics, levels of organic matter, and I would contend function as well. And one of the neat pieces of research that has come out lately about organic matter is there's questions about where does it come from? And, if you look at organic matter sources, there's several different places that it comes from. One, of course, if you're big into mulching like I am, you're using dead plants to make mulches. So that's one source of organic matter. Another big source I talked about yesterday, of course, are plant exudates. You know, some people call this liquid carbon. And so this is the plant using its green body to photosynthesize, build carbon compounds, and exude them out of their roots. So we have dead plants, we have exudates, and we have microbial necromass. All right, so what does that mean? That means dead microbes. So you might think about this as microbes aren't exactly animals, but they are dead life forms. And what's interesting here, this was not done on farmland, this study, but it was done in more natural settings, in a grassland and a forest. And I think what's super interesting about this is that this contribution of dead microbes, you'd think, oh, they're so tiny, they can't possibly add up to anything. Not so. Remember yesterday I said microbes, tiny yet mighty. This is evidence that that is the case. So we're getting about a third of the organic matter is coming from microbes in a forest soil, and about almost 2/3 of the organic matter is coming from microbes in a grassland. Grasslands, that's relevant to where you all are farming. And so I guess this is just sort of a way of saying to be thinking about where's organic matter coming from and how do you manage it for your particular piece of ground. And this is moreover interesting because soil scientists forever have just not really considered the microbial world, or if they have, it's mostly in terms of the problems and troubles that they can cause. Rarely has it been in terms of their contribution to organic matter. All right, so this is right next door to the farm in California. It is a world apart, and yet it's like 12 inches over a property line. And we went over there and we collected soil samples as well. And for the infiltration test, so this is where you're boring down into the soil just a short distance. You're pouring water into a container that's open on the bottom, and it's pretty simple. You're looking to see how fast is water infiltrating through this soil, because it's an indication of soil health. Talk about boring. We sat there for a minute, 2, 5, 10. It had barely budged. The water had barely descended down through the container that we had put there in the soil. And we left it to our colleague, Ray, because he was doing the actual soil sampling. We said, Ray, we're going to go back over to Singing Frogs and get started on the infiltration test there. You let us know how long this is taking. It was like 20 or 30 minutes. This is not what you want in a climate like California that's hot and dry and burning up. You want every iota of water that falls out of the sky to infiltrate into the soil and keep it moist for as long as possible. So how we get away with things like this and for how much longer is a big question, and it's obvious that we need to be changing things. So, that brings up the question again about what's modern and what's sustainable. That's just sort of a long shot from one end of Singing Frogs Farm up to the other. So that's kind of the story there. And then, so what are the benefits of healthy soil? I know you all saw this yesterday, but for those who were not here, it's always good to sort of ask ourselves, right, what are we going to talk about when we leave this room and other people start saying, well, why would I do this? You're just asking me to change things I've always done, my community's always done, my parents and grandparents have always done, and these are the kinds of things you're going to tell them. Number one is that top one. I believe you are all in this endeavor to make money, not lose money, right? So here's a way to higher profits, comparable yields, and the reason you're getting money out of this is that you're not spending it all on inputs, from nitrogen fertilizer to all of the other agrochemicals that are used in our so-called modern farming system. And then lastly, there's off-site, off-farm impacts of soil health. And I think about, in the US at least, the watershed of the Mississippi River and how much from farms in that watershed. That's almost a watershed that covers half of the eastern US. And the downstream end of that is New Orleans and Louisiana and the oceans, and it's one of the biggest pollution problems we have in our country. And if farms were able to do a better job of keeping things on site, far less would be getting off site. All right, one of the biggest realizations that I had in writing The Hidden Half, and I dragged David along on this. I'm like, look, here's what we figured out. Soil, it's the greatest gut on earth. Who knew that? Who thinks that way? And in particular, I think the prairie ecosystems, that is especially relevant and important because most of the biomass, the living, the life, is below ground on a prairie. It's not above ground. And if you've ever heard of Wes Jackson and his place in Salina, Kansas called the Land Institute, he's got great images of taking a look at root systems of native prairie plants. And they would stretch from the top of that screen down to the floor approximately. That's a lot of biomass, and that's a lot of biological activity in the soil, and that's why soil, I contend, is the greatest gut on earth. And the other thing that we know about guts is you got to use the gut to get to the brain, right? That's how we think about, that's the kinds of things we might think about if we're sitting down to a great meal with family or with friends, or for some of the things that I talked about yesterday in the area around a root system. That is, in many ways, the gut of the plant. So I'm going to move now to plants. And one of the things that I pounded on yesterday was this wild and alive place beneath our feet called the rhizosphere. That's that halo-like zone around the root system of a plant. And it doesn't go meters out from the root system. It's very tight to the root system. And that is what a plant scientist calls the rhizosphere. That's what I call the biological bazaar. It is the heart of the plant microbiome. It's the location of one of the oldest symbiotic relationships that we know about in the botanical world. And some people think, oh, but our crops are all domesticated. We've really dumbed them down, and they can't, what possibly could a domesticated plant do on its own? Well, let me tell you, friends, there's a lot that's hardwired into biology, and one of the things that's still wired into plants is the biological bazaar. And this is in part because it is so fundamentally important to how plants grow, how they defend themselves, and how they survive. And so what's running this biological bazaar, in part, is the plant is using its powers of photosynthesis to make exudates. This is this so-called liquid carbon, although that's a little bit of a misnomer because it's not just carbohydrates. A lot of people say it's carbohydrates that are flowing out through the roots. It's not entirely that. There's proteins, there's fats, there's other compounds and molecules that we don't even fully understand everything that they consist of. But these exudates, nonetheless, they're liquid, they're flowing out of the roots, and they're feeding the plant microbiome. And this is sort of nature's quid pro quo. It's a system that has always worked this way on exchanges. So plants are not dumb. They're not just sitting around in the soil giving stuff away for free. Members of their microbiome are consuming these exudates and returning things, fetching fungi. There's a neat little piece of research I'll share with you in a moment about that. Fungi are off, mining and prospecting for things, transporting them back to the plant. Bacteria are consuming these exudates and creating everything from signaling molecules that tell the plant oh, there's a pathogen on the approach. Time to stimulate your plant immune system and get ready for that so you can push back on that. All kinds of things are happening down here in the biological bazaar, and it's critical that that biological bazaar be allowed to function, and that agriculture and any endeavor in which we're growing plants, except for maybe house plants, although even they may have a biological bazaar there in their little tiny plant pot. So it's just to say that this is out of sight, but don't let it out of your minds. It's a really important thing, because when you keep it at the forefront of your mind, then you begin to think about and you're beginning to ask yourself questions, I hope eventually on a daily basis. Am I feeding the biological bazaar of my crops today? What am I doing to help that function? All right, so in terms of the biological bazaar, the research that David and I did for the book allowed us to really focus on 4 things that we think are really influenced by what's happening in the plant microbiome, that portion, again, that is around the roots. And we call it the Fab 4. And it's sort of where we ran headlong into sort of jargon and language that so-called plant nutritionists use, and what those in the human nutrition field use. And so I just want you to understand, when I use the word nutrient, that's writ large. That's not just for growth promotion. That's for all kinds of things, whether plant, animal, or human, that we need to push back on diseases and pathogens. True that we need for growth and development, but it's a very inclusive term that I think we all need to think more broadly about. So micronutrients, what are those? These are probably the most familiar to this crowd. This is trace minerals and vitamins. These are micronutrients. Phytochemicals. If only, I just always, whenever I talk about phytochemicals, I think about Monsanto and Syngenta and other chemical companies just marveling at the chemistry of the green body of a plant, thinking, if only we could do this. Well, they can't, but plants can. And so phytochemicals, this is the vast, vast array of compounds and molecules that the plant genome has evolved to produce. Because let's face it, if you have a stuck-in-place lifestyle, you're not running away from anything. You're holding your ground, and as things come at you, you push back on them. And that is basically the story of phytochemicals and why plants make them. It's not only pathogens, but at least in a place like here, when I was outside yesterday freezing, I'm like, I can't understand how anybody lives here. And I marveled at the Saskatchewans who were running around yesterday with no hat, no scarf. And here I am, bundled up just about to my eyeballs. Plants have phytochemicals that help them resist extreme cold, extreme heat. It's really, really important. And as you'll see, phytochemicals also figure into animal and human health. And then fat balance. I'll get more into that. And this is really just in the context of the animal foods in the human diet. And then microbial metabolites. Who in the world is going to think of those as a nutrient? Well, actually, as I talked about yesterday, microbiomes are transformational inside of their host organism with helping to acquire or create or process what their person, their plant, or their ruminant pulls into the body. The microbiomes consider that their own feedstock, so to speak, and they can do all kinds of things, and they do all kinds of things with the feedstocks that they get. And so this has big impacts in our bodies and in animal bodies when we start changing feedstocks from what they're meant to be. All right. I want to move on now. I'm just going to kind of step through each of the Fab Four to give you a sense of how farming practices influence them and why they're important. And immediately I'm breaking my rule here because I said micronutrients, but I want to talk about phosphorus, which is technically not really a micronutrient because we need it in more than trace quantities. But it's really important to farming and agriculture, and there also happens to be, because of all the phosphorus that gets added to agricultural soils, there's a lot of it sitting out there. And the problem is that plants can't always access it. But I'll get into that in a moment. But our trace minerals classically are things more like iron, zinc, copper, selenium, molybdenum, that tongue twister. So these are things that we need just a little bit, but that little bit matters very much. And we need to get it into crops because that is a source for it inside of our bodies. Okay, on to a little bit of research on phosphorus. So these are Japanese researchers, plant scientists, and they took onion shoots and they inoculated them with 2 different kinds of mycorrhizal fungi. So these are fetching fungi. These are the prospectors and the miners out there in the soil doing things for their plant host. And there's different colonization rates, that's the yellow column, ranging everywhere from no colonization of an onion shoot to 100% colonization, 87% colonization. And what the results were pretty interesting. They're right there. So no colonization at all resulted in phosphorus uptake of around 25 units. This is interesting. 100% colonization by fungi. It's almost an 11-fold increase in phosphorus uptake. You're not adding fertilizers. These fungi are fetching it and bringing it back to the onion shoots. And then 87% colonization, that's not bad. That's about 8 times more than no treatment. So this is the kind of evidence and the kind of research that tells us when we have a functioning biological bazaar, there's some benefits there. And I always think about it this way, and those broad principles. And if we give life just half a chance, we can do a lot with regard to turning soil health around. And this has to do with the biology and evolution that built this grand symbiotic relationship below our feet millions and millions of years ago that our domesticated plants have never let go of. All right, and so what does this actually look like? This is really interesting. So these cauliflower shapes, that is these particular kind of mycorrhizal fungi. They are inside of a plant cell. And I will just tell you this, there are not very many organisms out there under very many circumstances that ever let some other life form to the inside of a cell. The insides of our cells are headquarters, the HQ for everything that keeps our bodies going. And you definitely don't want any monkey wrenches in there. You don't want any foreign invaders in there. So what this really tells us is that plants and fungi have worked out their relationship. If these mycorrhizal fungi are not allowed inside of this plant cell, phosphorus is not getting dropped off, exudates are not being taken up, and the relationship would fall apart were fungi not allowed to the inside of a plant's cell. And so this is all in the way of saying that microbiomes are supposed to be happening, they're supposed to be functioning, and without a plant without its microbiome is, that lamb lost out in the proverbial spring storm, certainly a sitting duck. So I want to sort of sum this all up, and when we talk about what our food ate, of course, a diet comes to mind, and there is that fertilizer diet, and we have all fed our plants a fertilizer diet, including this intrepid gardener, because nitrogen is so amazing to watch the growth that a plant can put on when it's consuming nitrogen fertilizer. So it looks all buff and great above ground, of course, until a pest or pathogen strikes. But before then, it's really, really nice looking. But this is really the problem with the fertilizer diet. All that NPK is fueling above ground growth, but it's leading to a really paltry root system. And a paltry root system is crippling the plant microbiome. And so all of those other things that the plant microbiome does, when you decide I'm going to grow my plant with NPK and I'm going to protect it with chemicals, the one thing you're really writing off is what's down here, these beneficial, these good microbial metabolites. This is sort of the emerging area in plant science as well as areas of human health that we now know those compounds and molecules are really important to the health of the host organism. They are not contained in any kind of fertilizer because fertilizer is this inert dead stuff, essentially. They're not a living system that is, the plant's own internal chemical factory. And in terms of micronutrients, and especially when we're talking about in the soil, it's those trace minerals. You can get a perfectly decent amount out of a soil health diet. It's coming from these different sources of organic matter. Because when you think about it, mulches and residue, what's in that stuff? Many of the micronutrients that plant originally pulled up out of the soil that are still contained in that plant part. So we don't, something like iron or zinc or copper, it doesn't break down and fall apart. It can be out of place, it can run off, but if you keep mulches and residue and these parts of plants around, it provides the source of these micronutrients all over again to the plant, so long as you have the microbial world to break that down and supply it in forms that a plant can take up. So really the bottom line here is that the biological bazaar is the health plan for our crops. It's also the nutrient plan by which plants take up things that we need in our bodies, they need in theirs as well. Okay, phytochemicals. One of the other areas for the Fab Four. You know some of these. I was talking with Shorty, wherever you are, beforehand, and I thought it was really interesting. I didn't ask him to say this either. I thought, he's on it. He was telling me about including some aromatic herbs in family meals, rosemary and thyme, and the effect that it was having, and that he noticed how, if he forgot to put these aromatics in, he would notice how it would change one of his family members. They just were kind of having an off day without these things. And so phytochemicals work in ways in our bodies that are not entirely understood, and part of the problem there then is in science, if we can't understand it, instead of saying we don't understand it but we see that it's important, what's said is we don't understand it so it probably doesn't matter, right? So this is what happened with the human genome studies and other genomic studies. You got this label of junk DNA. Excuse me, I don't think it's junk DNA. There's not a lot in biology, in a plant or a person, where our cells just merrily go about making things that are not used in some way. Biology is just mercilessly efficient when it comes to using energy to make things. Biology is not wasteful. So this is all in the way of saying that I'm not sure we're going to ever plumb the full depths on what phytochemicals do in the plant body, but what we should really be asking ourselves is, what can we do in agriculture to ensure that plants are able to manufacture their full profile of phytochemicals over the course of the life of a plant? So linalool, that's just something in lavender, that smell And the thing with phytochemicals too, it's not just one, it's usually combinations of phytochemicals that are the source of the effects that they're having. Sulforaphane, of course, is in our brassicas, and then curcumin. This is in cuisines from Southeast Asia. Turmeric, that yellow root, it gets ground up and turned into a powder, and curcumin is quite a powerful kind of a phytochemical. And what do phytochemicals do in the botanical world? They're really important to defense, protection. Next time you slap on some sunscreen, take a look at the ingredient list, and you might see that beta-carotene is in your sunscreen. Plants, and especially squash, think about the time of year that squash are sitting around. It's not early in the spring when the sun is weak. It's toward the latter part of the growing season. It's late summer, it's fall, and the heat and the sun are intense. And that's why you tend to find high levels of beta-carotene in the squash family. And then one thing we don't think about with phytochemicals is they're also communication. So this is another kind of emerging area in plant science about what phytochemicals do. Plants have their own language, and it's the words and the letters maybe even are their phytochemicals, and this is how they communicate amongst themselves. Here in Canada, there is a forester by the name of Suzanne Simard. She's written a terrific book about the way that trees in a forest communicate. And I encourage all of you to pick up that book and just dip into it. I know that you're not forest people out here on the plains, except for one person I talked with last night who'd planted 5,000 trees, which I was extremely excited about. But phytochemicals are how plants are communicating. And so even all these individual plants that make up a crop, they're also communicating through phytochemicals. And you want your plants to have a full, descriptive, and comprehensive language to use to communicate amongst themselves, because we know that in our human world, when communication breaks down, problems inevitably are on the rise. All right. Another thing that we did as a part of the research for the book was some preliminary research in which we're linking growing practices that contribute to soil health with nutrient density in food. We kind of parsed through a whole lot of studies in the book, and on the whole, there's been an awful lot of research on farming systems that isn't quite comparing the right things. And classically, you'll find conventional and organic comparisons. And they'll get crop samples and analyze it and say, oh, look, these are really the same. Look, the same levels of protein, carbohydrates, micronutrients. There's some variation out there, for sure, but on the whole, most of these studies don't show consistent differences in those things. And part of the reason for that is that some of those traits are more about the genomic profile of a plant than things that reflect soil health. What does come across in a lot of these organic conventional comparisons is that phytochemical profiles and phytochemical levels will differ, which that makes sense to me because the biological bazaar is different in a conventional and an organic system, and phytochemical needs are different. And the other thing that comes through loud and clear in these studies, but it's not really a reflection of soil health or the biological bazaar, and that is pesticide residues. And I don't know why we do these studies that say, we're going to spray all these chemicals on these plants, and then we're going to measure and see if any of the chemicals are on the plants. Well, they are, because they were sprayed on the plants. The plants are not eating this stuff up and turning it into some other thing. The pesticides, by and large, are remaining there. So, and in general, conventional food has higher levels of pesticide residues. So this piece of research that we did, we took a look at soil organic matter, soil health. This is determined via what's called the guy named Rick Haney, formerly with USDA, developed this test because he was frustrated that traditional soil tests were kind of for agronomists, and it would tell you this is how much NPK and some other things are in your soil, and so therefore, because this amount is in your soil, you should buy this amount from your supply dealer and add that to your soil. But what that kind of analysis doesn't really show you is what's available to the plant. It doesn't take into account what the biological bazaar is doing, can do, and will do, if you have one, that is. So Rick came up with a different kind of soil test that gets at microbial abundance, diversity, and function. So what this slide is just telling you, I'll get into the sort of the sum up of this in a slide or two, but blue is our, 10 farms, 10 paired farms across the U.S., a conventional farm right next door to a regenerative counterpart growing the same crop. We collect the crop sample, soil sample, analyze it. And soil health scores higher, blue is the regenerative farm. Soil organic matter, higher on the regenerative farms. But what about the crop samples? So we took a look at micronutrients and a couple of phytochemicals, higher in all cases. And what does this look like then? Sort of as the summary here, this tells you about the farms, about the crops. Oh, this is interesting. Phytochemical levels are higher. Oh, micronutrient levels are higher. Soil health scores, I like that, 30% to 2.5 times higher. So, you know, as the saying goes, correlation is not causality. Okay, maybe not. Correlation is evidence. All right? And this isn't nothing. This means we need more research like this. This was a very small study, 10 farms. So instead of going out there for agricultural agencies to be, let's do another experiment on the effects of nitrogen on crops. Oh my God. We already know about that. You get a buff body on top, you get a sick root system down below. No, we need to know more about soil health if we're ever going to get off of the chemical and nitrogen fertilizer treadmill. And so this is to say that we need more research like this. And this is there's a caveat here too with this research. These were averages. One thing, some minerals actually were higher in the conventional crops. And we don't know if this is because, you know, this is the effect of so much being added or applied to the soil that that's where the crop or what few fetching fungi may be down there, that they are bringing it to the crop. So this is all very interesting. All right, on to animals. And I think there is, I don't know about in Canada, but in the US, there's a lot of confusion about what is food and what food we ought to be eating. And there's especially confusion about plant foods. And I just want to remind us all, even though I know you know this, ruminants are herbivores, 100%. That is what they eat. They eat plants. And so I say, behold the herbivore and this. This is plant-based food, and it always has been. Okay? This is where it's made. And in part, it's made here because the ruminant microbiome is really, really different than an omnivorous species like us, or like a pig, or like a chicken. This is some pretty magical stuff that happens in the very upper end of an animal, in the rumen. It is, in fact, surprise, another biological bazaar. And yesterday when I talked about the human microbiome, the lion's share of our human microbiome is not at the upstream end, like in a ruminant. It's at our downstream end, in the colon. But ruminants, right, they're taking in all of this incredibly fiber-rich stuff, and they need to get their microbiome, more to the point, needs to get going on breaking this stuff down just as soon as it can. And so everything that comes into the ruminant's body hits the heart of the microbiome here in the rumen. And I just give you this illustration because I think it gets across. You're probably looking at this going, I have no idea why she's put this up here. I've put it up here because it is complex. It is an ecosystem. You have the feedstock of one or a few members of the microbiome turning into a waste product that becomes the feedstock for other members of the microbiome. So really, this is a community of microorganisms native to this place being the rumen. And it is paramount that to raise animals, at least if you don't want to be having a bunch of vet bills and a bunch of sick animals, that you really should be focusing on what is going on in this biological bazaar. Okay, and the reason is this. This is really metabolic terrain for the microbiome, and the metabolic terrain for the microbiome becomes the metabolic terrain for the animal. And this brings me to what I call the fat of the land. And I never really thought about this term too much. And then the more that we got into the research on ruminant biology and fats in particular, and why an animal diet matters so much, has to do with this: the leafy living parts of what we call the grass-fed diet for an animal. And the word fat is here because in order for plants to photosynthesize, they require fats, omega-3 fats. There's a lot of different fats out there. I'm going to talk about a couple, omega-3s and omega-6s. To undertake photosynthesis and turn the sunshine into carbohydrates and other things requires omega-3 fats. So those are concentrated where the plant is photosynthesizing, in the leaves. So roots don't photosynthesize, fruits don't photosynthesize, nor do stems. It's the leafy and the living that really are the fat of the land that transition on through to the fat of the animal as well. And so here's some dairy cows, dairy herd in Vermont, getting out onto pasture early in the spring. They look pretty happy, if you ask me. I think their bodies know exactly what they need to do after being cooped up all winter. And this yields, this omega-3 rich diet, as I'll get into, yields, in this case, dairy, milk products rich in omega-3s. Likewise, beef cattle, they're out on a diet of leafy living plants. This is imbuing their tissues with high levels of omega-3s. And the other thing about whether dairy or beef cattle, we want our animals to be eating a diversity of plants. I don't, just sort of like that word residue that I mentioned yesterday, and not really liking that because it doesn't really get at just how valuable residue is in an agricultural system. And grass-fed sort of implies a monoculture, and if we can just get more cows out onto lawns, wouldn't that be great? No, that's not what we're talking about at all. We want animals eating from settings that have as diverse as possible, as diverse a community of plants as possible, in part because it brings a diversity of phytochemicals into their bodies, which are, I'd say, just about as important for the plant body as for the animal body. Okay, in contrast to all of that, here we have a diet rich in grains and seeds. Okay, grains and seeds are not photosynthesizing, low in omega-3s, high in another kind of fat called an omega-6, which, given the job of a seed, which is to germinate, omega-6 fats are very important for that process. But it's also just kind of a monoculture diet for animals, and it's really, really an unfriendly diet to the rumen of ruminants. I will say one of the most interesting things about doing the research on the animal science part of this book is journals about animal science are filled with various ailments and diseases that are found in animals. And you read through these articles, there's hundreds, there's thousands of them, and they mostly say, these are all the diseases that these animals have, and then you look and see, well, okay, well, what are these animals eating? Oh, it's an omega-6 rich diet, high in seeds and grains, and then these articles go through, okay, so here's how we're going to deal with all these ailments and diseases in animals. We're going to kill off members of the microbiome because what's known is that you change the diet of the animal, the microbiome changes, and it becomes, that metabolic terrain changes, microbial metabolites become very detrimental to the animal. So the conclusion of these articles, is it change the diet to the fat of the land? No, it's let's manipulate the microbiome and see if we can get rid of some of these pesky, bad microbes. So I always found that very interesting because it seemed like the solution at hand was, well, why not feed the animal a diet that we know will support and nourish their microbiome and that ripples out through the rest of the animal body. So indeed, the fat of the land transfers through to the meat and the milk of the human diet. And why does that matter? I don't want to put the impression out there that you should never ever eat omega-6s. Both of these fats are considered essential fats. And what that means is that in the human body, as in the ruminant body, we cannot manufacture these fats from other foods in our diet. Their source is from the plant and the animal foods in our diet. And we need omega-6s and omega-3s. I'll get into that in a moment. So don't go throw away any of your big source of omega-6 fats, by the way, are seed oils. Canola is actually one of the better ones, but you take something like sunflower or peanut oil. Weirdly enough, sesame oil is extremely high in omega-6s. And so don't go throw away all those oils, but think about how much of their diet, how much of your diet is consisting of those oils. And omega-3s. So mostly what's important is the balance, the ratio of these two major kinds of fatty acids. This is data that we got from North Dakota rancher Gabe Brown. I know that a lot of you know of him or know him. And what's interesting about it, this is Gabe's brand here in the medium blue, Nourished by Nature. He's on an all, let's just call it a phytochemically diverse, plant diverse diet for his animals. And you look over here at the omega-6 to the omega-3 ratio, and what's thought about this for optimal health in animals and people is you want the omega-6s to be somewhere around, about 1 to 2 parts, maybe 3 parts omega-6 to 1 part omega-3. So you do want a bit more of the omega-6 than the omega-3. And here's where Gabe's beef is coming in at, just around there. This other stuff, this is, self-identified regional natural brand. The diet is unknown, but it looks like, oh, that's not terrible. That's probably more good than it is bad. And then you got this conventional stuff, and we're up there in the range of, 6 or 7 on the ratio there of omega-6 to omega-3. So the point here is that, you eat this kind of stuff over the course of your life, and it's not really doing you any favors, and I'll get into that in a moment. And my only comment here on the pork, you run as fast as you can in the other direction, okay? You do not want to be consuming meat with that kind of an omega-6 to omega-3 ratio. It is simply flooding your body with omega-6 fats. And so really when it comes to the fat of the land, this is the ruminant's health plan. And it relates to this. Louis Pasteur, the great French microbiologist that I talked a little bit about yesterday from the 1800s, he was wild and raving about germ theory, and that was his contention that sickness and disease come solely from exposure to pathogens that get into the human body. That is where disease comes from, and if we can just kill off all these pathogens, we'll be better. On his deathbed, he is said to have come to the realization of this, that the pathogen is nothing, the terrain is everything. And what this means is that our bodies, plant bodies, animal bodies, our health and well-being is playing out within a context of the environment. And so, is the pathogen nothing? Not quite. But like so much in life, there's multiple factors to take into account. We definitely want to push back on the pathogens, and we want to use our terrain. This is the microbiome. This is how to think about the microbiome. That is the terrain, and we want that functioning because that can help us push back on the pathogens. All right, so moving into us, people, human beings. In the US, probably in Canada as well, there's a statistic out there among epidemiologists that goes like this. So 7 of 10 of us have one or more chronic diseases. Those chronic diseases, many of them are rooted in inflammatory disorders. So this is a big switch. Yesterday I talked a little bit about what's known as the great transition in human health, and that was that back, say, in the days before World War II, what had always killed most of us and shortened our lives were infectious diseases. But after World War II, as we got these single diseases under control, from mumps and measles and smallpox and so forth, that wasn't getting us anymore, but it was these so-called chronic diseases that had no bacterium, no virus per se at their root. A lot of these chronic diseases were like metabolic disorders, neurological disorders. For sort of every system that is in our body, it was like, oh, cardiovascular disorder. So this is very interesting to people, and there's been a great deal of research on why this is so, and it's thought to be sort of a combination of factors. We're not nourishing the human microbiome, really, with its preferred diet. That's creating some problems. But then there's the actual link between how some things in the human diet, they are absolutely critical, less for the microbiome, but more for our own cells and tissues. And there's some really interesting research coming out of the immunology field. And it had always been thought, you know, going through COVID, we all know a little more about our immune system, I think, than we did before. And we know that this so-called runaway inflammation with some people, that was the real cause of death when it came to COVID, or severe mortality and sickness. It was the immune system had sort of run amok on this person, and that was the source of the problems, not so much the virus. In other words, it was the body's response to the virus that was the problem. And so inflammation is really heavy duty. It's like somebody coming into your house to do a remodeling project, and they're swinging sledgehammers around, and they got sawzalls and everything, and you're sitting in there trying to live in the midst of this remodeling, and if that goes on too long, you know, a swipe at your leg or a limb with some tool, and you know, there that goes. But we've all, I hope, also seen, you know, the benefits of remodeling. Great, the plumbing's fixed, the electricity's fixed, now we can get on with our lives. So that's a little bit what inflammation is like. It's our body's repair and remodeling process. And because it's pretty heavy duty, you want it on when you want it on because you need to solve the problem, whether that's kicking a pathogen out of your body, healing a wound, killing off a cancer cell. It's critical that it be operating and operating normally. So the theory went in immunology, well, we know it starts, and it probably, kind of like a car running out of gas, I guess. Maybe it just peters out. It just runs out, and that's how inflammation comes to an end. But that's really sloppy, and biology doesn't just sort of wander around running out of things to do. What has been found since is that omega-6 fats initiate inflammation. There are particular compounds released by immune cells that if you have enough omega-6 fats, you can initiate inflammation. And given the ratios that I showed you of how much omega-6 fats are likely floating around in most human bodies, starting inflammation is no problem whatsoever. In fact, we probably initiate it more than we need to. The problem is resolving inflammation. And I want to be clear here, we're not talking about anti-inflammation. What we're talking about is this finely tuned sort of teeter-totter balance where we need to resolve inflammation and be able to have it turn on a dime to start back up again as needed. So the summary here, lots more on this in the book. Omega-6s start it, omega-3s bring inflammation back down to a normal level. Where are all these fats stored? Yeah, on our behinds and around our middles, but more importantly, they're stored in the cell membranes. That's where our body stockpiles omega-6, omega-3 fats. And the reason they're stockpiled, and you can't wait, the immune system can't wait around for us to start consuming these fats. Inflammation is quick, it's fast, that stockpile needs to go there so that the omega-6 can be grabbed, the full compound can be manufactured, put out there in our bodies, and likewise, we've got to have the omega-3 stockpile there as well for when we need to bring this all back down. So in other words, this is really a part of a person's health plan. That's why we want grass-fed animal products in the human diet, okay? All right, on to phytochemicals, just briefly. They serve many of the same purposes in our body as in a plant's body through entirely different pathways and so on, but pretty much communication, defense, and protection. And how this happens, and this is why people natter about fiber-rich diets. Turns out phytochemicals are embedded in the fiber of our plant foods in the human diet. This is why you want whole plant foods. This is why you don't want stuff like the Impossible Burger or that other stuff. These plant foods have been deconstructed, phytochemicals stripped out, fiber for the most part stripped out. It's not doing you any favors there. You want the fiber-rich diet with the phytochemicals. Polyphenols are a big source of phytochemicals. They're in every fruit and vegetable in the human diet. And what happens is it comes into our body, descends down to the colon, not very well broken down. The human microbiome gets a hold of the fiber and the phytochemicals, ferments it, and begins producing microbial metabolites, a great number of which have these outcomes. Oh, that's interesting. Anti-cancer, anti-diabetic, this, brain health. Wow. I want every single one of those things going on in my body and connected to my diet. And so this is where, phytochemicals as a part of the Fab Four are really important to think about. And I shared this slide yesterday because microbial metabolites comprise about 40% of the compounds and molecules circulating in our bodies at any given time. So your genes did not code for any of these metabolites. The genes of your microbiome did. And again, this level of microbial metabolites in our bodies is really important to think about, and whether or not they're being produced and whether or not they're beneficial compounds or if they're detrimental compounds. All right, okay, yesterday to remember this slide, I said it was all blank, and I told people, okay, this is a microbiome, members of the microbiome, rushing to the banquet table of fiber. The question is, but where? Is this the human gut, the soil, the ruminant? Just what? All this stuff is colorized. This is bacteria, just to indicate that these are different types of bacteria. And the answer is the human gut. But the situation is analogous in the biological bazaar for the plant body and for the animal body. All right, so this is all in the way of saying phytochemicals and fiber, the banquet table of fiber. This is a really important part of the human health plan, definitely the ruminant health plan, right? This is plant-based meat. Their bodies know, even better than ours, what selection and combination of phytochemicals to take in over the course of a day. And we've always thought, oh my God, these animals, especially our domesticated animals, plodding around out there in the pasture, what can they possibly be thinking of? A lot of people think, not much, they're probably kind of stupid. Oh, no, no, no. They're just as smart as the plant body sitting out there scheming up ways to keep pests and pathogens at bay. So the ruminant body knows how to select. We just have to give them the right kind of setting in which to select the kinds of plants that fuel their microbiome and keep them healthy. All right, so common ground here with the Fab Four. As I hope you can see by now, farming practices profoundly influence the availability, the movement of these things, the transformation of these things through soil, through crops, through animals. And the common ground here really as well is that they profoundly influence our health. And when it comes to phytochemicals in particular, this is what imbues the fruits and vegetables, plant foods across the board with flavors in the human diet. Flavors that our body has the capability of recognizing, just like the ruminant body. And it's not a conscious thing. You've got all this constant chatter back and forth between the gut microbiome and the brain. And part of what's happening there when you eat nutrient-dense, phytochemical-dense, and rich foods is your brain is filing all of that stuff away so that the next time you see a peach after you've eaten the most flavorful one in your life, the next week you see one, your brain is like, you will eat another peach, right? Hopefully, although I know it's tough for reasons that Mark talked with you about this morning, you want that potato chip. The brain wants the potato chip. But really, you have another part of your body, wisdom, that we just need to nurture and get in touch with again so that the go-to is the peach, and your body says, yeah, you'll get some salt and fat in the potato chip, but think about all of the other stuff. All right. Lastly, regenerative agriculture. We have all heard that term. Of course, it's been around now long enough. There's some greenwashing going on. There's some manipulation of that term. I still think it's a good one. And the reason is this. I know that you all get that regenerative practices are not one thing. It's not about, well, I'll just stop tilling and continue to use a bunch of glyphosate and I'll call myself regenerative. That's not what I mean. That's not what any of the books that David and I have written are referring to. And so, again, to the dictionary, what does this term mean anyway? And, okay, the annoying one, using that word to describe it. All right. But the second one, spiritual renewal or revival. I've definitely had some moments like this out in the garden where I can see that things are turning around with a particular situation. Maybe a sick plant is getting back on its feet. Maybe, you know, a certain plant is coming into bloom and it's like, this is right. This is how it's supposed to be. But this third definition, I'm like, aha, this is what I'm after. This is what I've thought and been trying to put into words. Regenerative and regeneration, this is part of a normal process. And I always like to stress this because we don't need super soil. We don't need super bodies. The human body and the soil are super enough when they're just functioning normally. This is part of the natural world's intelligence that we can bring into our human systems. Just normal and normally functioning. So I like that idea a lot. And that's what we mean when, at least what I mean when I'm talking about regenerative agriculture. It's not a halfway thing. It's not doing one thing. It's taking all of those practices and integrating them together with your crop, your setting, and with what else you have. And so I hope today I have at least given you some food for thought here on why soil health is our health, but more importantly, it gets down to this too. All of a sudden, we're seeing that ag policy is health policy, and we really need to bring these two worlds together and have them be unified. In particular, this is why I like the framework of the Fab Four. Phytochemicals, micronutrients, the fat balance, the microbial metabolites. All of this is, let's get away from a single nutrient and let's get to nourishment and nourishing. And so I suppose if I had to sum all of this up in just one phrase, because I know you've had a lot thrown at you in the last day and a half, and I will tell you this, you have plumbed my brain. I'm not sure I can say anything more about what I know or think about this stuff, but it really comes down to this. And it's common sense too. What's good for the land, if that is happening, then there's a very, very high likelihood that that is good for us too. So with that, done here at the end of my talk, and I'd be happy to take a few questions before we break for lunch. Thank you.
Hi, Ann.
Oh yeah, hey Shorty. Okay.
In your research, have you found that when you start combining plant families and plant species, that the number of phytochemicals in the beef or even in the regular food that we're eating, do they increase? Like, do the plants work together to increase that level?
Wow, that's the, I don't know, $50, $100 million question in a way, Shorty. I wish we could tell you that we know that when we grow, herbs, lavender, basil, oregano, things like that, next to tomato plants, that it increases the phytochemical profile or enriches the phytochemical profile of tomatoes in some way. We can't really say that, but we do know that out in the natural world, and certainly in a place like a prairie, right, you have plant communities. And I think this is a case where you say that we may not understand the mechanisms and details, but we understand the bigger picture processes behind the reason that plants produce phytochemicals and how plants are communicating up and down their body as well as their fellow plant bodies on a prairie, and say, yes, there are connections here, and it's probably increases the importance of why we do not want to be manipulating and pulling whole members of plants out of plant communities. And this is the challenge of agriculture, because we're not growing a prairie out there. But we would like to move toward increasing diversity in our fields. And I guess I would put it like this, right? You all have grown plants. You can know when your plants are dying or when they're thriving. And if you notice particular combinations in which both parties are doing well, I say keep it up and keep exploring that area for, the next planting season. Great question.
I'll just add to that. And we have been doing a lot of work on beef specifically when it comes to polycultures and things, and it looks pretty categorical that the broader the spectrum of species in the pasture, the broader the spectrum of compounds in the beef. And there's a lot of other good data to suggest that polycultures of plants in the soil, with their concomitant microbiomes, effectively create a much broader base of compounds that all these plants are using and sharing. So, yeah. I'll be talking more about that after lunch.
Do we have any other questions? Well, I'm sure Anne would be happy to answer any questions if you can corner before she leaves today, but could I get everyone to join me in thanking Anne one more time?
Thank you.
So now we will jump right into lunch. It's all set out for us just at the other end of the room. Go ahead and grab a bite and sit down and discuss what you've learned here so far this morning, and we'll get started back at 12:45.
All right, everybody, we are ready. Thanks to our super tech team, we got back online, we are ready to rumble. It's like everything on the farm, technology's wonderful when it's working, right? Yeah, unplug the globe, plug the globe back in. So, with that, if everyone can take a seat, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. So, Dan Kittridge has been a regenerative organic farmer for more than 30 years and is the founder and executive director of the Bionutrient Food Association, which is a nonprofit whose mission is to increase the quality in the food supply. Known as one of the leading proponents of nutrient density, Dan works to demonstrate the connections between soil health, plant health, and human health. Out of those efforts was born the Bionutrient Institute, which has engineered a prototype of a handheld consumer spectrometer designed to test the nutrient density at point of purchase. Via the bionutrient meter, the goal is to empower consumers to choose for nutrient quality and thereby leverage economic incentives to drive full system regeneration, which I am very excited about. Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Kittridge.
All right. Thanks, Derek. Thanks for inviting me. We called, what was it, 3 months ago or 4 months ago? You called it because you wanted to be collaborative in the project, and you're like, hey, we're having a conference. I was like, hey, I go where invited, so here I am. So do I have 45 minutes, or do I have an hour and 15? We're just going to push the schedule back. Has anybody made that decision? No. I'll start talking, and you guys tell me how much, like, give me a 5-minute warning. I'd like to have some Q&A at the end, so maybe like a little bit longer than that. I will try to abbreviate my comments, though. So, yes, I grew up on an organic farm in Massachusetts, in New England. My parents ran an organic farming organization for their day job. They farmed, like many farmers, for passion and lifestyle, couldn't pay the bills. But I did grow up in that sort of cultural milieu, and after a number of years in my 20s, working on the farm in the summer and traveling the world in the winter, I got married and started a family and had found no better way to raise a family than I thought on the land. And tried to make a living doing it because that's all I knew how to do to make a living, or to make money. I didn't know how to make a living. That's all I could do to make money. And rapidly realized that I, like my parents, couldn't make a living farming. I had been raised in this organic, we're better kind of paradigm. You know, our noses were elevated at the farmer's market because we were superior people, obviously. But when I came to terms with the fact that pests and diseases were eating my crops, and in nature, pests and diseases were not eating her crops, I thought maybe it was better to not use chemicals, but maybe there's more to it than just not using chemicals. Maybe there's more that the organic community had not fully integrated yet. And so about 2005, 2006, started going to conferences, reading books, attending seminars, and seeing if I could figure out how to make a living farming. Because I really, you know, I think raising up children on the land is a better way. It's a better way. And so I plugged into the Acres USA community. I'm not sure if anybody here is familiar with that. That historical tradition, Charles Walters and all the people that he brought together for 50 years. Quite an immense amount of wisdom and integration of the permaculture and the agroecology and the organic and the biodynamic and IPM and conventional and the quantum, and really sort of, it's not about what you call yourself, it's about what the results are. Bricks right? Conductivity, these basic things, Beams, Albrecht. Didn't take long, really, of experimenting, reading books and learning things in the winter, and then trying them out in the farm in the summer to have a dynamic where pests were gone, diseases were gone, cost of production was down, economic viability was up, and I like to say I was making my living farming, working 20 hours a week. And I said, oh my God, I grew up on an organic farm. My parents ran an organic farming organization. I didn't know any of this stuff. Maybe other people don't know it either. And even though I was, fairly particularly shy, felt an obligation to start talking about it. And that, so I started giving workshops, which turned into courses, which turned into an educational organization. And in 2010, founded the Bionutrient Food Association, whose mission is to increase quality in the food supply, as Derek said. What does that mean? That means that the ambient level of nutrients in food next year for people is higher than it is this year, right? Systemically, we have this sort of general zeitgeist understanding that our grandparents had higher quality food to eat than we do. Well, our thought is, let's turn that around. Let's have this be the bottom, and then let's start going up the other side. We've been doing courses and workshops for growers. Some people may have found them online. I think I was talking to somebody here this morning, this guy right here, who said he'd found my 12-hour stand-up show. My topic for today is the path to nutrient density. So for whatever it's worth, I run an educational organization. We have lots of content. We've run conferences for 10 years. We've recorded all the presenters. That's all freely available on our YouTube channel. So many hundreds of hours of wisdom and content there freely available. If you want to go look for it, people drive tractors and spend time on YouTube. Go check it out. But the topic for today is the path to nutrient density. Nutrient density is a term that I helped create in the 2005, 2006, 2007 period when I was at Acres talking to the elders and saying, what's the word for this concept? We had bricks. Higher bricks meant better pest and disease resistance, better shelf life, better vigor and vitality, better nutrient levels, we thought, better flavor. But what's the word for this variation in nutrient levels in food? We had the conversation in the organic community, we're better than conventional because our food is more nutritious. But come on, there's a whole bunch of different organic farms, and some are doing a good job and some are doing a bad job. There's a whole bunch of conventional farms, and some are doing a good job, some are doing a bad job. It's not like all organic is uniform, right? So how do we begin to have a conversation about this variation? And so when I was talking to the elders at Acres, I was like, what's the word for this thing? And there wasn't one. There wasn't really a conversation that was happening, and so we kind of settled on that term, nutrient density, and created it and put it out there. Historically, in food science, nutrient density means something entirely different than I think what people here are generally understanding it to mean. It's just like when I was in 4th grade, and I told my science teacher that I was an organic farmer, and she said, organic means contains carbon, you silly child. All farmers are organic farmers. And then when I was in 8th grade, everybody knew that organic meant no chemicals. Right, so historically in food science, nutrient density means the average level of nutrients per unit calorie. So kale is more nutrient dense than rice because there's more nutrients per calorie on average in kale than there is in rice. And that's not what we're talking about with this definition of nutrient density. We're talking about this kale is more nutritious than that kale. This rice is more nutritious than that rice. This beef is more nutritious than that beef. What's that continuum of nutrient levels? There's some really junky beef out there, and there's some really amazing beef out there. As we were giving this, courses and presentations and talking about these things and connecting it all, the word spread from the Northeast around further across the country, and did a bunch of workshops up in Canada, and started to go to other countries as well, other continents. And people were applying these principles of working with biological systems, create the dynamic where the bottom of the food chain functions well, and it seems like the whole system functions more well. Doesn't matter what your climate zone is, doesn't matter what your crop is, doesn't matter what your soil type is, working more in harmony with nature seems to have these overall system function results. And our thought was, if it's better for the environment, if it's better for the farmer, farm family, community, if it's better for the consumer, is there some way we can coordinate this to happen at a larger scale? How can we take this understanding that working more well with nature has all these symbiotic benefits? How can we bring that to a larger level of implementation. And the basic answer was money. That money drives the world, for better or for worse. What's good for the world is a nice idea. What pays the bills is what I bother myself with first. So if we cannot align economic self-interest with these symbiotic broader benefits, then we're probably not going to get that far. So then the question became, how do we do that? How do we do that? And the thought was, consumers care about their children and themselves, and if they understood that these carrots that don't taste good are not as good for them, and the kids are less likely to eat them, and the kids are more likely to get sick, and they could choose, if you got 3 bags of carrots on the shelf, which a lot of people do, this one's more nutritious, this one's somewhat nutritious, this one's not nutritious. If you knew that, would that affect your choices? And our thought was, maybe people would begin to make choices if they knew. So how would you do that? Because my parents helped to write some of the first organic certification standards in the country, in the US in the 80s. And organic is a binary. You either are organic or you're not organic. And we understand nutrition is not a binary. It's not you are nutritious or you're not nutritious. You're in the 20th percentile of what a carrot could be, or the 40th percentile of what a carrot could be, or the 80th percentile. So how do you determine that? So my thought was, certification systems are complex. They're easily, corrupted and perverted, as we've seen has happened to the organic, standard and movement over the past 30, 40 years. And foundationally, life is not a binary. Life is a continuum. So I like to use the metaphor of religion or spirituality. Would you rather have a direct perception with the divine telling you what truth is? Or would you like to have an intermediary, a priest or a minister, telling you what the divine has to say, what's relevant for you? I would personally rather hear the word of God myself than have it go through some intermediary who I don't necessarily entirely trust. So if that's a metaphor that works for you, the concept is, instead of having a certification label, let's be able to flash a light at the damn carrot and see what's in it, right? In real time, there's this technology called spectroscopy, which is how we know what stars are made up of. Right? If we can read what Alpha Centauri is made up of, which is only 5 light years away, right? 5 light years, that's actually a decent distance. It's not because we went there. It's not because we sent off a probe to Alpha Centauri and sampled it and came back and assessed it, right? It's a star. You can't do that. But ask an astrophysicist what Alpha Centauri is made up of, and they're like, well, it's 51% hydrogen, it's 48% helium, it's 1% other gases. We know this. This is old information. Like, we've never been there. How do we know it? We know it because every element in chemistry is a vibration in physics, right? Copper vibrates. Vibration is light, right? So you can literally take a picture of a star from 5 light years away or 50 million light years away and understand what it's made up of. Why can't we do that with a carrot a millimeter away? Well, we can, right? What was in the Apollo missions that landed the men on moon was less complex than what's in your smartphone today, right? There's way more technological sophistication in your smartphone than what was in the Apollo 11. Well, astrophysicists have been reading the stars. Maybe we can develop a little handheld gizmo that can be made available to consumers to see what's in this carrot versus that carrot versus that carrot, or this cucumber or this beef or this rice or whatever. So that's the idea. If we can bring transparency to those who are purchasing, if you can bring it to the consumer, then it's going to have gone to the buyer, the retailer, the wholesaler, the packager, the processor. The rest of the supply chain is going to have gotten it before it gets to the consumer, right? So bring that forward. That's been the general vision and mission and idea of this path to nutrient density, is to get to that point where full empirical transparency in real time is available to anybody who wants to know. And if you can bring that forward, then a lot of things are likely to occur. So, excuse me. That's the opening sort of salvo and the sort of conceptual framework. We started, the workshops and the courses and the conference and the local chapters around 2010. We started this work with the science in 2016, trying to figure out, okay, here's a grand idea. How would we do it? And we identified sort of 3 key things we thought needed to be able to be done if this was a plausible scenario. This is a vision, it's a fantasy, it's an idea, but is it plausible? Is it realistic? We thought if we could do these 3 things, then we could say, yes, this is plausible, let's go forward. So those 3 things were A, to verify that there is a significant nutrient variation in food. Because talking to, the scientists who apparently knew better, they would say maybe it's a 5% variation in nutrient levels or something like that, but it mostly has to do with genetics. It doesn't really have much to do with management. Maybe it has something to do with soil type. Our thought was actually it's way more significant than that, but we don't know. Where is the data? There's not a lot of data out there showing the nutrient variation in food. The second question is, does that nutrient, if there is significant nutrient variation, does it connect to management practices and soil health? That was our understanding as farmers with the sort of, experience on the land, is that how you treat the land connects to all these other things. So management practices, fertility program, soil health, nutrient levels, variations, do these things exist? Are they connected? And then the third question is it possible to build a handheld, consumer-priced, in our mindset, open source spectrometer that could be used to assess these variations non-invasively? Right? We want to be able to go to the carrot, flashlight at it, and get a reading. Right? People know about refractometers and bricks. That's actually a really good technique. But you generally have to take up that carrot, squish it, and get a drop of juice out of it before you get a reading. So you're not likely to be able to go to the grocery store, squish this apple, squish this apple, squish this apple, squish that tomato, right? That's not going to work. So our thought was flash of light, non-invasive. So 2017, we, built the first meter, basically. 2018, we built the first lab. And our strategy was we started with carrots and spinach. We said we want to sample the supply chain. We're not going to do randomized replicated side-by-side trials, the sort of conventional agronomic reductionist mechanistic model. We're going to do the epidemiological biological systems model of assessment. We're going to say, send us in carrots and spinach from all over the place, all over the country. It's a pain in the butt to send things across national boundaries, so it's just U.S., right? Grocery stores, farmers markets, organic, not organic, north, south, east, west. We want to just see what is the nature of the supply chain right now. We had limited resources. We're a nonprofit educational organization. I didn't say that. We're not a company. We're an educational organization, and we do everything on donations. We're committed to everything being in the commons and open source. We're committed to not having this ever be able to be owned by anybody, which means anybody who wants to invest won't, because they can't own it or control it. So we're running on donations. So we want to do a complex science project. We're going to build a handheld ray gun. We're going to run a bunch of fancy science labs. We got to build the apps, and we're going to do it on charitable donations. Yeah, set yourselves up for a steep hill there. I'm a farmer, right? Give me a challenge. Anyway, so we were only looking in this first series of time at 15 elements: copper, zinc, calcium, phosphorus, sulfur, potassium, zinc, whatever, polyphenols, antioxidants. So a few elements, a number of elements, a couple of compounds. We just want to identify the variation. And so, in that first year with just carrots and spinach, we found it was, we'll say with carrots and calcium, it was maybe 3 to 1. So this carrot has as much calcium per 100 grams as those 3. So you'd have to eat 3 of those carrots to get as much calcium as 1 of those carrots. When it was iron and spinach, it was 15 to 1. So you'd have to eat 15 of those leaves of spinach to get as much iron as you got out of that 1 leaf of spinach. That was the minerals. When it came to the polyphenols and antioxidants, it was more like 50 to 1 or 200 to 1. So literally, you have to eat 1 of those carrots to get as many polyphenols as 50 of those carrots. So we're like, okay, that's not 5% variation. Year 2, we set up our second lab, Chico State in California, and we started working with growers. So we didn't just have people send in crops, we had them send in soil too. So we want to take the top 10 centimeters, next 10 centimeters. We're doing science, so it's triplicate samples. You got to pull 3 carrots, right? You got to pull 3 cherry tomatoes, 3 grapes, whatever the crop is. You're pulling from 3 different plants, and then you're taking the top 10 centimeters of soil, the next 10 centimeters of soil, and you're sending us some management data. So did you till? If so, with what, when, and how many times? Did you cover crop? What did you plant? When did you plant it? Did you terminate it? How? What was your fertility program? Did you irrigate? Did you inoculate? What was your source of seed? What was the variety? Did you side dress? A bunch of management data along with the soil, along with the crop. And when the soil and the crop come into the lab, and this happened the previous year too, we take the meter and you flash a light at the soil and you flash a light at the crop. So we're building our spectral data set. So you get the flash of light, okay, this is what it looks like, peaks and valleys on a graph, and then you run it through the lab work and you get, okay, 14 parts per million calcium and 6 parts per million, whatever it is. So we're overlaying the spectral signature with the numbers, with the management data, with the organic matter, with the biological activity. We're building this data set where we can look at all these different things in relationship to each other, because our hypothesis is it's all connected, and it's not just variety, it's not just soil type, it's not just management practice, it's not just climate, it's all these things. And we want to understand that, what ideally we want to be able to provide any grower anywhere on the planet recommendations for, like, what's the most efficient thing you can do to get a better result, right? We don't want to have growers stuck in a position where they have to listen to the person who's selling them stuff, right? You don't want to have growers be in a position where they're listening to somebody who's been trained in a certain methodology, right? The agronomic perspective that's limited and comes from, can I say, a moneyed perspective? You know what I'm saying? I don't need to say it too more directly, right? We want to be able to have an open, transparent data set where the more people that share, the more we can learn, the more we can empower each other. In my early 20s, I said I traveled the world in the winter. I worked on farms in Siberia and Central America and India and all kinds of places all over the world. And so my thought is, we're doing this for the global commons. This is not for the North American large farmer. This is for all people working on the land, to empower them to do a better job. So we have to build that structure to facilitate that systemically. Anyway, 6 crops in 2019, similar results as far as variations in nutrient levels. 2020, we built our 3rd lab in France. We were able to go up to about 21 crops. Oats and wheat were the grains. We had roots and leaves and fruits. So grains, roots, leaves, and fruits. I'm not sure, many thousands of samples. It's 8, 9, 10,000 samples, something like that. And so by the end of the 2020 data year, which was mid-2021, because it takes time to process all the data, we had built calibrations for the meter. So this is the meter as it currently exists. It's not very complex. It's 10 little 10 little LEDs on the screen. This is manufactured so you can do a flat thing or a round thing or whatever. You can do grains, you can do soil, you can do leaves, you can do carrots. It's open source, which means the specs for how to build it are online and freely available, and copy left as opposed to copy right, which means it belongs to the commons. No one can control it or own it. So that means anybody can manufacture and distribute it, right? This does not belong to us. This belongs to us. Basic calibrations means for carrots, all we've got is polyphenols. So, if you want, antioxidants, sorry, we don't have a calibration for it yet. For wheat and oats, we have BQI, which is antioxidants and polyphenols and 6 elements. So we've got a number of things. For some reason, wheat and oats worked really well with our calibrations. Round things like carrots were harder because they're round, and the surface of this is not quite perfect for that. So proof of concept, we have built a handheld consumer-priced meter that is calibrated to nutrient levels in crops that can be assessed in real time. We have shown that nutrient variations are quite massive in crops, and we've shown that those nutrient variations connect very nicely with things like tillage and cover crops, right? Management practices connect to soil metrics, organic matter, biological activity, connect to nutrient levels. So proof of concept, I would say, is complete at the sort of middle of 2021. Strategically, like this grand vision of could we use an economic incentive to inspire agriculture to be done more differently, like we think, yes, we've accomplished that. And so, second half of 2021, we said, okay, now we actually have to do the job. Everything up to now has been the preliminaries. Proof of concept is complete, now you have to do the job. Now, what is nutrient density? We've looked at variations top to bottom of copper, top to bottom of zinc, top to bottom of polyphenols. We've said they're massive, but a polyphenol is not a carrot. Copper is not a carrot. A carrot is a complex biochemical matrix. It's a vibrational frequency, right? It's it's a thing that's much more sophisticated. And so how do you figure out this carrot's an 80th percentile of what a carrot could be? This is in the 20th percentile. So that's the project we've been working on for the last year and a half now, is defining nutrient density. We started with beef because we thought that beef was the crop with the largest economic footprint. Like there's more dollars spent on beef than any other crop in the world, and the largest ecological footprint. There's more land used for the production of beef than any other crop in the world. And so if we're going to try to integrate the people that are concerned about the environment and things like that, carbon credits and, and large-scale money, like where do we go? Let's not do cucumbers. It's a complex project. The technique we've chosen to follow is called metabolomics. Metabolomics basically means there's enzymes, and there's vitamins, and there's proteins, and there's lipids, and there's amino acids, and there's polyphenols, and there's antioxidants, and there's terpenoids, and there's elements. There's all these different things that you've heard of that are in food. Let's look at them all. Let's look at the enzymes and the vitamins and the elements and let's run hundreds of samples of steak. Let's look at, I think their first run was about 800 different compounds. Let's look at a whole bunch of different things. We're not just looking at the steak, we're looking at the manure. So we're looking at the microbiome, looking at hundreds of different species of microbes in the manure, because we know that the microbes connect to the gut, connect to the overall system function. And we're getting people to send in not just the manure and the meat, but the soil and the forage that what the animals are eating grew out of. So what's the level of sophistication of the polyculture of the forage, or is it TMR? And then we want the management practices as well. How old was the animal? What's the genetics of the animal? How was it raised? Last 6 months was on a feedlot. This was the soil type. Just give us those management data. And also, this is not just US, this is global. So people are sending in samples from Canada, from Europe, from South America, from Africa. We're defining nutrient density in beef broadly. So that's where we're at right now, is working on our first crop, seeing if we can, in some meaningful way, say, this is a good steak, this is a decent steak, and this is a bad steak. Not from the flavor profile that Mark did with his work in his book, but from the biochemical perspective. And then if we can do that, if we can say from a biochemical standpoint, these levels and ratios of these key biomarkers are what the definition of a good, decent, and bad steak is, then we can take the hardware and we can engineer the hardware to be calibrated to nutrient density. Does that make sense? So this is a really important point here at the end for those who have been following our work and are aware of it. People are like, Dan, when's the meter coming out? I'm like, this is an Apple II. Anybody remember what an Apple II was? You could play Frogger if you were a coder, right? It was not an iPhone. This is not the thing that you want to go to the grocery store with and get these simple readings with. We're not there yet. We're a small educational nonprofit organization with a big-ass vision, and we're making solid steps forward. We've completed proof of concept to say this is possible. We think this is possible. This is a viable scenario going forward. It requires tens of millions of dollars of money in research and collaboration and data collection. It requires partnerships with universities and medical institutions and all kinds of other allies. And as we do begin to define nutrient density with some really confident empirical standard, then we can talk to other groups. We're not an instrument manufacturing institution, right? We're not going to be able to go up and compete against some of these big product manufacturers. I don't want to. I would be extremely happy if, the end game here is that in my iPhone there's a sensor that Apple has put in that is calibrated to these compounds. And also that Samsung has one in their phone, and that Google has one in their Pixel. And if Amazon wants to put one in their Kindle and calibrate it wrong or dishonestly, then we'll be the ones to tell people that, right? We can't, as a small educational organization, compete with anybody in any of these phases of the whole project, but we can hold the honor and the integrity at the center and say this is a vision with, an opportunity to do something meaningful. And so if we, the people, can coalesce around this and get the word out about who's good and who's not, and keep that integrity, then we may have a path forward. So I think, I don't know how much time I've used and how much time I have left, but those are the broad strokes I wanted to cover. And I would love to have a conversation more than a monologue with the time I have remaining.
Dan, you have about 30 minutes left.
30 minutes?
For your
Oh, wow.
presentation and questions.
I'll start with questions, and sometimes I give long answers. How's that? I went fast. I covered the basic points I wanted to cover. I can go back over them, but you guys are farmers. Let's talk. All right, there's some university people in here, too. I don't know what the full constituency is. Mark?
Here we go. If you're trying to measure the nutrient density of an apple,
Yeah.
how does the skin of the apple get in the way of what's inside the apple, or is that an issue?
Or the peach, or the orange, or the banana,
No, just the
or
apple.
the watermelon. No, if it's got to work for one thing, it's,
Yeah,
gotta,
yeah, exactly.
it's a systemic issue.
Yeah, exactly.
So what we understand is that it's not like the skin is somehow separate from the flesh. They are entirely part of the same thing. So obviously, if we're talking about surface reflectance, we're not looking at the flesh of the apple. So the algorithms and calibrations have to be based on that. So yeah, I mean, the understanding is you'll have different levels and ratios of compounds in the skin and the flesh, depending on how it's produced. So I'm not sure if I said that in a very simple
So they
way.
kind of walk in lockstep. So if like better skin means better flesh. Kind of
Effectively, yeah, you're not going to have high levels of secondary metabolites in the flesh and not the skin. If you got low levels of secondary metabolites across the board, that's what you're going to find. So I like to say up front, this is what's called original research. And anybody who's a scientist knows what original research means. That means we don't know. We don't know. And we think that the scientific method is a really valuable process to engage. We have a hypothesis. Our hypothesis is that life works in patterns. There are, anybody who knows about enzyme systems and biochemistry, right? Like the enzyme that is used to complex a protein in a microbe is the same enzyme that's used in a plant, it's the same enzyme that's used in an animal, right? It's the same enzyme that's used in the animal to digest that protein, and the same enzyme that's used in the plant to digest that, right? So nature has these patterns, and our thought is if we can collect enough data across the board from these different spaces and begin to look for patterns, we'll find things. And that's the idea, is yes, we've got these sort of structural, logistical dynamics, right, that are based on our design considerations. But if we design the data collection properly, thoughtfully, we'll be able to tease out these patterns and then have that be the base of what we say going forward. So, hope that answers your question.
When you were talking about how you were measuring the polyphenols in your carrots or your spinach,
yeah.
Did it matter how far from picking it mattered?
Yep.
And how so? Like how quickly did they degrade as they were away from life?
Yep. So very important point. There's some things in food that do not disappear over time, like calcium. Like the calcium is going to be in the carrot when it's rotten, right? The calcium doesn't go somewhere, but the polyphenol will break down into its component parts over time. So our structure of our research was to say, what is the nature of the supply chain right now? We weren't going to try to track down this carrot, where was it at when it was harvested? Where was it at day 5? Where was it at day 20? Where was it at 3 months? We were saying, what do consumers have access to right now? How big is the variation of nutrient levels in carrots right now? And then, what we do understand for a lot of these compounds is they do break down over time. And, there's a bunch of anecdotes I can share about that. One of them is the difference between what's at Whole Foods and what's at Walmart. Which in many cases is that there's higher nutrient levels in Walmart than there is at Whole Foods, which may be counterintuitive to some people, but we're not the only research group who's found this. The reality on the ground is that Whole Foods and Walmart are buying the blueberries from the same farm that are picked on the same day, and Walmart's supply chain takes 5 days to go from harvest to shelf, and Whole Foods' takes 9 days. So things break down over time. The longer you have between picking and shelf, the more broken down they are and the lower the levels are. So the really important caveat to that point is that if you're harvesting a crop, which is at the 15th percentile of what it could be, and you say you get 2% breakdown every 3 days, you know, the Whole Foods one maybe we'll do 6 days and 9 days, right? So Walmart's 6 days, that one's at 11%. Whole Foods is 9 days, that's at 9%. You started at 15, which is a failure, right? Anybody go to college, right? If you had a 15 on your final exam, you'd be a failure, right? I mean, what we've found across the board with all of our nutrient levels we've looked at and all these different crops is that the curves look like this, right? They go up. There's like, here's like the lowest we found. Here's the most we found. And the curves, like maybe they start to, the bell curves, they peak at like 25 or 30th percentile, and they go down, and here you are at 40th percentile. And there's this long tail over here, which shows this is possible. It's possible to have high levels of nutrients that are 3x or 5x or 10x, but almost no crops are. Almost everything, organic, not organic, local, this is, okay, another big, you know, one of these things is people say, well, if it's organic, it must be better. If it's local, it must be better. There's plenty of local organic farmers that are doing a bad job, right? Just because you're local and organic does not mean you've got good soil health, right? I mean, you can have tilled the soil, it can be dry, it can be in the middle of the drought. You can have, you know, pest pressure and disease pressure. You can have a crop that's not flourishing, which is local and organic. And so, you know, you cannot say that organic is better, full stop. You cannot say local is organic is better, full stop. What you can say is, it sure seems like right now from our work, the overall system function of the biology is foundational to, is directly connected to the quality of the crop. And there's people that are not certified organic that are doing a really good job with biology, right? So conventional farmers operating on scale in many cases are producing a very high quality crop. So if you pick a carrot that's at the 60th percentile and, you know, you're 15 days in, what is the math? You're still at 52% or whatever it is. So things do break down over time. And certainly there's cold storage and all that kind of stuff where you can minimize the breakdown and humidity control, right? The industrial system is really good at that, but the industrial system is not good at getting the crops to be harvested at anything more than the 30th or 40th percentile of what it could be. And that's where the biological perspective comes in. The biological perspective is really good at how do you harvest a high quality crop, but they aren't necessarily knowledgeable about how do you do the cold chain and the humidity management and things like that. So, yeah, so a rambling answer, but I think I covered some of the points you're bringing up.
Sorry, Dan, would you be able to elaborate as far as with grains? Because most of us are grain producers in the room, so would you be able to comment on the same things about grains?
As I understand everything I just said applies to grains as well as it applies to carrots or blueberries. You know, obviously, you know, grains break down more slowly than lettuce does. So another reason why local is not necessarily your objective. You know, I mean, who was it? Mark was saying that, you know, Ontario is not the best place to grow beef. Right? Massachusetts is not the best place to grow wheat, right? People still want to eat pasta. That's fine with me. The question is not, is it a 100-mile food shed or a 1,000-mile food shed? The question is, the farm that this wheat was grown on, you know, how was the soil managed and what's the quality of that wheat when it was harvested, right? In many cases right now, farmers are paid on volume, not on quality. And so our thought is if we can create a dynamic where farmers are offered a premium based on quality, then they have an economic incentive to break out of the conventional paradigm. And if we don't get that, they're probably going to stay in the system. And all the conversation about carbon and carbon credits and ecosystem credits, it's a really complex process of certification and testing, and most of the money, this, you know, $20 a ton for carbon, is going to go to the people that are doing the certification, right? The cost of doing the testing is where most of the money goes. Our thought is, by improving quality in the food, you are also improving the soil carbon. You're also improving the ecosystem function. If you want to get get some credits for that, also great. But our thought is your profitability increase is going to be connected mostly to the premium for the quality of the food, way more than it is going to be for the carbon benefits or ecosystem credits you may receive. So nutrient density would be sort of a simple stand-in for a lot of these, carbon benefit conversations.
Hey, hi, Dan. Thank
Hey.
you so much. I was just reading on your site because I'm very interested in the meter for citizen science, especially. But it says due to supply chain shortages, they're temporarily on hold. Do you know when they'd be available for order again?
We've got about 150 boards that are, I'm not sure where, between here and China, and about 300 orders that people have been saying, please give me a meter. So you're not going to get one anytime soon. The real thing, I mean, I've tried, I think I already said it, I'm going to say it again. I'll say it one more time. It doesn't do what you want it to do. It does not, we don't know what nutrient density is. I don't know how to say this. It can test polyphenols. It can say, with polyphenols in carrots, this carrot's in the 60th percentile, this carrot's in the 40th percentile. That's nice information, but it's not like you can go to the grocery store, flashlight it at tomatoes and peppers and eggplants and say, this is a better eggplant, this is a worse eggplant, right? That we are not there yet. This is a functioning proof of concept. If you want it to have it be like, be a prop in a conversation with somebody, here's the thing, and they can get the whole story in their mind, that's great. But to actually usably go out and make purchasing decisions, we're not there because we don't know what nutrient density is yet. I feel like I'm trying to say this more and more often, and it's still not sinking in. I'm not getting a lot of nods. People are like, no, I still believe this is the thing, and I want one. No. This is a concept. It's a concept piece. Yeah. Well, I still want the thing. So we're saying beef. It's going to cost us $1 million to define nutrient density in beef. We're about halfway there. So my brother's a contractor. He said, there's when you're getting your house fixed, there's three things. There's time, there's cost, and there's quality, right? You can have any two of the three. You can get a good job done quick, but it's going to cost you money. You can get a good job done, bad, and you can get done fast. Or, you get a good job done cheap. It's going to take a long time. You can choose any two of the three of speed, quality, and cost. And so our thought is quality is not negotiable. So speed and cost are the two leverage points. And as I said before, because we're committed to open source, accessing the money to do the research is the big question mark. So beef is one crop. Wheat is one crop. Wheat is one crop. Milk is one crop. Soy is one crop. Canola is one crop. Carrots are one crop. Apples are one crop. Each crop is $1 million. Anybody want to write me $50 million check? And we can be moving right along. But I've been doing this for 10, 15 years now. And, it's the biggest issue is getting the job done well. And we're not negotiating on doing it well, but who's going to pay for it? The people who don't have money are the ones that want it. The people who do have money don't want it. Yeah, I'd like to give you a better answer, but it's just where we're at, and I don't know what else to say. We can't calibrate a meter for a crop until we have defined what nutrient density is in that crop, and we need $1 million per crop to define nutrient density. So we're in process, and I'm sorry, I don't have a better answer. The refractometer, anybody knows what BRICS is? You guys know what BRICS is? A really good tool. So for your personal purposes, it is the best thing out there besides your tongue, right? I mean, if you actually want to be doing citizen science, and I mean, the refractometer still is a very good instrument. It's the best thing out there. And I think maybe we're going to be doing that this year, because we were going to go to mass production on this thing. We're like, hey, it's good enough. And like, really, we built this thing in 2017. Technology has gone a lot farther. Like we either need to wait for nutrient density, or let's just use the old. Anyways, there's a bunch of conversations going on internally about how do we prioritize and how do we support people in getting meaningful readings. I mean, my vision is, not that everyone has to have one of these meters, but I say if you've got, let's say, 10 people, in Regina that each have a meter, and they can go to one of each of 10 different grocery stores or farmers markets to purchase their food. You only need one person at that point of purchase spending 15 minutes a week flashing a light at all the crops on the shelf and uploading that data into the commons for everybody in the city to know where the best stuff is this week. So is there some way we can bottom up this, right? I mean, with refractometers, we could do that. If we had 10 people in every city that were willing to take their shopping and get readings and upload that, then we could begin to say, this week the blueberries are better at Trader Joe's, and next week this is where this farmer's market has the best stuff. Like, there's the research and the science and the hard, heavy-hitting, data wonky stuff, the top end going top down, and then there's the bottom up. How can we citizen science? How can we empower people in their families, in their lives, in their cities, in their towns? Yeah, there's a lot of pieces at play, and we're, like I said, a small organization. And unfortunately, or fortunately, the inbound is coming from global these days. We're not U.S. based, we're not North America based. It's global. Like, there's this whole bubbling up occurring, and we're basically overwhelmed. It's a good problem, but it's a problem. Yeah.
Hi. Thanks for sharing the product. And I just have a question and maybe just clarification around the grains, especially wheat.
Yeah.
Because I often eat wheat in a processed product, like a loaf of bread, right?
Yep.
So what happens to the nutrient density, or can you measure the nutrient density in a loaf of bread compared to just the raw grain?
Well, in general, they take all the nutrients out before they make the bread out of it, right? That's basically what happens. You get the whole wheat, which even if it's poorly grown, has a lot more in it than what white flour has in it. So, I mean, the industrial system takes these natural things and denudes them profoundly. Uses the bran over here and uses the, I don't know all the details of how wheat is, what the components are, but and bread is not even bread, right? Isn't most bread doesn't it have to rise through a yeast process to be bread legally? And it doesn't have time to do that. They just put these things in the flour to make it expand, because they only has 5.5 minutes to go from, mixing to done being cooked. I don't know exactly what the timelines are, but it's really interesting. I mean, what they call bread and sits on the shelf and is called bread is nothing resembling what, our forebears consumed. So, could you flash a light at that thing they call bread and get a reading on it? Conceptually, absolutely. If you can flash a light at the wheat, you can flash a light at the Dorito, right? We should, conceptually, spectroscopy says you can flash a light at anything and see what it is. That's 100% exactly where we're going, and what could be done. And not just food. Anybody heard of pollution? You've heard of pollution? Toxins in the environment, right? I mean, imagine you can go to your local stream and you can flash and you can get the water, and you can flash light at the water, and you can do point source, you can assess, or air, you can assess air. Imagine we, the people, had the ability to have scientific instrumentation in our hands to assess reality and then crowdsource activity around it. I think the opportunity here is massive. The opportunity to give people the ability to coordinate and use our collective power in a way that might feel inspiring in today's day and age is very exciting. And to be using science and the scientific method as our foundation, right? This is not a religious or a political or any other kind of a movement. This is just, we are trying to deal with reality to the best of our understanding. I think the potential is quite exciting. But again, because we are committed to the understanding not being owned by anyone, the work to come to that understanding has to be paid for by everyone. And that's really where we're struggling. So, yeah. Grand vision, a couple logistical issues between here and it's being realized.
Okay, well, we're going to wrap it up there. We'll have more opportunity to ask Dan questions in the panel. Please join me in giving Dan a round of applause. Thank you.
Not too far off time either.
We could get Anne and Mark to come on up. It's up to the panelists.
I'm not sure. 3 questions in line.
Yeah, I just think it's the angle. If you pivot this and back.
Okay. So we're going to do something a little different for our conference this year and have our keynotes do another panel. So we're open to questions from the audience and from online. So if you are online, please send them in on the app, and we'll do our best to get all our questions answered. More of a dialogue. I know there's lots of questions on the floor already. So we're going to start off with a couple from online, and then we will go to the floor.
So I've got 3 questions online. They're all for Dan. We now buy lettuce in the grocery store with living roots. Does this prolong the degradation of nutrients?
Sorry, you buy medicine?
Lettuce.
Lettuce with living roots.
Correct.
Prolong the degradation, I would say likely. I mean, it would be better if it was in soil. If it's a hydroponic lettuce that got pulled out of water solution, probably it wasn't raised with a high level of nutrients to begin with. So it depends on, like I said, if you pick it and it's at 15 out of 100, or pick it if it's 90 out of 100, you know, if you pull the roots out of the hydroponic solution and it's at 15 out of 100, you're still prolonging the degradation of not much. So.
Okay, next. Talk to me about how we in Saskatchewan can help gather information.
Well, we have, you know, our website, I didn't say bionutrient.org is the general education side, and bionutrientinstitute.org is where we coordinate the science sampling process. So you can go there and you can see what crops we're working with. You reach out to collaborate and say, it was Derek, I think, who reached out and said, hey, you know, I'm doing this work with, I've got a mill and we're working with local growers. We want to see what you know, is the quality of our crops. So I would just say, if you're actively interested in collaborating in creating a project, you can certainly reach out there, or you can see what the crops are we are working on right now, and we have funding for paying samples there. Bionutrientinstitute.org.
Great, thank you. And last one for right now is ATP Nutrition has a NutriScan 2.0 for soil. Unless it's a scam, they seem to have an algorithm for recognizing the nutrients in soil. A, can this relate to nutrients in other things? And B, is there a way to access this info while retaining open source?
I can't speak to the exact technology, but there may be copper or calcium or molybdenum in the soil. The question really is the bioavailability, and so it's the function of the microbes that really is massively relevant in determining whether things are able to get into the plant and how they get into the plant. I think it's a really important point that I think Mark was talking about, the secondary metabolites and the flavor compounds, the terpenoids, the alkaloids, the phenolics. Those compounds are actually very, very large compounds, maybe 5,000 elements, atoms in one compound. So if you think about screwing together 5,000 pieces of metal, right, you're going to have a bunch of nuts and bolts and screws, and it's going to take a lot of work. To build a polyphenol, to build a terpenoid, takes a lot of work, and most of that work is done by the microbes in the soil. So if you have the copper and the calcium and the cobalt and the molybdenum present in ionic form, you may or may not be able to get those elements into the plant, but it's the complex compounds that are really symptomatic of overall system function, and that requires microbial system function to occur at any kind of a high level. So I can't speak to what this technology is. Certainly spectroscopy can be used to flash light at soil and see how much carbon is in there, see how much calcium is in there, see how much zinc is in there. You can do that. But just because those elements are there does not mean they're bioavailable and that whole broader system function is occurring. So I hope that's a sufficient non-answer.
Hi, I've got a couple of questions. Question number one, for a producer that is hearing this for the first time, whether it's on the video or live here, and this really resonates with them, and they want to start moving in that direction production-wise, what advice would you give to that producer to move in that general direction? What tips would you have, or where would you steer them if they're looking to go more towards that nutrient densified, higher value product that has higher nutritional levels?
That's for me.
Yeah, that's for you, Dan.
Give these guys some too. Well, like I said, the first 5 or 6 years of our organization had nothing to do with research or meters or labs or anything like that. It was what we called, Principles of Biological Systems was the course that I taught, and it is freely available on YouTube, as I said. Everything that Ann is talking about, the critical role of microbiology, I think, has talked about as a biologist. It is foundational that the bottom of the food chain is functioning at a high level for plants to function well. And so, if you have a deficiency of microbes, then inoculation is, a good strategy. If you have a deficiency of water, then maintaining hydration is a good strategy. If you have a deficiency of air, then facilitating aeration is a good strategy. Microbes need air to breathe. They need water to drink. They need food to eat. If you have a deficiency of organic matter or soil cover, then managing for that is a good strategy. Minerals are critical. If you have a deficiency of, copper or cobalt or molybdenum, then addressing that is a good strategy. In my mind, it's not like there's any one, silver bullet. Thou shalt use compost tea. Thou shalt, use rock dust or anything like that. It's, what does nature need to function more well, and how can you support the ecosystem in having that be more present? So it's a more of an intuitive, sensitive, symbiotic relationship process, and it's different in April than it is in July, and it's different in 2021 than it is in 2019, right? Some springs are wet and cloudy and cold, and some springs are hot and dry, and you got to be present with the fact that it's about supporting the microbes at the bottom of the food chain, and managing proactively for that, I would say.
Let's get some more. Well, both.
Depending on what it is that you're growing, raising, taste it. If you're raising animals, we know that myopathies in chicken, for example, there's a problem with the broiler chickens we grow, that they have the pressure on their breast muscle to grow is such that they develop what are called myopathies, things like woody breast or spaghetti breast or white striping. These things don't taste good. If animals are stressed before they're slaughtered, they don't taste good. They call it dark cutting beef. We know, for example, if you look at pit fruit, stone fruit, there's something called chill injury, that if you chill it improperly, you bite into a peach and it's all mealy. Well, that's reflected. If Dan did an analysis, he would find that the antioxidant cycle's blown, that the vitamins are starting to reduce because its biology is degrading. So I absolutely believe in what Dan is doing because that can give you some specific information on things you can improve. But the other thing you can do is just taste what you're growing. This is food. And you also have a built-in sensor, strapped right to the front of your skull. And it's exactly. So that's another important thing to do. And just observe it. Take notes, take photos of things, and just see how the things that you do affect it. And over time, that turns into knowledge and eventually wisdom.
And I think the one last thing I might add to that is, so the question, what does a producer do who is interested in, using sort of our body wisdom to detect nutrient density on its own? Dan's gizmo will be able to measure that. The other thing, and this is what has always impressed me in talking to farmers and farming communities, is that you all do these things typically in the spring, late spring or summertime, and that are these farm schools. And I bet Sask Soil and those who are interested in soil health across Canada know producers who are at the better end of soil health. These folks ought to be encouraged to open up a couple days in the summer to farm school, because ultimately any one of us up here, we don't know your ground, we don't know your crops, but the other farmers who farm around you do. And to the extent that you've got a peer in your farming community who has figured out how they're inching their way along this continuum toward better soil health, you're going to go steal those ideas. That's the whole point of farm school. That, in fact, is the whole point of coming together, as this, this whole sort of brain organism here is, in the end, original creation only takes you so far. We've always been a monkey see, monkey do kind of a species. So why not utilize that? And you're all smart enough in here to know, if you go to farm school and you see something being demonstrated or something like that, and aha, I already tried that, it didn't really work, you're going to speak up, because us monkeys are trying to get smarter and smarter about how we do this thing called agriculture. So I can't say enough about opening up your farm to folks to show them what you're doing. Because here's the deal. The people who aren't interested in soil health or changing their practices, they're not going to show up. And that's great, because, right, they're kind of self-selecting. Those who are eager to learn, want to move in this direction, they're the ones who are showing up. And I've always maintained that in any kind of project or effort that I've worked on, if you're spending 90% of your time trying to get everybody on the same page, that's a project that just is a net energy suck, okay? So don't do that. You start with people who are already on the same page, and then from there, sort of the sky is the limit. So that's the other thing.
And my second question is regarding the financing and funding of your project. Because this has such far-reaching implications, not just for the production community, but for the consumer as a whole, is there anything that has been looked at as far as crowdfunding or crowdsourcing from this larger movement at the grassroots, the boots on the ground, the people that are consuming this are taking an active interest in this because it's going to be a direct benefit to them? if that was portrayed out in a mass media blitz of some sort to the people that are like-minded for this, I bet you'd have that funding in less than 2 years.
I think there's probably some truth there. Yeah. We've been too busy trying to raise the money through foundations and grants and things like that to pay for the lab work. And yeah, we're at a point of shifting from, like I said, the first 5 years was this proof of concept, and now we're moving on to the nutrient density thing. And when we started, it was a word that we just created and a concept that was a conversation that wasn't happening, and now it's like starting to bubble up in a bunch of different places. And so it's time to think about. Certainly, 5 years ago, I don't think we could have gotten any kind of meaningful money, but maybe now is a better time for it. So, yeah, I was just telling Mark I'm just about spun out, overwhelmed, and fried, and I'm like, my staff are like, okay, Dan, you need a vacation, and it's not a week, it's 2 months. So I started that last week, and I'm obviously on vacation here. I was in Wisconsin the week before last. I'll be in Africa, next month. Yeah, stop, take a breath, get present with where reality is, and sort of rejigger it. And so I'm very receptive to suggestions and reminders of like, let's spend a few grand on putting together a marketing campaign that goes to the grassroots, because there's a lot of people who believe what we're doing, instead of just keeping on, we're gonna do it, we got it, don't worry about it. No, we're gonna, yeah.
Dan, I just want to say I would love to write you that $35 million check, but the check would lack financial density.
Yes. I've had a number of people offer to, honestly, who can't afford it, and people who could afford it have had strings attached. So I haven't found the magical middle ground yet. I think it's better. It should be bottom up, multiple people owning it. I think that's the right way to do that. Symbiotic, right? Nature is our model. Nature is a symbiotic ecosystem. It's not a one big one. But yeah,
Thank you each for your passion that you've shown in your presentations. It's really inspiring. I thought I heard you say, Dan, that you were able to detect a correlation between the biology in the soil and the nutrient density that translates into the food. The question isn't just for you, it's for all of you, but I thought I heard you say that, so if you could elaborate on that, I'd love it.
Yeah, so as I said, we don't know what nutrient density is. So what we've been testing is a series of elements and compounds, but we have found connections between increased level of biological activity and increased levels of nutrients in the food. Yes.
And as far as how that goes from soil to plant to animal, this is a growing body of research, and I think the next few years we'll see a lot. But there's a guy at Utah State named Stefan Van Vliet, and he's doing research looking at essentially what animals eat. He's looked at bison, he's looked at beef, and what shows up in the flesh. And there's no question that there's a direct relationship between what the animal eats, metabolomics. So, I mean, it's something we've always known, you are what you eat, but the more sophisticated our measurements get, the more sophisticated the portrait that's being painted. I think the next level, and this hasn't been done but will be, is what then happens when people eat those nutrient-dense animals that have been eating nutrient-dense plants. Because we tend to think that all beef is beef. You know, one interesting thing to think about is that in this discussion about so-called plant-based meats, and they compare it to beef, they always compare it to beef as though there's a comparison. That whole question is framed improperly, because there's no such thing as beef. This is just a USDA average. And in fact, the measurements you'll get in beef depend on what muscle you're measuring, depend on whether it's a heifer, whether it's a steer, how old it is, what it's been eating, because the TMR changes depending on where your feedlot is versus whether they're coming off pasture. So that's also one of the interesting things to always keep in mind about biology is it's always complex, and we always want to narrow it down to one thing. So I think as this portrait continues to get painted and become complex, the more we'll find there is to learn. But there's no question that there's a relationship, and the more we learn, the more it keeps getting interesting.
Yeah, and I was sitting here listening to Dan and Mark, and then I'm like, no, what was that? What was at the heart of your question again, if you wouldn't mind? Right. Right. Yeah, okay. So one thing I think that's clear to probably everybody in this room, as well as the three of us, is that there is a lot of complexity out there. Dan has been living that complexity, and that's why he needs a vacation, right? Because the gizmo that is not ready for prime time yet is picking up on all of the spectral data that is out there. And you can drive yourself a little bit crazy going down a rabbit hole. And I think this is typical of the way that we practice science in the Western world is we have these ever stronger, more precise, higher magnification, more just sort of overall drill down into the natural world to figure out this thing that we call beef, or this thing that we're trying to get our arms around that's called nutrient density. And believe me, in writing What Your Food Ate, there were a lot of rabbit holes that we fell down, and then we had to crawl back out and say, what does this all mean, and how do you take this complexity and farm with it, eat with it, live with it? And I've kind of come to the conclusion that we may never, certainly with the microbiome, or the rumen for that matter, we may not ever know truly what there is to know about all of these worlds. But I think if you go down a rabbit hole and you come back up and you start to look at higher order things and you say, that's good enough, because perfect is always, the enemy of good enough. And so where this comes down to is I've started to think about things in terms of, I guess for lack of a better word, I would call it sort of an index of biotic integrity. And by that I mean, are the natural processes by which we grow plants and raise animals, how intact are they? How intact are these natural processes? And if those processes are functioning like they're supposed to, and I'll just point out a few broken ones at the moment, like the carbon cycle and the nitrogen cycle. But as we get those functioning more normally, all of this other stuff down all of these little rabbit holes sorts itself out. And so one of the reasons, in particular, when Dave and I came up with, if you recall, the Fab Four, it was the micronutrients, the phytochemicals, the fat balance, and the microbial metabolites. If we get those at the levels where they should be for nutrient-dense food, I don't much care or want to know too much more about how they got that way, but I want them at the more normal levels for, a carrot, a cow, and so on. So that's sort of how I think about it. We all want to move to a higher level of integrity in our food supply and our food systems without drowning in the details and getting, just sort of losing sight of the main thing. So kind of a long answer there. I don't know if you have more.
Just one thing to add to it. The better we get at measuring things, to some degree, we confirm stuff we've already known, or we've always known. So I'll give you an example. There's a cheese they have in France called Salaire. It comes from a breed of cattle called Salaire. And when those cattle in the summertime go and eat the incredible pasture up on the top of the mountains, the cheese that comes from that milk is called Salaire. Then in the winter, they take them down to the valley and they feed them hay. And they make cheese from that milk. They don't call it Salaire, they call it Cantal, because there's such a difference. Now, that tradition goes back probably a couple hundred years. Did they know that there were metabolites in the high-altitude grass that was not in the hay? Of course not. What they knew that there was a flavor difference. We know now, we've done tests, that we know that the plant compounds that get into that milk and into that cheese actually also get into our bodies, that it's actually a significant amount. We'll get even better at measuring that, but to some degree, the tradition has always known that what's there is there. We're just adding detail to it. So we can get hung up in thinking that we'll never really know it all until we, measure, get more. But we can also look, there's many different ways we can understand that, but it's looking back at older traditions, looking at traditions in other culture. But I think we're adding to an existing body of knowledge rather than inventing something new.
Yeah, very good points. Hear, hear. What she said. Yeah, I'll just say about Stefan, I wanted to just, Van Vliet, who's our partner in the beef project, that we are feeding the beef to people that we think is good beef and the beef that we think is bad people, and bad beef, not bad people. What we think is good beef and what we think is bad beef to people, and having them pee afterwards and taking a blood sample afterwards and looking at their inflammation markers and things and seeing, oh, look, inflammation goes up when you eat bad beef and inflammation goes down when you eat good beef. So yeah, there's, yes, beginning to seriously track those things out, and we're never going to have all the answers. We shouldn't try to have all the answers, but you know, understand everything. How many microbes are there? We don't know, right? What percentage of the universe is the physical plane? 5%. Like the rest of it, we don't know what it is. How many microbes are there? We don't know. Like, we don't know so much. We shouldn't try to understand all these things, but we have to, I think, figure out a way to hack the current cultural structures we've got. That's really what I'm trying to do, is not to understand everything per se. I don't use technology. I don't do apps. I'm really low tech personally as a person in my world. I'm really low tech. I don't believe in tech. I believe in being indigenous and having the tech be my wiring, my internal wiring that cultures for millennia have said was where your real knowledge comes from. But that's not where the culture is right now. And you know, if we want to try to have some systemically positive effect, we have to try to find the middle ground. And yeah, so I'm not trying to understand everything. I'm just trying to figure out a way to hack the system.
I've got one more. I think we have one more online after that. So you've got me thinking, Dan, and I want to get everybody's comments on this, but you said that meter can measure every element, correct?
Our meter cannot measure every element.
In theory, it could be able to?
In theory, yes.
Okay, in theory,
spectroscopy can measure every element.
So then in theory...
And compounds.
Compounds.
Yes.
So then in theory, could it measure compounds that maybe we don't want to find on
Yes.
said object?
Mhm.
And then what would be there, you know, what would that mean for the food system?
Right. Well, you know, I mean, the thing is, toxins, for example, glyphosate, atrazine, you know, dioxin, are oftentimes present at parts per billion concentrations or parts per trillion concentrations, and calcium or, you know, protein is present at a much higher concentration. So if you're thinking about building something that's going to cost $200 for the consumer, being able to assess things at the parts per billion concentration is, at this point, implausible. I do think it sure looks like, if we understand that the presence of toxins correlates with the less of a function of the microbes, and the function of the microbes connects to the increase of the function, the increase of the quality of the food, higher levels of nutrients are going to imply lower levels of toxins. So it's just a question of order of magnitude of capacity of assessment. Certainly with the beef project, we are looking not only at nutrients, but anti-nutrients, things like inflammation markers and stress hormones and, you know, pre-diabetic biochemistry and things like that. So, I mean, do you want to consume a steak full of stress hormones and inflammation markers? I mean, because that's what you're getting. I think I was in the airport in Toronto, and I hadn't eaten, and I got a burger, and it was like Canadian chuck. And I'm like, was that Canadian CAFO chuck or Canadian grass-fed chuck? Because just because it's Canadian doesn't mean it's not full of stress hormones and inflammation markers, right? So, yeah, I mean, the omega-6, omega-3 ratios you guys are talking about, massively important. So those are the pro-nutrients and the anti-nutrients. Yeah, it's levels and ratios of all these things to each other, and some are beneficial and some are detrimental. More is not always good. Less is sometimes good, and it's ratios and balance. We do understand that about life. Life seems to do everything she can to find balance, and things are in ratio with each other, and yeah.
Toxins? Oh, okay. Well, I'm still kind of back on one of these other questions, and in a way also on how much is there to know and what is it that we measure. And I guess sort of how that can lead us astray and make us sort of miss the main point. And this has to do with phytochemicals. And what's interesting is there's a lot of talk out there, and I have been up here talking with you about it, about diets for animals and people that have a richness and diversity of phytochemicals. And lo and behold, when you get into the literature, especially on human biology, you find that there's not always a lot of consistency between studies and phytochemical consumption. And a lot of people have kind of scratched their head and said, well, I don't get it. How come we are supplementing, this group of study subjects with such and such and phytochemicals, and this other one with different ones, but they're both really kind of having the same outcomes? That's not what we expected. And this goes to my point of really sort of coming up a notch to think about where the benefit's coming from and what are we after. Because as it turns out, when Dan mentioned the size of some of these phytochemicals, compounds and molecules that are pretty complex, they get into the human digestive tract and they are not broken down by our enzymes, not in the stomach, not in the small intestine. They're too large, and so they are not passing out of our digestive tract into our bloodstream as a complete beta-carotene molecule or an anthocyanin or piciniphenolic. What's happening, and this answers the question of why there can be variable results in human studies, is these phytochemicals get further down in our digestive tract, the microbiome gets a hold of them, and it's not that they're cleaving them into smaller and smaller parts, it's that they are transforming them into other things which are beneficial to human health. So when we break foods apart and you're taking your, let's say, sulforaphane capsule in the morning and your anthocyanin capsule in the evening or something like that, it's not the form or the composition or the mix that your body, and most of all your microbiome, doesn't recognize. So this is all in the way of saying that when you think you're looking at something directly and trying to measure something directly, there's really these other indirect things that are happening that are determining the outcome. And nowhere is this more evident than with phytochemicals, both what our microbiome can do with them and what the ruminant microbiome can do with all of these phytochemicals. And after realizing this and researching this, I thought, that's fine with me because it makes a lot of sense as to why traditional diets among all the different human populations around the world have sort of developed and evolved as they have, why it is that ruminants out on pasture are able to select a diet that is good for them. It's sort of the whole way that the system works. So the system of the human, the plant, the animal, and of course everything underneath that is the system in the soil that's making it function normally. So I'm not sure which question or answer up here made me think of that, but I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, I think there's a good way to look at this is reductionistic science has been incredibly effective with certain things, but it has its limits. So I think it's particularly interesting with plant compounds, phytochemistry. Scientists will approach something like a grapefruit or ginger, and they'll say, well, what's the one thing in there that's driving this? And then they isolate that one compound, maybe it's curcumin, and they do an RCT. That's when you have one, they're blinded, one group's getting the curcumin, one group isn't. And they say, look, nothing's happening. See, there's nothing to see, folks. But the problem is there's such an incredible complexity, and these things all interact with each other. And when they interact with each other, they interact with your body in a different way. So on some level, it may actually be impossible to test this in what's considered the gold standard of scientific testing, which is an RCT. And everybody scratches their head, and they can't understand it. And I think sometimes the best metaphor to try and understand this is a sports team. And I don't know if there's a single common sports team we can think of. Maybe something, well, okay, I live in Toronto, so Toronto Blue Jays. And people say, like, is Vladimir Guerrero, is he the reason the Toronto Blue Jays, won those teams? And they even come up with statistics like wins above replacement. But the truth is, you cannot understand a player outside of the context of the team, because a shortstop will only be as good as the second baseman, as the first baseman who's going to be catching the throws that he makes. We can understand that when we think of a team, because we understand teams as holistic entities that work together, and that's how food works. And when we try and chop it up into individual things and say, what is the one thing that's doing it, it just doesn't work. So we try to impose a method of thinking on food that just isn't right for it, and we have to change the way we think as a result. To get to your question about toxins, the other thing is, again, I'll say, like, taste it. Talking about beef, I'm so interested in these results, because when I wrote the book on steak, one thing I wrote about was this experience that was common to a lot of people, that when you go to one of these fancy steakhouses and you get that big, marbled grain-fed steak, like sky-high levels of omega-6s drowning in butter, like, you start to eat it, like, first bite's good, it's got this flash of flavor, kind of flatlines, but you start to eat it and you start to take sips of red wine because you got to cut that fat. And then halfway through, you're like, oh my God, I feel awful. Or you have that, like, food hangover, like, you just got to go lie down. And all the people I talk with, as farmers, foodies, we all had a colloquial way of talking about it, like a rancher in Idaho called it, like, the ponderousness. Like everyone has this funny word for it. And then I talk to scientists, they say, yeah, that's an inflammation response. So, and that's, I think, what you're going to find, is it is an inflammation response. So there's a few things to think about. Often when you're just tasting food, if there's something wrong with it, you can taste it. Like I was talking about chill-injured fruit. When people don't age beef properly and it gets rancid, when you've been leaving your butter out, you can taste it. Like, that tastes awful. You probably shouldn't eat it. But also, what you have to ask yourself is how you feel afterwards. This is the post-ingestive response. And I think that's something people have fallen out of. I mean, I think so many people have been eating bad food for so long, they don't know how to really, as kind of weird as it sounds, they don't know how to listen to their body anymore. And one thing that I find that is interesting, I'm clearly not a fan of all this sort of fake meat. It's so interesting to me that they're constantly putting it in things like wraps, and because they have to put condiments on it, they have to disguise it, because they know on its own, just try and eat that stuff on its own, it tastes terrible. It smells like cat food. Your body's telling you it's picking up information that is valid. So you can pick up important information from food as you eat it, but the context is important, and not disguising it is. So I'm just kind of adding to what Dan said. But.
I think when we were talking, we did a webinar a few months ago. I think it really came out, in my mind, about juicing and things like this, and the role of your microbes in your gut. I think they say the microbes eat first, and this whole concept of shakes and juices and things, like, when you take the fiber out of the food, I'm getting my nutrients. Well, it's not you, it's the microbes. I mean, what percentage of your body is human? Right? What percentage of the cells in your body are human? It's argued 2%, 5%, 10%, 1%, right? The vast majority of the cells in your body are not human. The microbes eat first. And you were talking about the fiber and what all these compounds are hidden in the fiber, right? And they digest it down, and it's the microbes at the bottom of your gut and your colon that are the ones that are actually foundationally in control of your immune system. And you can't cheat life. You can't cheat nature. Like, it's the food itself. What is it Michael Pollan said about if your grandmother wouldn't recognize it, it's not food, right? So anyway, just to. Yeah. But I love you guys' comments too.
I just have to say, so one of the things that's happening in the. This is like yesterday when that phantom voice came through when I was talking. Anyway, one of the things that's happening in the U.S. right now is the FDA, or the Food and Drug Administration, is asking for comments on what they're calling front-of-package labeling. And front-of-package labeling is this idea that they're going to put healthy. They need to do a better job of thinking about what kind of foods merit a healthy label versus those that don't. And so I was commenting on this document with some colleagues, and one of the things that struck me, and I'm not like deep into the food labeling world, if you want to talk about not so much a rabbit hole as a rat hole, I will tell you this. I thought this is really interesting. the back of the package labeling that shows you how many milligrams of calcium and how much saturated fat and salt and things like that. A lot of that back of the package labeling is about, in so many words, telling us how bad the product is. And I thought, this is really messed up. We should not be communicating how bad, I mean, we should, but we shouldn't be communicating how bad these foods are for us. So this whole idea is, let's get to the front of the package and try to be more transparent about the healthiness or unhealthiness of things. And one of the things in here, in the midst of doing these comments, was about fiber. And fiber is just like, it's probably as neglected as soil when it comes to human health. Because it's sort of, one of my colleagues is like, we can't talk about fiber on the front of the label. I'm like, are you bloody kidding me? Fiber is running our microbiome, and everything that's embedded in the fiber is running our microbiomes, and I don't understand why we would neglect that fact in trying to get healthy put on front of package food products. Nonetheless, I think it also points to this whole crazy process of trying to cue consumers as to what is healthy to eat or not eat. It's just so mixed up, and in part, Mark's absolutely right. I mean, I think he said about 3 times up here, just taste the food. Because, and as Dan has put it, there's a lot of software and tech already inside of our bodies. And here's what I like about that tech and that software, even though I hate technology analogies. It actually has a proven track record. Look at how many of us are running around, if not overrunning, this planet. And that tells us that human biology and our body wisdom, despite the problems that Mark has outlined with how that gets hijacked and manipulated, we still have a lot to go on about determining for ourselves what food is doing to us and for us. So I'm just here to say and just put a point on Dan's comment about fiber in the microbiome and who eats first and who should be eating first. I mean, frankly, I think food, wherever the damn label is on the package, front or back, you really got to think about, is it nourishing that biological bazaar? Because if that process is normal and it's functioning, your blood sugar, your cardiovascular system, your inflammation markers, all of this other stuff can be taken care of. So I'm always, I think, probably like a lot of you farmers out there, if it's like, wow, if we had one tool that could do 99 of the things we need to do on our farm, sign me up. And that's where I see sort of proper nutrition and nourishment for microbiomes being at.
I think the other thing, this is such a complicated subject. I don't know what the word healthy means. I get confused by it because it's a matter of context. I'll give you an example. A great psychologist named Paul Rosen came up with this. If you're stuck on a desert island and you have 2 choices for foods you can eat, you can have an unlimited supply of hot dogs or an unlimited supply of carrots and red peppers. What is your better choice? What's the healthier choice? Carrots and red peppers. No, you're going to be dead like in less than a week.
No protein, no fat.
There's so, and it's interesting what Dan said about nutrient density. Typically, people talk about nutrient density being micronutrients, typically the micronutrients, vitamins and minerals per calorie. So things like kale just scores off the charts. So I'm a male, I need around 2,200 calories per day. Try and eat 2,200 calories worth of kale. It's not possible. Now it gets really interesting when you start looking at per mass, per gram, vitamins and nutrients per gram. Guess what's off the charts? What's one of the most nourishing things you can eat per gram? Beef. It is more nourishing than anything else you can put in your body in terms of meeting all your needs, your macronutrient needs, energy, protein, and also all the vitamins and minerals. We don't like to talk about that, though, because we think somehow vegetables have this halo. Now, I'm not against vegetables. I love vegetables. But I don't know. I think the idea that you could look at a package and it could tell you that something is healthy, I got into an argument with someone on Twitter because this woman said, you know, there's very few hard and fast rules in nutrition, but if there's 2 rules are true, people love meat and people hate vegetables. And I said, well, what are you talking about? I said, what about, you know, the dunderheads who run Whole Foods? What's the guy who started Amazon? What's his name?
Bezos.
Bezos. Is that guy a moron? I think he's a business genius. Are they really just losing money? For years and years, they've just been losing money in this produce section because it's got a terrible shelf life, it's full of water, it's expensive. Why do they have that? And she said, well, nobody likes eating vegetables alone. I said, no one likes eating meat alone. I mean, I make a bolognese sauce. It's got beef, it's got carrots, it's got onions. What we do is we make cuisine. And this all gets to a level of complexity in mixing things that if you just want to put a stupid word on a single ingredient, it just doesn't work that way. And if we want food to be that simple, it just never will be. So everyone wants it to be simple, but it won't be. But I think you can make it simple with simple rules, like eat real food that tastes good. And if you can measure it and know that your food is real and it has what it is, then it's cuisine. It's what our ancestors figured out is how to eat food. And this whole idea that we can just come up with labels and fancy things that can somehow do this end run around what we've always known is silly.
And I mean, I'm going to put in a plug for the omnivorous diet. I mean, I am so happy I am not a koala bear. I am so happy I am not a panda bear. You know, the bamboo or the eucalyptus would just, you know, that is not, part of the joy of being a human being is flavor and diversity and how many different foods are out there. Now, I'm just going to pick a little bone with Mark on he's absolutely right when it comes to, on a per gram basis, beef supplying just an incredible amount of nutrients. What beef, and this is why I argue for omnivory. Beef has things that plants don't have, and plants, not in and of themselves, but what the microbiome does with the plant, gives us microbial metabolites. Short-chain fatty acids, butyrate is one that has been shown to do all kinds of things in our body. Of course, we want to be feeding the microbe down there that's churning out serotonin. I'd rather my moods be, on the whole, sort of, you know, happy and as carefree as they can be in the world today, okay? So I'm all down with feeding the microbe the fiber that's going to make the serotonin, that's going to get it up to my brain. So on the other hand, all these things that are in beef, they're not in plants. So to Mark's point about cuisine, this is why we eat meat and potatoes, okay? Meat loaves, all of these different kinds of things. So, and that's also why I think we just have this national disorder about understanding what food is and why I get so irritated with the food industry coming out with yet more products to try and sell to us that pushes real foods off of our plates. And anyway, I'm going to let Dan take it from there.
I got a one-liner for you. Yeah. It can either be junk or food, but it's not both, right? Right? It's like it's a continuum. It's junk's over here, food's over there. Processed product doesn't count as food. We gotta stop calling it food. If we started calling it junk, if we just changed our vernacular, right? This whole product you're talking about, the labeling, the front of package labeling, baloney, it's about junk. It's consumers and junk, not mothers, fathers, citizens, and food, right? It's at some point we got to start. You know, I mean, the framing I think is very important.
The only other thing I'll add to this too is how I think part of the problem is how conditioned we've been to be afraid of real food. I've got teenage daughters, and it's unbelievable. I don't know where they get their information from. Although a lot of it comes from school. You look at the front of their nutrition unit, and there's a half an avocado, a half a grapefruit, and some grapes and a red pepper. And they think these are clean foods. They think these are foods that you have for like a cleanse or something. They think meat has fat in it, and fat is dirty, and meat is bad, and they think carbs are deadly. So they end up getting on this diet. I mean, it pushes them into anorexia. It's terrible. The degree to which we've been conditioned to be afraid of real food is, I think, something that fuels this anxiety that we all have.
Sorry, I'm going to cut in, guys. I've got a couple people in the room that have some questions for you, and I've got one online. This question is for the whole panel. How does nutrient density, flavor, nutrient wisdom, and Fab 4 stand up to preserved foods such as canning and drying? Mark, you have just about 3 minutes, so if you want to go first and take this one before you have to leave.
Okay, yes. I wouldn't say I have an explicit expertise in terms of how nutrient density degrades with certain kinds of processing. My sense, a lot of people are afraid of things like frozen foods, frozen berries, frozen vegetables, frozen meat. I don't think there's a lot to be afraid of. I'd rather have great quality pastured pork or pastured beef that's frozen than an inferior commodity product that's fresh. I think in terms of how to think about processing is to what degree it's getting further from the original thing. So canned corn is still identifiably corn. I'd still rather eat it off the cob. By the time it's turned into a Dorito, it's like orders of magnitude away from that original corn. I think that's kind of an easier way to think about it. I think it's Carlos Montero in Brazil has been doing work on understanding food that way. I unfortunately have a plane to catch, so I want to say again, what a great experience it's been here. Thanks so much to all of you for having me, and I'll leave the rest of it to you guys.
Thanks, good to see you.
Yeah, take care.
Good to see you. Yeah.
I'd say Mark covered, kind of covered that question well. It is interesting. We tend to think, at least with fruits and, well, meat, fruits, vegetables, grains even, that fresher is better. And interestingly, there are a couple of exceptions to that, and one of them has to do with, I believe it's cooked blueberries actually have something happens in the cooking of blueberries that increases their levels of phytochemicals. And what I think that probably has to do with is these phytochemicals are still sitting there in plant foods, once you get them into your house and into your kitchen. And then you put a plant under stress, and what do we know about phytochemicals? Plants are using them to protect themselves. And so I think this is part of the reason that anthocyanin levels are found to be higher often in cooked blueberries than in fresh. We've put the plant under a bit of stress, and phytochemical levels go up. I think this also has been found to occur in in the alliums, in garlic and onion. You break into that clove, and the plant, that's not too different from being underground and having somebody nibble on you, right? What are you going to do? You're going to instantly fabricate some defensive compounds and get them out there to the skin or the flesh. So that's just sort of the one thing there with fruits and vegetables. And then I think I heard another part of that. I was talking with somebody here about fermented foods as well. And fermentation has always been a way to preserve foods. And what we know, whether you're talking sauerkraut or a yogurt or, every sort of culture across the planet has some version of fermented foods. And so let's think about this. This is like a digestive tract outside of a body, but it's a sauerkraut crock or it's the yogurt maker thingy. And so microbial metabolites are mixed in with that fermented food. And I think in some cases, this is a whole area of food science that really needs to be researched and explored more. You're not just eating some half decomposed cabbage, or you're not just eating, this milk that's now kind of in solid form. The nutritional content of that food has been changed, and in large part, there's microbial metabolites hanging around in it that are likely providing benefits to your health too. So, and this is then where you get closer to the line of, processed food versus an ultra-processed food. Because we know we've been doing stuff like applesauce and tomato sauce and kraut and all those kinds of things for a long, long time. It's the ultra-processed stuff where pretty much you're stripping a lot of the good things out of foods once you get into that territory.
Yeah, I think I'll just confirm or reaffirm a lot of what these both already said. I think we had Sander Katz on our conference a couple of years ago. People might know him for his work on fermentation and the science about how many nutrients are in the cabbage and then how many nutrients are in the sauerkraut whatever it is, the kimchi, etc., the fermentation process is actually one that increases nutrient availability or nutrient levels and nutrient availability. Sprouting grains, right? Just taking your wheat or your rice or your beans and soaking them for 12 hours increases nutrient availability, nutrient levels, enzymes show up, all kinds of things show up. Salami, pastrami, all those traditional bacon ways of processing meat it's a slow fermentation process and increases nutrient availability. The things that people did hundreds of years ago, in many cases were very wise, and the way they did it, right? So you can take a salami or pastrami now, and they call it the same thing that, technically was done a few hundred years ago, but it's an entirely different process. It's really not biochemically anything resembling the same thing, even if the ingredient, like the raw pork, was the same thing, which it's not, of course. But the other thing about frozen and fruit and that kind of thing, I mean, if you pick a tomato when it's not ripe, you can let it sit and it'll turn pink, but the plant had not put all those nutrients into it. And so if anybody's ever, at the end of the season, winter's coming and the frost is coming, you take your tomato plants and you pull the tomatoes and you let them sit there and they ripen on the shelf, right? They're never as tasty as the ones that you picked ripe. Well, the tomatoes you get in the shelf at the grocery store aren't picked ripe. They're picked raw and then they're gassed to turn pink. So from a perspective of pragmatism, it's better to have the processed, frozen, whatever, sauced blueberries or bananas or, if you pick something ripe and then freeze it, it's going to have more nutrients in it than if it was picked raw so that it could go through the shipping channel and be fresh on the shelf. So I would say the traditional wisdom of our forebears and the ways we did things in many, many cases is worth looking into. Again, my point about junk versus food, right? There's a whole industry whose objective is to maximize profit, not to facilitate empowerment. And it's all common sense, but it's not necessarily the storyline that's presented to us, and so oftentimes we forget about it. But I think that'll cover the basic point.
I'd like to thank both of you for all of your insights over the last 2 days. They've been absolutely incredible. We have been focusing on trying to bring back the nutrient density of our food, even though we can't really define what it is exactly. Yeah. However, it's only one part of the equation. It always takes two to tango. Does our gut actually have the diversity of microbes in order to absorb the nutrients that are actually in the food that we have today? Instead of trying to increase the nutrients in it, could we be looking at this at another angle and say, no, maybe we should be trying to increase the gut microflora in our gut so that we can actually absorb the nutrients of the food that we currently have? And would there be any kind of process or actions that we could do? I know my good friend Rick Bieber, he takes soil capsules, and he's got me taking them too. And when I miss one, I can certainly tell. But I know Anne's already talked a little bit about increasing the fiber in our diet. So is it just that simple? We just, have to pull a carrot out of the garden and not brush it off and just chomp down? Do we just have to eat a little bit more fiber? So can either of you or both of you speak to that regards?
Probably both of us. Yeah, I would say I don't think there was a time when I was more healthy than when my girlfriend and I, this was back in college, were on the Weston Price sort of bandwagon. And we were, making sauerkraut and eating it. We were making sourdough and eating it. I mean, making yogurt. We were actively doing everything we could to have everything we ingested be microbially pre-digested. And so, we're actively re-establishing a full microbial ecosystem in our gut. So, just if anybody's familiar with the Weston Price material, there's a lot of wisdom there about what indigenous cultures, traditional cultures did, how they didn't drink raw milk. They drank sour milk. They didn't have bread that was, that just quickly rose, and they had sourdough. They didn't, eat fresh vegetables. They lacto-fermented them, kimchi, and all these things. So I think there's that symbiotic relationship with the microbes is applicable across the board. Certainly, eating whole foods, you know, if your mother wouldn't or grandmother wouldn't recognize it, it's not food. Don't touch it. And by the way, if you are buying that stuff, that junk, you are part of the problem. Every dollar you put into the system, is on your karma, right? It's not just your physiology; it's the greater energetic. I mean, yeah. So I think, yeah. Go in.
And I think the answer is kind of both and,
Yes,
right? In so much of what we're trying to figure out in our modern lives and modern world and the state of our planet and the state of our bodies, a lot of things are multifactorial. So I would really advocate for, we definitely should not stop working on, even though can't exactly pin down nutrient density. We want to keep working on that. And at the same time, there's been a lot of studies with the human microbiome that show that, you know, they've taken samples out of indigenous cultures and more Western cultures and looked at the microbial diversity and the individual members of the microbiomes, and it is like night and day between a Western gut and what is more of a populations that still have had little contact with Western culture, and the microbiomes are utterly different. And so what that tells us is there's a lot of diversity out there in terms of microbiomes, and that diet drives the composition and the mix and the quality and the function of our microbiomes. And microbes just, you know, they don't have little brains out there and they're deciding what to do, but because there's so much more plant matter on this planet, whether it's the food on your plate or everything that goes into mulches and residue, there's just more plant matter on the planet, and our microbial populations, that whole microbial world, is centered on that because it's food. And that is in part why it's really important for us omnivores to make sure we include a lot of plants in our diet, because it's helping to keep our microbiome as diverse as possible. Think about it. I think there's something like, I don't know, it's either somewhere around 200 or 300 different kinds of plants across the human diet, maybe a bit more than that. It's gradually, unfortunately, bottlenecked down. But the reason you want to eat all those different plants is that it's keeping the garden in your belly. Think of it that way, a garden in your belly. It's keeping that diverse and healthy. There's not that many different kind of meats out there, unless, you know, you come from a traditional culture and you've got, you know, 10, 15 different kinds of animals that you're eating. Western culture, you know, it's pretty much beef or beef, chicken or chicken, pork, and so on. And so this is just sort of in the way of saying that we got to sort of milk every part of our diet for the benefits that it has and keep those in mind. And one of the biggest problems with the junk part of the human diet is it's not so bad it's not so much that stuff is bad for us as it's displacing what is good for us. And that is kind of the whole rub. People, I'm not saying the stuff in the junk food is, you know, terrible for us, but the harm of it really comes because it's pushing phytochemicals out of our diet. And phytochemicals are like this just master, especially as we age, this master kind of remodeler and fix-it and janitorial crew. It's exactly what you want happening in your body, because our cells and our tissues, ultimately, that's where the rubber meets the road. And you get cells and tissues starting to break down, and then pretty soon, the heart's not working like it should. The brain's not working like it should. The colon's not working like it should. So all of this is to say that everything we can milk out of our diet that's keeping us functioning normally, we really want to do that. And the stuff that's displacing that, you really need to, okay, if it's in the middle of your plate right now, you're not going to change overnight. Nobody does, nothing does, not soil health, not human health. Push it toward the edge of the plate, get some more whole foods in the middle of the plate, keep pushing that stuff to the edge, and guess what? It's going to fall off a cliff, and you're not going to see it again. And that's sort of how to think about changing one's diet to get more of the things that your body is really craving, not the stuff that the food industry has sort of manipulated your brain into thinking that you crave.
And how do we get that message to our public health officials and food recommendations? There's so much misinformation out there right now, and I think everybody in this room will understand exactly what you're talking about. But we're seeing stuff like the Tufts Food Compass that ranks Cheerios and Fruit Loops in the recommended products, meat, eggs, and cheese in the avoid category. Our own Canadian Health Food Guide recommends replacing meat with plant-based alternatives. How do we influence that policy as producers and as consumers?
Yeah, this is where, all right, here's how you can start talking with your, elected officials and policymakers, because they know, I think, really what's really at stake here, so to speak. And when you begin talking about sort of the history of the human diet and our health, and you just have to ask this one question, like, isn't that interesting? Sort of germane to that one slide that I showed you. Isn't this interesting? We used to die so much more from infectious diseases, from these pathogens and this bacteria, but that, with the exception of COVID, that's not really what's making us sick anymore. There's an overwhelming amount of evidence out there that most of what makes us sick and leads to premature death is diet-related conditions. And then you say, I think that has something to do with agriculture and with the food system and with the food industry. And I would like to see, more talk and more real connection that is acknowledging expressly that our agricultural policy is our health policy. When was the last time that, there was a public health official coming to an agriculture meeting? If so, it was likely in the context of some horrible toxic problem. But what you really want the public health folks in the room for is because you begin talking with them about things like this, and they actually will get it. And they're a part of our government, the same as our agricultural agencies. And we wrote about this in The Hidden Half and a bit in What Your Food Ate, too. Lady Eve Balfour was an English farmer back around World War II. And she was a terrific thinker. And in the work that she was doing on her farm and with colleagues, she had this idea. She said, I think soil scientists and people who know about soil need to be coming into our hospitals and talking with doctors and medical folks about these connections between the quality of the soil, the quality of the food, and why people are sick. And so I think if we begin to talk explicitly about these things, and there's more and more books are out there, and there's the type of research that is underpinning the work of Dan's organization. There's What Your Food Ate. There's other books out there, and so you can prime them and say, here, I'd like you to read more information on this. I think this is not crazy. This might have been crazy talk back in the 70s or 80s. That was 50 years ago, 60 years ago. We're beyond that now. And so it's time to get with the 21st century and start talking openly more about these things.
Yeah, and I would say, don't waste your breath. As far as I'm concerned, the system is rigged 18 ways from Sunday. And, yes, Massa, will you please, throw me a bone? we the people need to step up and organize ourselves and not, defer to those who are, obviously not aligned. Don't try to convince people who don't agree with you. Work with people who are receptive and open. Movements, social movements, changes happen, real changes happen from the bottom up. If the people lead, the leaders will follow. If we follow this model of deference to those in quote unquote power, we're screwed. I did politics, presidential political campaign in 03, 04, and I got to see the system from the inside, and I'm like, okay, well, that's rigged. I mean, the whole system is rigged. I mean, the Farm Bill in the states, right? I mean, it's the companies with the money that pay the senators to write the Farm Bill, and they may throw a couple bones to the organic community and things like that, but it's a rigged system. The system is rigged, and so I think we the people need to figure out ways to work with each other and our families and our communities. And one way I look at it is bring on the cataclysm, bring on the epidemic levels of chronic disease, bring on the infertility, the children with cancer. I mean, when people start getting sick, and someone in your family's sick, all of a sudden it becomes visceral. And I think that the internet's great because there's information available to anybody everywhere that wasn't available before. We have an alternate reality of the grassroots knowledge and wisdom that's out there, and I think I've been trying to affect some massive systemic change, and whatever, it's a nice idea, but I think we're all humans with relationships and families and communities, and let's not get ahead of ourselves. There's, 8 billion of us now or something? 8, 9, I'm like 7 billion, 8 billion I think we hit recently. What was it, 7? I'm not sure. 8? Yeah. There's 8 billion of us. It's not on any one of our shoulders to solve all the world's problems. It's, our real effect is in the people that we affect. And so, staying grounded in that reality, and I think we the people are the as we come together, as we work together, as we share, as we learn, that's where the change happens. And I don't so.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt, for better and worse, we still live in a democracy. And you may disagree with that, but I look around the world and I see some other places, and I'm like really glad I don't live in Russia or Ukraine at the moment. And there's some things that I'm heartened by. I agree there's a lot of darkness out there. But at the same time, 10 years ago with the U.S. Farm Bill, you would not have seen the word soil health. You would not have seen the large number of organizations that are breaking their way into the Farm Bill so that soil health, nutrient-dense foods, we all know what we're not talking about, but what we are talking about despite that term. And so I'm really heartened by that. Even in the time that Dave and I have been working on these books, if you had have said the word soil health, I don't know, 10 years ago, sure, a few people would be like, yeah, I kind of think maybe I've heard of that. Nowadays, I mean, that you've got a good number of groups in Congress talking about the need to take care of soil so we can take care of ourselves. I personally don't want to be in that battle because, like Dan, I have found that frustrating, but I am so behind and pushing on and with the people who are willing to go forward and bring this message to elected officials and policy people. Because frankly, in the sea of misinformation and the world of social media that's out there these days, there is still nothing like a face-to-face conversation where you see another human being across the table and you think, I might just have gotten through to them. I saw this look in their eyes and this imperceptible nod, but they can't let me know that they're getting it because they've got this other person at the table, but I'll catch up with them later. Right? We're monkeys. We're smart. We see what's happening, and we're highly, highly social. So I think it is possible. I'm not saying it's easy, and I'm not saying it's not frustrating, but there are people who want to go into that mosh pit and I am behind them all the way on the sidelines, okay?
Yeah, I'm not going to say don't engage. I think practical, real connections are valuable. I think where our real power is in the money that we spend. And I think, the more we understand that when you buy that McDonald's burger, you're putting money into the system that you don't necessarily want to support. It's real, like from a metaphysical perspective, where we put our energy is where our energy goes. And so, it's hypocritical if you're out there railing and like, thou shalt do this, and this is the right thing to do, and only righteous people do that, and then you're, doing this over here in your personal life. I think, getting ourselves integrated as much as possible, and walking the talk and living by example is what it comes down to. But yeah, it's not a either or per se.
Excellent. Well, thank you guys very much. On behalf of SAS Soil, we'll give them a round of applause. We realize there's still lots of questions or a few questions out there, but due to time, we're just going to have to keep moving. So, we'll take a quick 5-minute break here, and then we're going to jump back into the producer panel. On behalf of SAS Soil, we've just presented you with a couple of thank you gifts.
All right, if everyone wants to find their seat again, we're going to get started here right away. We'll be doing a producer panel. 2 of our board members are going to give a presentation, and then we are going to pepper them with all sorts of questions and make it as awkward as possible for them.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our farm. Derek's going to talk a little bit about their farm, and then we're going to have a conversation and talk all things farming. Apparently, we're not allowed to bring a beer on stage and just kind of have a talk over a few beers, but we'll do what we can. So my name is Cody Straza. My wife Alice and I, we own and operate Upland Organics. We're at Wood Mountain, Saskatchewan. We're just north of the border, pretty much in the middle of the province. And we're loam, sandy loam kind of soil, and on average we're supposed to get 12 to 14 inches, but the last few years have been anything but average. So we farm on a glacial moraine where it's really rugged and rough, but it's also really fragile. It's really prone to wind and water erosion and soil degradation. So in about 2016 or so, we started learning about the soil health principles, and we've been implementing them on our farm as we can, and we just try adapting one after another and moving on and always getting better. So one of the things, and I'm sure we can get into this and talk about it as we go on, but we've been reducing our disturbance. And we're an organic farm, so we don't have any chemical disturbance to start with. So we've been really working to reduce our tillage and our physical disturbance. So we started off going from a full tandem disc, and actually we still have a Salford 5100, which is a really aggressive disc, independent opener. It's like a Pro Till, but even more aggressive. We've gone to that, to a wide blade cultivator or a noble blade. Then we started playing with a roller crimper. We're laying down our cover crops, making that mulch layer. And then from there, we continued on the journey, and now we terminate our cover crops with adaptive multi-paddock grazing with cows. We're adding diversity into our system with cover cropping, and this is on the left, our first attempt at a multi-species where we all just grabbed a bag of different stuff and poured it into the air drill auger, and that's how we mixed it, and it actually turned out really well. When we're doing our cover crops, usually we start with like a peas and oats base, and then we start adding stuff there, whether it's different rooting depth, structure, above ground structures, whether it's like just a prostate or an upright, wide leaf, narrow leaf, C3s, C4s, try to get in all sorts of different stuff. Also added diversity with intercropping and companion cropping. Here we've got, these are from a few years ago. This is yellow mustard and kamut. You can see in the foreground, there's kind of a nice 50-50 in the interrows. A little bit further back, in the lower areas, the mustard really took off. Across the valley where it's drier, the kamut worked well. Where it's really dry, just nothing worked there. But if we had done one or the other, we wouldn't have seen nearly the advantage of having a space filled by each of them. And then on the right side, that's a companion crop of yellow clover with cereal. I think that one was durum. Provides a few different things, provides nitrogen as the cereal is growing, but it also provides something green and growing after harvest that is exuding the root exudates and keeping the microbes fed into freeze up. We also do composting on our farm. We do vermicomposting and thermal composting. We use each of them for different purposes on the farm. We make compost teas out of the vermicompost. The thermal we spread across the fields, and we've seen some great results with that. The vermicompost we will use as a seed treatment. And so Alison does a lot of this. She's got the Life in the Soil course. She knows how to use the microscope really well. We will brew the teas and check it under the microscope that it's got the right bacteriofungal ratios, that's got good microorganisms, not the bad ones. And then we'll treat the seed just before we go to the field. And you can see it's pretty low tech, it's pretty simple. It's just a brewer basket in a 60-gallon cone tank up here. And then we transfer it into a barrel. Actually, since then, we've just used the cone tank, lift it up so we have some pressure, and just spray it onto the seed as we transfer it truck to truck. Later on, while Derek and I were talking, we'll have slides just rotating. And I didn't put it in this set of slides, but you'll see where we did germination trials of coated seed and not coated seed, and we're seeing an improved germination and timing and rate. So the crops are getting, the seeds are getting up faster when we're coating them. We're also doing some research trial plots. This is actually something that Alison wrote up and is published. It's available for anybody to pull. It's on. This is in collaboration with the Prairie Organic Grain Initiative. This is just looking at roller crimping versus a plow down. We were looking at moisture retention as well as soil carbon. And we've got some really neat results from this little knoll here. This used to cover this whole area, but where we crimped, you could tell that, well, in the fall, we were getting a lot of perennials coming back, so I disked the whole thing. And it was just chocolate brown on this side, and it was gray dust on where we had worked it all year. So we saw some really cool results in 1 year. Also on our farm, we have a commercial grain cleaning plant we built in 2015. We pre-clean all the grain that leaves our farm. Often we can get it right to our buyer's milling spec. So we don't ship any dockage. We get paid for our dockage because we market that separately. And it provides a more desirable product for our buyers. Something else we can do is we've done some overseas shipping. We can load bulk containers, totes, and working with another processor in the area, we can do the 25 kg bags as well. We really like partnering with companies that buy our grain, that value the identity preserved product of it. And like, for example, here on the other side of this package, you'll see it's Nunweiler flour. They bought our spelt. It's all segregated. When they do that batch, they're making their pancake mix. This is what goes to the store shelf. So when you're at home eating your pancakes or waffles in the morning, turn the package around and you can see what you're eating was grown by our farm. So that's a great place that we like to be. that somebody else is looking after the processing, the retailing, but we still maintain that connection from our farm all the way to the consumer that's using that product. So that's just a little bit of a primer to get the conversation started and flowing. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the talk coming up.
Thanks, Cody. I guess I'll, do you know how to do this? Technology is not my strong suit, as you guys have witnessed. Thank you. Excellent. So I am going to basically give you a little different approach than Cody. Going to give you kind of a timeline of sort of, I don't know, I call it my shaping story, because people wonder how we wound up doing what we did and why we are where we are today. We built a big, expensive seed cleaning facility on our yard, and the things that we're doing today and how we got there, I guess, and why. So this is, and the easiest way to get there for me, I think, is just to start at the beginning. So here we are, 2006. As simple as that. This is us. We're out seeding. This was actually taken with a real camera, not with an iPhone. This would have been pre that. I'm sure I would have had a flip phone at the time. That's very typical of what we were doing. We were a conventional farm. We were growing conventional grains. Our accountant at the time made us think that we probably want to seed as few crops as possible because that was the fastest way to make money. So that was the mindset. But we had a dry spring, and it was really bothering me that you can see the field finish is black, and we're losing moisture, and there's dust in the air. And I thought, there's got to be a better way. And I did a little bit of research, and I found that these low disturbance seeders that existed mostly across south of the line, I think they were available in Canada, but we couldn't find one, so it led us to South Dakota. And for me, it was simple as that. It was less disturbance equals less moisture loss, full stop. That's as far as my head could get. I'm going to grow the same crops. I'm going to be high input. A little bit knowing to me. Also, this is going to be a bit of a quiz, so we'll see who was paying attention yesterday. When I was in South Dakota, at the dealership, they asked me, obviously, if you're down to buy a disc drill, you must be down to see this guy. Who's this guy? Thank you. Dwayne Beck at the Dakota Lakes Research Farm. We went back the next summer, and I had my first brain transplant, or else I also call it, if anybody's a TSN fan, my first TSN turning point. I had no idea. It's the first time I saw someone use one of these. Thank you. Yeah, there are no points, just bragging rights. You know, I'm 5 at this point. We'd hired a private agronomist. We knew what we were doing. Never had my agronomist have one of these in his truck. So Beck talked to me about water infiltration and wormholes and diversity and soil armor. That was a new one. And he also, one of the other things that he does instantly, or one of the first things he talked to me about was looking at your native systems. And when we looked at our native systems at home, this is what we've got. We've got native prairie with maybe 125 to 135 species literally across the road from my yard. And we were doing the other thing. And obviously, you know, there's challenges with that. So with that, it took me quite a few trips back to work on the things, I guess, that how do I want to say this? To work on the things that he had encouraged me to try, because it's hard. Change is hard for all of us. We know that, right? We want to go home and do the same things we're doing because it's a 10-hour drive back from South Dakota to my farm, which gives you lots of time to talk yourself out of making the changes you swore you were going to make. So we get home, we start making observations, we look at some of the things we're doing. The water infiltration is an easy, simple one you can do that I encourage people to do all the time. And then again, obviously, grab a shovel. I'm a slow learner, so it took me lots of times and lots of trips back to South Dakota to sort of glean as much knowledge as I could from Dr. Beck, because something inside me clicked and I realized that that's what we need to do. One of the things he showed us on the first trip was an irrigator that was running on a crop, and it was putting 2 inches of rain on a crop in 9 minutes. And that moment, that was the TSN turning point.
And it's been, so obviously, like, you need to show me how to do that. And a lot of it was rotation, and a lot of it was trying to make that fit in Minton, because I made the mistake of coming home and trying to grow corn for 5 years in a row. On one of the trips back, I met this guy. Thank you, Gabe Brown. By absolute total luck, standing in line for a hot dog at a field day at Wing, North Dakota, I wound up having a visit with this man who I had no idea who he was, who was graciously enough to invite us to his farm on the way back from South Dakota the following day and talk to us about all of the, the same sort of principles that Dr. Beck was. But the thing about Gabe was he was 5 hours from my farm. So I mean, I can get that. I'm 5 hours from North Battleford, right? Rainfall, soil types, crop types. Most of these things are the same. And he also had one of these. And when we went out to the field and he put the shovel in the soil and we looked at it, like, you've all heard the chocolate cake, the porous wonderfulness, like it was, and then we go across the street, like just like in his video, and we saw the sad, brown, dry, that was Minton, unfortunately. That's where I was from. Like, it was the same soils. And the difference is management. So he talked to us a lot about diversity, cover crops, these things that were basically a foreign language. This is 2010. I didn't, they sounded interesting, but obviously he's using cows. That's something I didn't have anymore. I didn't want to have cows. I'm a grain farmer. So how am I going to make this work? I'm a grain farmer. I'm out in my grain field with my grain farmer friends and trying to figure out how am I going to make this work, adding diversity to this system in Minton. Well, intercrops. With the help of Combine Forum, talking to some neighbors, this is all sort of pre-Twitter and I never was on Facebook. I got the idea of trying intercrops. 2011 we started, we became fast adopters of intercrops. We soon and quickly saw the advantages of them. I do want to say we were super lucky with intercrop adoption because we had good luck, I guess, if that's what you want to call it. And then by 2015, we were intercropping basically half of our farm. So remember, this is a timeline. At the same time, once we're kind of getting in our intercropping, we're comfortable with intercropping. We're reducing inputs, but we're still not really seeing the things that I see when I go to some of those really good farms like, Gabe Brown's or David Brandt's, and where the soils are functioning. Along the way, I get to meet Dr. Elaine Ingham and Wendy Tahari in travels, and my wife was fortunate enough to take some courses from them and do some hands-on. She's actually spent a week with Dr. Elaine and I guess a week with Wendy, learning how to visualize mycorrhizal fungi. So we can, not that we're not like the best at that, but it's nice to be able to measure it and observe changes based on management practices is basically what we do now. So we can see colonization, like those are pictures from our field. There's a flax root and a nematode, I'm guessing. Yeah. So all of these things seem to kind of fall into place. So this would have been 2015-ish. So we're building and we're learning about growing food maybe, and maybe less about growing commodities, and how we're doing that and how we're integrating that into our system. And along with Elaine, we learned how to compost, which became sort of part of our fertility program because we had realized that in these conversations and talking to people, that maybe we wanted to change the focus of for lots of reasons, soil function, financial reasons, we wanted to start changing how we're spending money on fertility. And composting was a natural with the grain cleaning facility that we had, or the mobile grain cleaning facility we had a lot of residue, we had manure across the road, so we started composting, and then we basically in 2017, we cold turkey, stopped synthetic fertility, went to a full compost extract biological fertility, which I do not recommend. Cold turkey is not the way, but it was an eye-opening experience. We were fortunate that year was dry anyway, so it didn't really cost us a whole bunch. Back to intercrops. We love intercrops, but this is what you get, and this is what you want. So how do we get there? We tried rotary screens, we tried quick cleans. All of the things that I encourage guys to start with, they're small, they're cheap, they're inexpensive, they're fast. They'll get you there. We wound up with this 3-ring circus in our yard for 6 years. And the idea was, we're going to separate our intercrops. It takes a month. We put it away. We go to Florida, right? Never happened. So, which basically turned into this thing ran every day of the year it could. Like even on cold days when Tanis has to hold the reset buttons down while I'm up on top pulling conveyor belts to get things going when it's minus 35. And which gives you a lot of time to think about what you want. And we want to be able to clean our products to food grade because that thing outside is not so food grade. And we also want to be able to maybe direct market, and we want to be able to actually get it certified. Then I met this lady, 2017. I might actually get, oh yeah, you're maybe the only, does anybody else know who this lady is? Sarah Harper. Thank you. Sarah Harper. She was at No Till on the Plains in front of 400 people talking about how conventional farms who are making changes to regenerative practices can possibly market their grains as a food product outside of the conventional stream. And my brain exploded because I had resigned myself to the fact that I'm never going to be organic because I'm not doing tillage. And I'm a commodity farmer, so I got to dump my lentils with everybody else's lentils, and even my intercropped ones, and maybe they're better, but who cares because they're going in the same pit. Sarah changed that. She made me think that maybe we can not grow commodities, and maybe we can grow food. And that was at the same time when we were planning our facility that these things all sort of started to happen at once, and then this happened. I still get emotional thinking about it. It's silly, but this happened at the same time we're planning, and it just like, we have to do this. I'd been to No Till on the Plains, and Gabe and those guys are doing this with their meat, but no one is doing this with their grain. You know, and this man, and I've never met him, and I'm sure I will someday, but it's Will Harris. Sorry, I didn't, anyway. What he did for his community and in his area is an absolute, what's the word? Inspiration that we took. And thanks to FCC, we have this today. So I've decided that I'm sick of watching my town die, and with a farm our size, we can have 3, 4, maybe employees, you know, and that's fine. But if we value add our products to the degree that we want to get to, we can probably have 3 times that much. And that many, you know, 12 more people, maybe it's 12 more families, and that could be 25 more kids in our school. And to me, I mean, either you can bitch about it or you can be part of the solution. So for us, this was the decision we made to go. And today, if I wasn't at home, or if I wasn't here, we'd be at home getting our flour mill up and running. We started moving ground for this in 2018, and the flour mill installation finally finished like last week. It's been a long road, but we're happy to be on it. And I finally get to see our products leaving like this and going into products like this. The companies that give a damn about how we grow our food and what we put into it. These are, strangely enough, this is not the majority of the grain that we sell from our farm. The majority of the grain that we sell from our farm is grown by or bought by companies who just like the quality, which is fine. But when we try to talk to them about how we get there, their eyes glaze over and they don't want to talk about it anymore. They get uncomfortable, like you just did it. With that, coming soon will be our whole grain flour mill. Obviously, that is our focus, is to be whole grain. We can sift it to make other things, but the idea is it's an impact mill. It uses a tremendous amount of air, so it keeps it cool. There's really good data behind the type of flour that this mill makes. And yeah, that wraps it about up. We can answer any more questions. Cody can come up here and talk with people. Thank you. Oh, that was embarrassing.
Just because you're twice as long as you're supposed to be?
How bad was it? 10 minutes?
12. Oh, you were over 12.
Supposed to be 5.
Is there any questions that we can have, or should I come up with something pretty, should I give him a hard one right off the bat? I mean, Derek gave me a couple suggestions him and Cody had talked over, but they're total softballs, and we're not really interested in that. So, what I'd like to know from both Derek and Cody, because we always learn more from our mistakes than we do from our successes, what's your most epic failure that you can think of on this little journey of yours? And most importantly, what did you learn from it?
We're good? Easy for me. It took me 5 years and 4 corn planters to learn that corn doesn't work in Minton. Yeah, I'm a slow learner, as I was saying. Really bad.
I'll go with, well, 2 things. When it doesn't rain, you can't count on seeding shallow and getting ahead of the weeds. You have to plant into moisture. And the second thing is, don't bite off more than you can chew. That's something we've added a lot of complexity in the system, and some days it's a little overwhelming, but you kind of have to take a step back and take a breath and keep going.
How much difficulty was it to become food grade certified for your seed cleaning plant, and just wondering, what hoops did you have to jump through to become food grade certified, HACCP certified with your seed cleaning plant? And is that something that's insurmountable to do, or it's fairly straightforward? Because sometimes when you cut government red tape, they want you to do it lengthwise.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. Strangely enough, like the 5th person we hired or 6th person we hired is actually a part-time lady that helps a lot with that. And Tanis did the bulk of this, but we have a girl that's not girl. She's older than me, but she's young at heart. That does, like, this is going to be part of her job as quality assurance. But the actual getting certified is just a lot of cleanliness things you needed to think about. Like, we had to make some changes in construction, like the inside of the walls are lined, and color sorter, because you have to be able to prove you can get stones and glass. And then we have some other equipment just to make sure there's no soil. Like, soil is a problem biologically. Other than that, it's just a lot of paperwork, which I still, to this day, I'm not sure if someone would have sat me down in 2017 and said, in your head, it looks like this. But in reality, it's, oh God. But we're here, so we got over the hump with lots of help and good help at home. So, but it's not insurmountable, no. And HACCP is like sort of the base. There's lots of ways you can go from there. GFSIs and so on, but we're not really going to do any of those until we get a demand from an end user, because it's like you can go down so many roads.
I do want to say that Imperial Seed has donated a book to whoever has the best question as judged by Mark.
I just won.
I would say Mark probably can't win that one, right? So hopefully this is the best question, because I'd love that book. First question is, do the chickpea pancakes taste good? Because it says spicy on them, and I'm just not sure what that would taste like.
So she hasn't sent us any yet. She keeps promising she's going to send them to us. Are they in the mail now? They're supposed to be in the mail now. It's one of those, like, she means well. I'll let you know.
I don't suppose you can buy them in Canada. Okay. Second question is, have you done any of the nutrient density testing that was talked about today in regards to this path going down, direct marketing?
Yeah, we started in 2018 testing. There again, and this was with Jill. And I don't know. I mean, it's numbers on a spreadsheet, and I think it goes back to what Dan said about we don't know what nutrient density is. These are numbers, and they're different every year. It's interesting. So what happened too, and that sort of, I don't know what happened, but 2021 kind of quit happening, and we didn't get a result. So then through a common friend, I got to talk to Dan on the phone one day, and here we are. And we sent some samples to them, which we've got limited data back so far, but we'll get more, and I think that's going to be the way forward for us.
If there was one practice that you're currently doing now that you had known about, let's say 20 years ago, what would that be? And AKA, it's basically one of those things, how would you encourage someone just getting started? What would you tell them to do to save them a bunch of time?
Learn, just learn more about the soils, about the systems. But I think more to what you're asking is practice that we would probably just drop in would be the seed coating. It's something that we can do relatively quick, easily, and inexpensively. Brewing a compost tea out of our own vermicastings, and then just applying it to the seed as it goes into the drill. It doesn't really require any equipment changes or modification to your system. It is a little more management at seeding time because here's who asked the question about the biggest failure. It's not the biggest one, but a learning experience we had. We're all gung ho. We're gonna do this. We were seeding lentils. And we got them in the truck. We were putting the compost tea on as it's going up the auger into the drill. Great. And we did what you're not supposed to do. We drove out to the field with the drill full, get out to the field, turn the crank. Yeah, we got lentils coming out every run. Now we got to check depth. So we do a pass and checking in the row, can't find any lentils. I don't know, something didn't quite work right. So I'm watching the crank, and the crank's turning as the drill's going down the field. Okay, we know everything's working. Checking in the row, we cannot find any lentils. So finally, with everything going, I turn the crank on the drill just as it's sitting there, and I don't hear anything. The darn thing's bridged with that compost tea on them, and nobody told me this ahead of time. Make sure you move your product after you coat them with the compost tea. And it's something like we just move them truck to truck, let them sit an hour, 2 hours, and then you can do anything you want with them. We're told that it's the best to coat them right before it goes in the ground as quick as you can. Within hours is best, days is okay. But if management is such that you got to do it a week or two ahead of time, it's better than not doing it, for sure.
One, more live roots, diversity in your crops, cover crops in between, if I had to pick one. And live where it rains.
I think Shorty actually stole my question, but as one of the communities that offers the Ellis program, we've got into Regen Ag funding in that and have tremendous uptake, primarily with livestock producers. So asking your guys' wisdom, what's like the easiest way for a conventional crop farmer to dip his toes in the Regen Ag waters, without minimal risk, that sort of thing?
I'm going to tell conventional farmers how to do no.
Well, for us, it was intercropping, and those visits to Gabe's were inspiring, obviously, and it was when he took you to the fields and he talked about, I didn't use any fertility, but I grew these crops together, and it's awesome, obviously, because I'm standing in it on top of wonderful soil. So that was where the inspiration for the intercropping came, and we pulled the synthetics out of our intercropping day one, 2011. And it just took us till longer to get them out of those, to pull back on our cereal crops and other monocrops. But I like intercropping, and everybody's had different experiences with it, but it's probably been the one most consistent thing for us. It allows you to do all of those things, increase diversity, reduce fertility, all the things that we want to be doing.
I'd come right back to the seed coating. It's simple, it's easy, it's cheap, it doesn't disrupt the system. But yeah, we've done the intercropping, and it's more management after harvest. You got to clean the seed. You have to separate. We have experience. Usually, we'll over yield. We'll get more off that one field than what we would have grown the two crops separately. So there's definitely a benefit to it, and the reduced inputs, all that. I think that's maybe the bigger bang for the buck. but it's a little more effort.
Yeah, I guess just a quick question. I was wondering, obviously economics have to factor into this, to your adoption of these practices. One way producers might see it is if they improve soil health. Has SAMA reassessed your land and to reflect the improved quality of your land, and then the assessments go up? I'm just thinking that might be another reason why producers might want to do it. If it's not directly from the cropping end of it, maybe it's the land value.
That hasn't happened to me personally. I've never really actually thought about it. But saying that, I know David Brandt in Carroll, Ohio has had his land reclassified. That I know for a fact. But I don't know, we haven't. Have you? No. But that's an interesting thought. I mean, as organic, I guess that's good and bad. We don't like paying tax.
In our area, and I'm sure a lot of areas, soil quality is one of the last things that's looked at in land value. It's location, how many broke acres, things like that. And if it's poor, I can tune that up. I'm sure everybody says that. So I agree that if we're looking at land, that is something that we're thinking about. But like on a marketable value, I don't know if it's going to shift it that much.
How are you choosing what to intercrop? And maybe this is more a practical question than anything, but like how do you set up your drill to do that? Are you just mixing it together? Are you doing, obviously saw some inter-row stuff, but.
There's a lot of considerations to put into what you intercrop, and the first thing is, can you separate it after harvest? I've talked with the seed cleaning plant. We also do a lot of commercial cleaning. Like we clean all of our own grain, but we also operate about 10 months a year. We get a couple slow months in June, July. But we had somebody that came and was all excited that he did a bunch of intercropping and put lentils and wheat together. Well, it's kind of inseparable. You need a color sorter for that, but he was kind of let down that it didn't work and that it was going to be so much more effort. So the first thing is separability. Harvestability, you want to be able to harvest the two at the same time. If the maturity dates are really staggered, like really different, the first crop might shell out before the second one's ready for harvest. Or you might have to swath. We were talking about that just last night or today at lunch, about different crops that work together that shouldn't work together. Other considerations. Also what has a symbiotic relationship, like a legume and a cereal. They've got that mycorrhizal associations that the legume will feed nitrogen, the cereal will feed carbon back, and they'll make that trade through the common mycorrhizal network. As for setting up the drill, we've got two different setups. One is our regular 58-foot Flexicoil hoe drill. We'll just put one crop in one tank, one crop in the other tank, and just meter the two separately at whatever rate we want for a mixed row. If we're doing inter-row cropping, like I showed, we have like a row of one, or alternate row cropping. We have a different drill setup for that, where basically I take the same seed cart, turn it into a dual chute unit, and I've got twice as many manifold towers as what is needed. So basically a dual chute drill, and every other chute goes to every other opener. So it would be like putting one seed down the fertilizer run, but that distributor only goes to every other shake.
So for us it was a lot of trial and error. We did peas and canola early on because it was easy. Herbicides lined up much right. I tell people if you're growing them both, it's a good place to start. Which my mind wanders, obviously. So I went from, why am I growing yellow peas? Because then we decided to start growing specialty peas, and then I'm like, why I don't want to grow canola. So we stopped growing that, and then we switched to yellow mustard because I can save my own seed. We're in, like you should call, a lower rainfall zone, so mustard's a better fit. We obviously, same thing, we like to bridge the mycorrhizal year. So we try not to grow brassicas on their own. So that was part of what drove that. I'm going to give K-Hart a plug here. You can actually order our cedar, and we have another one coming for spring. You can actually order cedar set up to do alternate rows from K-Hart now. I was part of the inspiration behind that, but it's nice that they've done more. They've done quite a few. So it's a matter of having a double shoot cart. So then you can either seed same row or alternate row. We find all of our crops, intercrops except for flax lentil, work better alternate, which I know kind of goes against a lot of things, but that is apparent. That's what the yield says. So we kind of go with that. And then we did a lot. Like at one point we were 18 crops or some bizarre thing, which was gross. I don't recommend that, but it was sort of a function of finding out what works. And I think we're down to a low 9 going into 2023, which is exceptionally low for us. So.
Yeah, thank you guys for doing that as well. And I want to go back to that seed separation in your intercrops as well, partly because that's one of the reasons apparently I don't get funded to do research in intercrops. So are you using your facilities for seed cleaning as seed separation as well? And how much, what's the capacity to get some of that seed clean and separated? And my second question is about crop insurance as well. How does that work? Because the data we have from them is that there's about 55,000 acres maybe and I'm guessing between the two of you, you're probably getting a big proportion of that if you're insuring your crops. But anyway.
Yeah, we put all of our intercrops through our own plant. Capacity-wise, it depends on the crop and how separable it is. Like Derek had mentioned, something like peas and mustard would separate very easily, very quickly. The challenge is you have to go back. Like typically you clean for one at the start, and in that example, I would definitely clean the peas first because you don't want as many splits on your peas. You want to handle them as little as possible. Clean them in that first pass. Then you've got dirty mustard to deal with. You run it back through, you do another pass on the mustard. So yeah, it is a 2-pass system in our plant. I think you're set up a 1-pass, aren't you? Yeah. As for crop insurance, we never carried crop insurance until after 2017 year, after we got a real kicking of drought. We said we can't do that again. So I went into the crop insurance office, and it was a bit of a challenge because we do enough things kind of out of the box that we're organic, we intercrop, we don't summer fallow. We didn't fit in all their boxes just nicely. But with the intercropping, they allow up to 30 or 35% of your acres to be classified as diversification acres. And that intercropping falls within that. And whatever happens on your regular monocrop acres is just applied, is extrapolated into those acres you have as intercropped.
So is that then a proportion of, say you have chickpea flax, you would have a proportion of what your chickpeas is doing and your flax is doing? But what if you don't have chickpea by themselves?
They take whatever's happening on any other, like if you just had monocrop durum, if you have a claim on that, a portion of that gets extrapolated into your diversification acres.
Okay.
I don't do crop insurance, so never did. Grew up with a crop insurance-free zone farm, so don't know. But on the intercropping separation, like I said, we started with rotary screens and quick cleans, which are fine because they kind of get you there and you can sort of dip your toe in the water and not spend a bunch of money. And this is for me or this is not for me usually becomes the answer. With our mobile machine, we were able to separate like pretty good clean lentils or peas and then fairly good clean mustard or whatever it was, and then sort of I call it like a refuse line, which we had to change the plant to do that because the problem was you're concentrating your screenings into your small seed, which sometimes made it unsaleable, and then you want to say words. So we had to make some modifications to our plant so we could get the refuse out, and then you had like a mustard that you could just call the Super B and make it go away if you wanted to, or the flax. So it was okay. And then, like I said about standing outside when it's minus a lot, gives you time to think about. So our current facility's got multiple screenings lines so we can separate our refuse from our clean grain. So our clean grain goes out at foods grade done. our mustard, flax, whatever it is, goes back to our receiving bins actually, so we don't have to even handle it again. Because when you're trying to ether the top kick at minus 35 and hating everything that happened that day, it gives you time to think about, I don't like trucks starting, so we can move a lot of grain without having to start vehicles. And then, so once we finish separating, then we can just pull the mustard in, clean it, done, without having to start and move grain. But yeah, that.
I was just wondering, as far as growing seed goes, how much trouble do you have with the crop inspectors as far as admixtures, and they walk in there and they got this puzzled look on their face for the separations and plant counts and all that kind of stuff? And how did you overcome that, or twist their arms, or put blindfolds on them, or what?
So the seed grower, we got special permission once, and I've quit growing seed, basically. I look at it like this, like we're kind of always looking for better customers, and not that our seed customers were bad customers, we just found customers with more money, I guess. Which was sort of the plan, we use the seed production as a stepping stone, which worked well. But when we did do a little bit of mixed crop, we actually did get permission, but we had to do it ahead of time, like everything, right? And have it in the plan, and those mixes couldn't be in, like it really, circular 6, right? All of those rules we had to adhere to, but we did get written permission once to do it. And other than that, I mean, honestly, our focus was mostly like forage, like haymaker oats and forage, because for us, I'm surrounded by cowboys. So that worked well, but that's, what we did.
How have you liked your transition into marketing your own grains into alternate markets? What's that been like for you guys? It's not a real strong suit for farmers, so it's curious.
It is, well, the organic markets are, well, I was going to say unique compared to the conventional markets anyways, because you don't just take it to the elevator and what you pay today. We develop long-term relationships with buyers, get to know them, what they want, what their quality requirements are, and for new products, we'll have people call us, say, hey, we're looking for this product and we can't find it anywhere, would you be willing to grow chickpeas or sunflowers or something that we can't find? So that's one way. And now that we have, we're now regenerative organic certified through the Rodale Institute. The Regenerative Organic Alliance has this ROC certification. And we're listed on the registry, and we've had people calling us for the last year or two. Usually it's stuff that we don't grow, but we're starting to connect with buyers that are looking for the crops that we're growing, and we're looking at reforming some of those relationships that hopefully will be going forward a long time with companies that are valuing the work that we're doing, the processes, and the product that we're producing.
Marketing is challenging. It's been a slow, long road, but it's funny what happens, and it's amazing looking back. I'm just thinking about things happen at events like this, not this event obviously, but going to events, meeting people, somebody knows somebody phones. And obviously you have to be flexible. But we decided early on that if we're going to do this, we're going to focus on grains that people want to use as food. So this is what happened with the flour mill, is because there are companies that will buy it and grind flour, but there's a lot more companies that use flour and don't want to grind flour. So that's sort of how that happened, because we had the conversations and it's a dead end, except you don't get a flour mill tomorrow, and co-packers are a problem. And but as far as the other customers, it's been a lot of relationship building and just time, and being flexible, like Cody said, sometimes you have to grow it for them before. But that being said, it's also the chicken and the egg that you can't market it until you have it. And when you look at our farm, I know people phone all the time and they just assume we're organic because they look at our product list and it's all like ancient grains and weird stuff, but that's what we found. So we're filling that. It's funny. It's kind of this sort of the same arena of customers, but just ours aren't looking for an organic certification.
So is that where your flour's going? Like you're marketing it as flour instead of grain now to the same companies or different companies?
It's such a leap that I can't even. We've had lots of conversations, right? And which we can. And I'm perfectly honest. Like I shit in it super early. To be perfectly honest, I'm optimistic, obviously, and we thought we'd have this flour mill running like 18 months ago. And when you give a relatively large new startup company a deadline and then you miss it by 18 months, you're dead to them. But it was a good lesson, and maybe someday it'll come around again. But in the meantime, the fact that we're building and going that direction is, we've had a lot more conversation. Now it's just a matter of getting them samples, them being able to try it, them being able to try it with their customers, so on, and go from there. It's very chicken and the egg.
So is it going into other food ingredients, or are we going to be able to go to the co-op and find Axten Farms flour on the shelf?
Not if I can help it. I honestly think that there are companies out there that are doing a really good job of that already, that already have their store shelf product, right? It's a medium-sized food company that's been using grandma's recipe or whatever it is. It has a really good product on the shelf, but they just want to change their ingredient stream. They want to do better than buying flour off the checklist from the Cisco list, right? They want to improve that, and maybe that's where we'll fit. And yeah, something along those lines.
So one of the things that we're talking about here is that accessibility. How do we get people into this? Not everybody can go build their own flour mill. How do people grow food and keep it in that food system instead of just drop it off at the elevator like you were talking about, that goes in the same pit as everybody else's?
That is an excellent question, Cody. And I never ever say never ever, right? I've learned that. But I mean, maybe we will, and we probably will. If you come to our farm, we just give you flour for the most part, I'm guessing. That's not like, never mind, I didn't say that. We will sell you flour. I got the eyes. And we will, but to me, it's just maybe that's a next generation thing. Like our daughter's in university taking international food business right now, and maybe that'll be her thing. Who knows? There's a lot can happen in the next 4 years. But I'd love to see people buying our flour, and I'd love to see it on a store shelf. I just can't get this brain around the logistic that's involved in that.
Sorry, you were about to maybe close, but maybe one last or a quick question, a little bit more from the social or community perspective. Obviously, these change processes, there's always there's pioneers, there's early adopters, eventually. What's it been like to be in a region where, my guess is neighbors, friends in the community, what has that process been like? Because certainly there's some times where people who are maybe interested in change, one of the biggest hurdles might be that question, which sometimes comes out of genuine curiosity. Oh, what are you doing? And sometimes you get that question, what are you doing? Out of a real more cynical aspect. What's it been like for you guys or for your families and stuff in your communities?
Well, we've always been a little bit different, especially in our farming practices. We do have a fair number of organic growers in our area, so just being organic wasn't completely different. But then when we started into the reduced tillage organic, that was different. I've heard a lot of criticism leveled against organic practices, and not unjustified in the amount of tillage, the erosion, things like that. And usually in those conversations, I use that as an opening to talk about what we're doing and why we're doing it. And it's going to meetings like this, meeting people. And I do want to point out that there's probably most of the people in this room that are doing advanced stuff that we can be learning from. Like, we're just the ones up here starting the conversation, and it's a back and forth. We can be learning from all of you guys. Anybody could be up here. So it's going to events like this that we're learning different things, different practices, new ideas, and hopefully we can take some of those principles back to our farm and figure out a way to adapt it to our context and how we can implement it.
I think that making change is hugely social. I think it's more social than people want to talk about. We went through it, which is fine, you know, and you get over it. And now we're just the people that farm weird, and you know, it's kind of just sort of the way it is, which is perfectly fine. But I do see it as holding a lot of people back. You know, yeah, and to sort of take that a step further, you know, we also struggle with things like accessing government funds because we're too far ahead of the curve, and it's like, well, nobody's doing that. And then 4 years later, once I wrote the check or financed it with FCC, and we've had to pay for it ourselves, and all of a sudden there's funding available for the people that want to watch you make all the mistakes, you know. So there's that. But whatever. Life is rough on the edge, but we forge on, and yeah, like you know, like Cody said, like having the community, and maybe this is the community, or maybe it's online, or whatever it is, but having some form of community is very important.
Quick follow-up, have you had anyone in your region that comes to learn from what you're doing, just like in the same way that you connected to, say, Dave Brown's farm or whatever?
Got the Galarnos from Radville here. If that's neighbors, but you know, what are neighbors? We host, well, and I think you guys do too. We both host field days every year, even through COVID. Did we not? You didn't even miss a year in COVID, did we? Sorry, but maybe we're gonna get in trouble now. But but education is important to us, right? So and you'd be surprised who comes when you have a field day.
Oh, it's incredible. Like our first few field days, a lot of our community came. I think it was just to see what we were doing and kind of get some of the why, and whether they take it home or not. That's up to them. But it's also, like Derek was saying, it's amazing the people that come from 6 or 8 hours away to see what we're doing. And I don't understand it, because we're just using stuff that other people are doing, kind of jammed into a system that works for us in our area, in our context. It's not going to work for you on your farm without changes and adaptations to work for you. So sometimes it's surprising.
Yeah, like we have basically a 100% open door policy, because without a doubt, without Gabe, Dr. Beck, you know, those people giving me a tremendous amount of time. I was at Gabe's before he was charging. I was at Gabe's before he had handouts. You know, and like they just gave unwaveringly of their time and ideas, and you know, so you know, it's kind of a pay it forward. Why not? We wouldn't be where we are. Not that we're anywhere special without them.
It's definitely a give and take. That we're definitely willing to share anything that we're doing, because that's where we've learned is from people who are doing it and willing to share. Just like what Derek was saying.
You know, and one other thing is, it's surprising how much we'll get. You know, we get a tour group, 4 or 5, or just farmers will drive around and chat and maybe have a Bud Light and whatever. And it's amazing what sometimes the brainstorming ideas you'll get out of some of these conversations. So it's not always, you know, you're not always giving, right? It's good.
All right. Well, I think that's going to pretty much wrap it up. Is there anything that wasn't covered in the presentation, that didn't come up in the questions, that you two want to talk about before we wrap up?
Well, one thing Cody and I talked about before this was a little bit of talking about maybe like kind of how we reduce disturbance on our operations, just to give you a bit of an idea, because it's funny, like we share so many things in common of, you know, how we operate and how we think, and you know, how we think about how we want to grow our farms and the crops we grow and marketing. But the thing that separates us is that, you know, he's organic and I'm not, is disturbance and how we approach disturbance. So do you want to? How have you been approaching or reducing disturbance? I'm not a good moderator.
Well, I think each of us understand that when we're working in an annual cropping system, we're going to have to use a disturbance. Otherwise, it'll regress to, or progress, however you want to look at it, to a perennial system. And if we're going to keep the perennial weeds out, we're going to have to do something, whether it's a chemical or a physical disturbance. And whether we're using some tillage or some chemical, we're all trying to reduce the amount that we are using, and every year trying to get a little bit better. And once we understand that you're not going to work your land, I'm not going to spray. It's just a non-starter. It's not happening. We'll just acknowledge that, and there's so much more common ground that turns into just a minuscule little detail. And we need to focus more on the similarities between different production systems, whether it's conventional, organic, regenerative, cattle, or whether it's cattle, sheep, goat, whatever, bison. There's so many more similarities, and it all starts with the soil and the microbial life in the soil and what that can provide into our systems.
Okay, well, I'll give some yeah, exactly. And I'll give some sort of examples of things that we're doing because I want to stop spraying herbicides like Cody wants to stop doing tillage, right? But for us, it's been, I'm relying heavily on technology, as you can probably tell from the slideshow. We zone map, we swap map their entire farm so we can do variable rate, basically everything, which revolves around kind of trying to put the right amount in the right place, obviously, but minimizing. And then we just recently, because we're trying to use less glyphosate in our system, we just invested in a European-built sprayer that has a weeded technology, which has allowed us to reduce glyphosate use by, surprisingly, we demoed one last fall, had it for a couple of days, and it's a 90% reduction in glyphosate use, and it is unbelievably accurate. It is field scale, it is plug and play, super simple, and it's allowed us to, so we can, our spring and our fall glyphosate, which is, it's not just the savings, it's not just the cash, it's having less glyphosate in our system. So it's, to me, it would be an organic farmer doing 90% less tillage, if they can. If there's a thing, I would get that thing, The technology comes with a cost, but I think for us, for the health of our system and the health of our grains, that being said, we have been testing glyphosate residue in most of our grains, and we've never had a detectable limit, but that doesn't mean, obviously, we're still using it, but we want to use less. And that would be that's kind of the main new thing for us, is that.
I talked a little bit about it in the introduction, how we've been going from a full, deep, quarter-to-quarter tillage, plowing in our green manure crops, to the roller cripper, to grazing with cows. We do still use tillage. Usually it's one tillage event in the spring, get our last year's cover crop or last year's stubble incorporated, and do a weed control before seeding, and then there's no more tillage for the year. We might do a little bit of spot tillage specifically for thistle in the fall right before freeze up, but that would be very specific targeted patches. It's not a broad acre thing. And you brought up the prescription maps and such like that. I want to give a shout out to Tyler Remway. Goose Creek Industries is developing a rod weeder that does, write a prescription map, and Tyler can go through a crop and just, it'll automatically drop sections of rod where you've mapped out weed patches. So it will work up your crop, but only in specific areas. If you're trying to control something like Canada thistle, you can work those patches during the year without disturbing all of your crop and without searching through the whole field or using flags. It's all kind of automated. So that's something cool coming up that he's done some prototypes. I think his first production machine's coming up this spring. So looking forward to seeing that working.
That sounds good. I think that's, honestly, we could sit here and talk the rest of the afternoon, but I think
No, we don't need that.
In the sake of everyone's sanity.
You tired of us yet, Mark?
What's that?
Are you tired of us yet, Mark?
No.
So who wins the prize?
Ooh. The gentleman on the end with the intercropping setting question. How about that? I wasn't listening to most of what you guys were talking about, so I can't exactly remember all the questions, but there. Congratulations. I think that's where we're gonna call this. Like Derek said, they could go on forever. Could I get you to join me in thanking them for sharing their experiences? So this is the end of the agenda. just a few things to wrap up. Like I said at the beginning of day one, there are continuing education credits for this event. If you're having trouble figuring out how that works, please contact Tanya. There will be an email sent out later with kind of a questionnaire as to how you found the conference, some things you liked, just things that will help us plan next year's conference and tailor it for making it as good of an experience as we possibly can for you. So if you would please take a few minutes to fill that out when it gets sent to you, that would be greatly appreciated. Just on behalf of the board of directors of SAS Soil, would like to thank everyone for coming. It's been just a fantastic event with great speakers and a really engaging audience. And I know a lot of you have been to conferences before, and the engagement of the audience does make a conference. The fact that you guys are interested in asking the speakers hard questions, it makes for so much of a better experience. So give yourself a round of applause for that, please. You deserve it. So for all of the Sask Soil members, thank you very much for supporting us. For all of you who are interested in being members, you can talk to Tanya. And for all of you who are a little bit curious, stay tuned because we're not done. We're planning on another conference for next year. We will be doing field days next summer that tie into some of our programs to do with the farm program and other things. And as you've seen today from the presenters from our board and just from listening, we're really passionate about all the stuff that we're talking about here, and we're hoping to keep doing this for as long as we can keep everyone interested. So thank you everyone for attending, and have a safe travels home.